1 to 4 on the big clock, but it actually says 4 on our clock. So I'll give you a heads up, and then we'll plan on getting started in just a second. Okay, good afternoon, and we are back for the May 13th edition of the Salinas City Council. The meeting is now called to order, and I will ask Patty to do what she usually does so well.
Good afternoon and welcome to the May 13th, 2025 Salinas City Council meeting. Mayor went ahead and called the meeting to order today. Spanish translation. This meeting is available in Spanish for members of the public in attendance and on Zoom. Translation devices can be obtained in the foyer. Esta reunión está disponible para los miembros del público en Zoom y para los miembros que están en atendencia ahora. Las unidades de traducción se pueden obtener en la entrada de la rotonda.
All right. Zoom webinar participation is available for members of the public. The Zoom webinar ID and link are available on the posted agenda on the city website. And then before we jump into the pledge, I have an announcement. We will be monitoring room capacity, which is 90, throughout the meeting, and ask for the public's cooperation during the public comment portions of the agenda. If you wish to make a comment, please form a single file line, and then once you're done, if there are no seats available, please exit the rotunda. We encourage public participation and engagement, but must also ensure the public's safety. So thank you for being mindful of that.
Mayor, can I make it? I did talk to the fire marshal. 90 is the seated capacity, chairs only. We don't have 90 seats in here. So based on the fire marshal's opinion, it's going to be 130 sitting in, and they'll manage it.
Whatever the right number is. Okay, that's fine. Okay. With that, why don't we all join and stand and join the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you, everyone. Patty, please call the roll.
Councilmember Barajas.
Present.
Councilmember Barrera.
Here.
Councilmember De Rigo.
Present.
Councilmember De La Rosa.
Here.
Councilmember Salazar.
Here.
Councilmember Sandoval. Here. Mayor Donahue.
I am here.
Thank you.
All right, well, let's do some proclaiming to start things off. We have 3 proclamations, and then we have a very exciting and well-deserved City of Champions recognition. So I'm going to start off with Historic Preservation Month. I think I'll be looking for Larry Hirahara to accept this. We'll do a couple of the whereases. Whereas the month of May is recognized as National Historic Preservation Month, and whereas the city of Salinas has a rich and diverse history with many historic buildings and other resources representing the different elements of the city's history, and whereas on April 27, 2010, the city passed ordinance number 2505 to create the Salinas Historic Resources Board to support the preservation of Salinas's architectural heritage for the benefit of education, community revitalization, and the preservation of sites listed on the National Register of Historic Places, and also to identify and promote significant historical and cultural sites within the city. And then I'll jump past a couple of whereases because you got a lot of them. Whereas the city of Salinas is also supporting historic preservation by updating its citywide historic resources survey and promoting the Mills Act program to incentivize the preservation of the city's historic resources. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Dennis Donahue, on behalf of the Salinas City Council, hereby proclaim May 2025 as Historic Preservation Month and encourage all residents to join in recognizing this special observance dated this 13th day of May 2025. And I can think of no more fitting person than you to receive.
Well, thank you very much. As chairman of the Historic Resources Board, I'd like to I gratefully accept the proclamation and proud that the city of Salinas recognizes that. And one notice that I would say is that the Historic Resource Survey will be very beneficial for the community and long overdue, so we're very appreciative of that.
Great. Thank you. Grant?
Yes, Grant Leonard, Planning Manager for Advanced Planning. I just want to mention that our Historic Resource Board is hard at work and championing the city's history, and this year they created the city's first Certificate of Appreciation Program, which the council approved some months back. And we awarded those this month at our Historic Resources Board meeting, and 17 members of the community were honored for their work in preserving our history or remodeling and preserving existing historic resources. So I want to thank the folks who do that and everyone who loves our city and our history, and thank the Historic Resources Board for all the work they do.
Great, terrific, thank you. Okay. Hang tight, we'll do the photo ops later. We have a couple more acknowledgements, so I'm going to look to Gloria. She's going to handle the next one.
Good afternoon, everyone. This month is declared National Emergency Medical Service Week from May 18th to 24th of this month. Whereas National EMS Week, observed annually during the third week of May, is a time to recognize and honor the commitment and sacrifice. Gosh, I lost it. My read. Yes, sacrifice of our EMS professionals. Whereas EMS providers include paramedics, emergency medical technicians, EMTs, dispatchers, firefighters, police officers, and other first responders who collaborate seamlessly to provide emergency medical care, transportation, and support to those in need. And whereas these courageous individuals respond selfishly to emergency calls, often putting themselves in harm's way to provide immediate medical attention, stabilize patients, and transport them to appropriate medical facilities. I just want to say, in behalf of Mayor Donahue and the council, that thank you for everything that you do. You save lives, and we're very grateful. And I think our community can say that too, that we're very grateful for all of you. Thank you so much. So we give this to the right.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Stephen Christie, and I'm proud to, or I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Stephen Christie, and I'm proud to introduce myself as the Division Chief of EMS for the Salinas Fire Department. As you mentioned, every year during the month of May, we recognize the hard work and the difference that our responders make each and every day. This year, the National EMS Week will take place from May 18th through the 24th, and the theme for this celebration is We Care for Everyone. I want to share a few details of how your Salinas firefighters live up to that message each and every day. We care for everyone. Over the last year, your firefighters responded to more than 13,500 medical emergencies, vehicle accidents, and technical rescues. Your Salinas firefighters are truly making a difference and an impact on our community on each and every one of those incidents. These are not just numbers. They represent lives that are saved, lives that are changed, and a community that is protected. We work as part of a team of EMS professionals alongside transport personnel, law enforcement, dispatch, and mental health specialists to provide advanced life supports to individuals who are experiencing strokes, heart attacks, cardiac arrest, respiratory emergencies, drug overdoses, and traumatic injuries. Last year, your firefighters administered over 1,200 medications, started over 2,000 IVs, and performed 62 intubations. Of those 13,500 incidents or medical emergencies, CPR was administered 135 times. Some of you on council may recall a specialized device that we put on our apparatus that administers mechanical CPR. Thankfully, and with the help of that device and the quality care of our paramedics, I can proudly report that a total of 44 individuals were saved that were in cardiac arrest last year. As this theme said, we care for everyone. Over the last year, Salinas firefighters have provided enhanced training for our personnel as well as city employees. We logged over 1,400 hours of EMS training, and this included a large-scale active shooter exercise across the street, advanced airway training, and a pilot study which introduced a video laryngoscope which aids in intubation tube placement. We have partnered with our city employees to train them on tactical paramedicine, active shooter, stop the bleed training, CPR, as well as fentanyl overdose prevention and awareness. A newly implemented Narcan Leave Behind program was created where our personnel have been able to provide a leave behind dose of Narcan for those that are experiencing symptoms of substance abuse. But most importantly, the program helps those individuals find help and guides them to services where they can seek further help and assistance. As of today, more than 400 Narcan Leave Behind kits have been provided to the community from your Salinas firefighters. As we all know, EMS is changing, and our call volume is continuing to increase by 7 to 10% each year. We are committed to staying current with that change and maintaining an innovative approach to finding new ideas and ways that we can best serve our community. Thanks to your support, we continue to sponsor our EMTs through paramedic school, 2 of which are serving on ambulances here in Monterey County in their internship as we speak, and 2 more that are receiving their classroom training and will hit the streets here in the fall. We look forward to the future of EMS, and we're constantly assessing new ways to improve our services through new training, technology, response models, and partnerships with allied agencies. We care for everyone. And we're committed to providing quality care because that is what our community deserves. I know I've gone a little bit long here, but I would like to share a message for you from a patient that we served over the last couple of months, and it's a letter of appreciation that he would like to reach out to the responders. I'm 29 years old, and on the night of February 8th, 2025, my family and I went out to dinner just like any typical day. As we were settling in for the night, I started feeling weird. I felt lightheaded, and my vision began to blur. All I remember is sitting back down, my vision went out, and then I woke up in the hospital. As they rolled me down the hallway, I woke up and asked what had happened. They told me that my heart had stopped and I went into cardiac arrest at home. As I was waking up, I started to ask questions, and I was explained everything as how it had happened and how my family was doing. A Salinas firefighter had come into the room and asked if I was good and if I needed anything and if he could help my family. He let me know I would be okay, but a lot of this obviously was a blur. But there is one thing that I do remember through the experience. My first thought was thinking about my family. At the time, my son was 2 weeks old. I'm so thankful to be here for him, my children, and the rest of my family. If it wasn't for the fire department and EMS being there when they were, who knows if I would have made it. My family thought I was gone. I am so thankful for the medical personnel who performed those life-saving measures to ensure that I had made it through. I am thankful to be back to myself without any mental or physical problems. Because of their hard work and dedication, I can interact with my children, enjoy time with my family, and properly recover. I appreciate everyone who helped save me that night, and my family couldn't be more thankful. If it weren't for you all, I wouldn't be here today. Thank you all for your unwavering support and for your recognition of EMS Week, National EMS Week. On behalf of the Salinas Fire Department, I can promise you that the men and women that are behind me are doing a job that you can all be proud of, a job that our city can be proud of each and every day. We truly care for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Margaret, you're up.
Okay. I have the honor of helping all of us in the room and the Zoomers to celebrate National Public Works Week, which is also May 18th through 24th. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of the city of Salinas. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public work professionals, engineers, maintenance staff, administrators. And whereas Public Works Department personnel are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential to our residents. And whereas it is in the public's best interest for residents, civil leaders, and children in the city of Salinas to gain knowledge and maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of our Public Works Department and the programs that they offer. So this is the 65th Annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by American Public Works Association with the theme People, Purpose, and Presence. And I believe David is going to accept this award.
Thank you, Council, for this opportunity to speak, and thank you for the resolution, the proclamation. I would have had more staff here and show their support for this, but we have a full house now. So they're busy at their offices and out in the field. We do have 114 dedicated individuals that work for the Public Works Department, and they all appreciate this proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you, David. All right, now we'll do the photo ops. So we'll have everyone come up front. Council will gather as well, and then we will proceed. Or wait, should we? You want to do City of Champions first? Yes. Let's do that. Yeah, then we'll do that. Okay. All right, very good. All right, before we do the photo ops, we've got one more acknowledgement, and it's a special one, and I'll look to Councilmember Barrera to handle it.
Thank you, Mayor. You know what is with great pleasure, you know, a lot of times we talk about the City of Champions, and today we have a true champion. Can we give a round of applause for Johnny Gonzalez? You can tell when Johnny comes in, he brings his crew. Can I ask his crew to please stand up? There you go. You may be seated. You can also be seated, Johnny. You know, Johnny's a wonderful person, great human being. For the last 27 years, he's been a volunteer of the Firehouse Recreation Senior Program. And right now, temporarily, he's at the Bread Box. You know, Johnny has really helped a lot of people, and he's an awesome human being. I think if we can get his attitude, his spirit, Salinas would be a better city. And Johnny, I want to thank you for your 27 years of dedication, your exemplary service. As you can tell, I didn't write that word because I can barely pronounce it. I think it means good. Good service to the senior program at the firehouse, and I want to thank you on behalf of the city of Salinas because you're an awesome person. I have a lot of respect for you. And also this month, I'm not going to say how old Johnny's going to be, but it's his birthday. And Mayor, if we can, as we come to take the photo up, and I'm going to ask all the seniors and even the staff. You know what? Let's give the staff a great round of applause for the. You know what, Mr. Mendez and Ms. Lundquist, I think you have the best recreation staff there is. Not only in Monterey County, but all through Mexico as well. You know what, I appreciate your work, I really do. Every time I go to the firehouse, it's fun. It's a great place to go, even though I want to start taking the mayor more often now. And when we come and take the photo up, I'm going to ask if Chief Acosta is still here. Chief Acosta plays a big role at the firehouse as well. He's out there helping out, and yes, thank you, Chief Acosta. And Chief, when the mayor gives us permission to take the photo up, I would like you to personally come and give Johnny this award because you mean a lot to these folks, and I want to thank you for your service. Un aplauso para el jefe de policía.
Okay, well, why don't we start with our City of Champion and get the group up front for the photo. Chief, come on up, and then that'll be photo op number one. Why don't we even do one with the proclamation? There we go.
Ready?
Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right. Okay. We are now open for public comment on items that are not on the agenda and that are in the City of Salinas' subject matter jurisdiction. Comments on consideration, public hearing items, and the consent agenda should be held until the items are reached. This evening, because we are anticipating a lengthy meeting, public comment will be limited to 30 minutes. No. The public comment period will be limited to 30 minutes.
Give me 30 minutes.
Well, actually, everybody in public comment on this go-around gets 1 minute because we are expecting a lengthy evening. So public comment will be 1 minute. The consent and consideration items will be at their normal 2. And with that, we are now open for public comment. And 1 minute.
This is the day that the Lord hath made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Good after eve, everyone. I'm Kimberly Bryant, and I'm here to pray over the city, over the council, over the mayor, city attorney, city manager, and the city staff. It is the Lord's Prayer. Please pray along with me. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Thank you.
All right. Very good. I knew that fit in a minute. All right. Next up.
Mayor Donahue, Salinas City Council, City Manager Mendez, Larry Hirohara, Salinas Chinatown. I'm here with some of the Chinatown collaborators to inform you about the real conditions there and effects they have in our community. I really appreciate the personal calls I've received from Police Chief Acosta to reach out to see what's affecting our community. He suggests that we report any illegal activity so a record can be established for the amount of crime that occurs in Chinatown. I say this in response to the makeup of the persistent encampment population in Chinatown. Many are not marginalized, but are there for the drug selling and using trade. We cannot continue to tolerate this activity. Finally, listen and learn from the real people of Chinatown who are trying to make a living and create a vibrant community. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
Good afternoon. My name is Tommy Yamashita. I'm the current president of the Buddhist Temple of Salinas, position I've held for the last 6 years. We've been here 100 years, and we're dying now because all the homeless people that are just causing havoc around that temple. These people really need help. They are drug addicts. They have serious mental problems. They cannot take care of themselves. And they dump huge amount of garbage, everything around our temple. And because of that, our temple is dying, literally. And you have to stop these people from living the way they are. Please put them into a proper shelter. Take care of them. Do some concrete steps to solve the problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sharp, and I am with the Salinas Asian Cultural Experience. I'm a little nervous. Asian Cultural Experience of Salinas. I am one of the workers in the office on the corner of Soledad and Lake Street. I have been there in the office 3 to 4 days a week for about the past year. And I can tell you it is deteriorating. Last Thursday, I was in the office in the storeroom, and all of a sudden I heard something hitting our window. I go out in the main area of our exhibit area, and there is a gentleman throwing a homeless person against our window, kicking him and punching him. This is unacceptable. How can we have a business down there? How can we get people to come see us if this continues? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council member. My name is JC Gonzalez, and I'm with Urban Arts Collaborative, located in Chinatown since 2021. And I just want to echo what everybody said. We are building sustainable relationships with other organizations. We are in collaboration, and I hope that you find dignified ways to deal with the issues in Chinatown. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Donahue, City Manager Mendez, and City Council. I'm Jill Allen. Excuse me while I read. As the city continues to invest in homeless services, it is imperative that this investment be matched with greater transparency and accountability. The public deserves clear evidence that these programs are not only operational, but effective. We must be able to say with confidence and data that these services are truly reducing homelessness and successfully placing individuals into sustainable permanent housing. To that end, I urge the council to implement stronger oversight mechanisms with all funded service providers, but especially with SORT. Data collection must be reviewed monthly in partnership with city staff, not just internally by the providers. In addition, homeless services should be subject to independent third-party audits on a semi-annual basis to ensure integrity and accuracy of reporting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jill.
Mayor Donahue, City Council, City Managers, City Attorney. My name's Herb Wong, and I'm a lifelong resident of Salinas, and my parents had a grocery store on the corner of Southeast Market and Pajaro Street from the 1940s through 1970s. And on behalf of the Chinese Association of Salinas, located at the Confucius Church at 1 California Street, we only have one request of you. We would like the city to provide the same level of safety and cleanliness as afforded other neighborhoods of Salinas. We see currently trespassing, graffitis, littering, and trash left on the sidewalks and on our property. We see vandalism, multiple break-ins, and a lot of those were at the Confucius Church and at the restaurant that's been closed for a few months. Also, there are cars that are left abandoned, as well as public defecation on public property and on private property. Thank you.
Thank you.
According to the Americans for the Arts, it's understood that the connection a person feels to their community is paramount, not only for an individual's well-being, but in terms of the impact it has on their civic engagement and, in turn, the cultivation of future community leaders. In the same study, it concluded that cultural heritage is a resource for improving quality of life. Kaya gusto ko mag-call to action for the Salinas City Council to support the creation of a cultural center and Asian American Museum in Salinas Chinatown, and here are asked to save and improve the quality of lives of our brothers and sisters, nonprofits, and businesses in Salinas Chinatown. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members, City Manager Mendez, Mayor Donahue. My name is Jason Galinado Lagpawa. I'm on the board for Asian Cultural Experience of Salinas, as well as the Filipino Community of Salinas Valley, and member for FANS, Filipino American National Historical Society. Today, I ask you to actually revisit the 2019 Salinas Chinatown Revitalization Plan. Much of what's been mentioned today are all in that plan, but that plan was actually done in 2019. Here we are in 2025. Post-pandemic, a whole bunch of changes happened since then, and now I ask you to either do one of two things: revisit that plan, or think about a new plan that we got to do moving forward. I'm rooted and grounded in ethnic studies, and what ethnic studies has shown me is to answer these three questions. Who am I? Who is my family and my community? What kind of social change can I bring to my community? And today I stand before you advising that we kind of make some change within Salinas Chinatown. For me, being born and raised in Salinas, Chinatown, specifically the Filipino Community Hall in Salinas, has helped me shape my identity. And this is something that me as a person from Salinas would like to see going forward, not just for myself, but for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm a volunteer with Asian Cultural Experience. 30 years and 3 revitalization plans later, we're still stuck with a place that's scary and dangerous. I have a possible solution for part of it. It focuses on the people in encampments. I suggest we move them and we move the food and a possible place. And I heard the county and city have vacant land somewhere. If we move the homeless in encampments and move the food, many of them are drug users, then we can move the drug dealers. They'll still be there, but they'll be in a different place. It's possible that we could use 855 East Laurel, where we plan an affordable multifamily apartment building. And I heard the cost of construction is going up. It may be years before it's built. we could temporarily move them to that place. They could pitch their tents there, and they can get their food there. We could have mobile social services. I want to hear more solutions.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rene Astorga. I'm just a guy. I love Salinas, and you, the council, are not only beholden to the people of Salinas. You hear the complaints all the time, all that stuff. But I think everybody's beholden to God in a very strong way. So I would like to just read something real quick. If I were you, I would go to God and present my case to him. This is from Job 5. I'm not saying anything in particular here. He does great things too marvelous to understand, and he performs countless miracles. He gives rain for the earth and water for the fields. He gives prosperity to the poor and protects those who suffer. He frustrates the plans of schemers so that the work of their hands will not succeed. He traps the wise in their own cleverness so that their cunning schemes are thwarted. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Bill Leip, landowner here in the city of Salinas. Good evening, council members. Let's speak plainly. You've been put on notice. Governor Newsom has made his expectations crystal clear. Cities like Salinas must act or lose funding. That means ban and clear encampments, especially those blocking sidewalks and public spaces. Offer shelter and treatment first, then enforce. Use your share of the $3.3 billion to build housing, not excuses, and comply with the new law. 2/3 of mental health dollars must fund housing and treatment for the most vulnerable. We've watched this crisis spiral for years. Tents under bridges, wheelchairs in traffic lanes, children walking to school through encampments. We are not just witnessing the suffering, we're tolerating it and have been. That should end now. So council members, where's your ordinance? What is your shelter expansion plan?
Okay.
If it's not going to be you guys,
Thank
who
you.
will it be? We need to act now. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. Jose Guerra, Montbella community. First of all, I want to say, Mayor Donahue, again, you're disappointing everybody, especially me and my community. This 1-minute rule for our public comment, where you guys sit up here and make comments about anything for 10, 15 minutes apiece sometimes, it's incorrect. I'm sorry, it's wrong. Mr. Mendez, I'm surprised you and Mr. Callahan ain't talking to him and letting him know that's not incorrect to do. You need to take care of the people that live here. You're not doing that. You're not doing anything for farm worker housing. You're not doing anything about homeless people. You're not doing anything. It's a disappointment. Sorry to say, Mr. Donahue. And I'm sorry that everybody on the board here is scared to talk to you about it. I'm not. Come see me. Give me a call. I'll be happy to talk to you. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? All right. With that, let's check Zoom. Any Zoom hands up? Okay, no Zoom. All right. With that, we will close public comment, and we will turn it over to the city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Do any of the members of the council have any campaign contributions to disclose related to any item on today's agenda? Councilmember Barajas? No. Councilmember Barrera? Councilmember Diorigo?
No.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
No.
Councilmember Salazar?
No.
Councilmember Sandoval?
No.
And Mayor Donahue?
No.
Thank you.
All right. With that, we will proceed to public hearings, and we are going to look for Abe Pedrosa, and we are going to talk about the Franciscan Town and Country Mobile Home Park.
Good evening, Council. Abe Pedrosa, Acting Assistant Finance Director. This item is being presented pursuant to the Federal Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, or TEFRA. TEFRA requires that a public hearing be held and a resolution be approved by the governing body of the jurisdiction in which a project to be financed with tax-exempt financing is located. Caritas Affordable Housing Incorporated has asked that the California Municipal Finance Authority, CMFA, be the be the issuer of tax-exempt financing in an amount not to exceed $87 million of tax-exempt revenue bonds. The proceeds of the bonds will be used to pay the cost of the acquisition and improvement of various properties in multiple municipalities across California. Therefore, a TEFRA hearing will be required in all of those jurisdictions as well. The property in Salinas is located at 20 Russell Road and referred to as the California Hawaiian Project. The California Municipal Finance Authority is a joint powers authority formed to assist local governments, nonprofit organizations, and businesses with the issuance of both taxable and tax-exempt debt. The debt to be issued by the CMFA will be the sole responsibility of the borrower, and the city will have no financial or legal obligations or responsibilities with regard to the repayment of the debt. All financing documents will carry disclaimers that the loan is not an obligation of the city. The city will also bear no cost in the issuance of the proposed debt. This is a private loan with the borrower and their bank. At this time, staff recommends that City Council adopt the resolution in favor of the issuance of the bonds by the CMFA. Such adoption is solely for the purposes of satisfying the requirements of TEFRA, the code, and the California Government Code Section 6500. A representative from the CMFA is present and available for any questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Abe. Okay. Any questions from council? I'll start to my left. Margaret?
No questions.
Gloria?
Can you tell us, so that the public is here, how many homes are there in this? Oh, okay. How many families are we talking about?
Good afternoon. My name is Ben Barker. I'm with the California Municipal Finance Authority. There'll be 167 families that'll live in the mobile home park.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Aurelio?
No questions.
Okay. Jose?
Just one quick question. On the staff report, the last paragraph, with respect to the city, it is expected that a portion of the issuance fee attributable to the city will be granted by CMFA to the general fund of the city. Such grant was to be used for any lawful purpose of the city, end quote. What's kind of the anticipated amount that would come to the city?
So even though we're approving an $82 million TEFRA, there's really about $30 million that'll be spent in Salinas. And so roughly that's going to be about $15,000 to the city. Okay. But it depends on the total bonds that are issued. So it could vary.
That's all my questions.
Okay. Tony?
No questions, sir.
All right. Okay. We'll go ahead and go out to the public. Are there any comments on this item?
Oh, we still got a minute? Okay.
Oh, 2 minutes.
Oh, we had 2 minutes? We got one on there.
Okay. No, 2 minutes for all the consideration and consent item.
Hi, how you doing? Jose Guerra, Montebello community. It's really good to see someone actually trying to build something, but when is the ETA? When are we going to do it? How many are low income? Are they all low income? Or is that just, or we're going to tell everybody now and then we're going to sell them, or what's going to happen? And do we have an ETA when you're going to start? Do we have a price on them? Anything? Or we're just
Public
making
comment.
more reports, huh? Just a bunch of reports and wasting more money. All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any other comments? Okay. Bring it back to council. Margaret?
Oh, I have no more comments. Thank you.
No.
Okay. And then, Tony?
Move to approve.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any other discussion? Go ahead and call for the question.
Councilmember Barajas?
Yes.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember De Rigo?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Salazar?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Yes.
Mayor Donahue?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. Very good. All right. We will go ahead and proceed to the Republic Services Garbage and Recycling Rate discussion for 25-26. And it looks like it will be Jeff rather than David Jacobs. So, Jeff, go ahead.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Jeff Condit, Sustainability Analyst with the Public Works Department. This evening, I'm presenting the proposed annual adjustments to Republic Services schedule of fees and rates for fiscal year 2025-26. As you know, the city has an exclusive collection services agreement with Republic Services for municipal solid waste, recyclables, and organics collection services. Per Article 4 of the Collection Services Agreement, the Council annually reviews and adopts adjustments to the schedule of fees and rates based on the Consumer Price Index and additional pass-through costs. We will first review the proposed rate increase for a standard residential 32-gallon garbage service, which would include a 64-gallon recycling container and a 96-gallon organics bin. The proposed rate increase is 4.56% from $34.87 to $36.46 per month, or a monthly rate increase of $1.59. The increase consists of 2.33% for Republic Services operations based on the Consumer Price Index. The increase also consists of 0.68% for the AB 939 fee passed through from Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority, disposal fee increase of 0.40%, and an organic waste processing fee increase of 0.39%, also from Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority. There is a recyclable material processing fee increase of 0.08% from Regen Monterey, or the Monterey Regional Waste Management District. And lastly, 0.68% increase for the city franchise fee from the city of Salinas. Next, we will review the proposed rate increase for a standard commercial 3 cubic yard bin with weekly service. The proposed rate increase is 4.59% from $544.20 to $569.16 per month, or a monthly rate increase of $24.96. The increase consists of a 2.6% for Republic Service operations, also 0.82% for AB 939 fee, a disposal fee increase of 0.48%, as well as a 0.69% increase for the city franchise fee. And here is a further summary of the rate adjustment components. Again, looking at a standard residential 32-gallon weekly service, we see the breakdown of the proposed $1.59 monthly increase. You can also see the breakdown of a standard commercial 3 cubic yard bin with weekly service with a proposed increase of $24.96. So the city reviewed the proposed rate increase in collaboration with our consultant team, R3 Consulting Group. We found that the proposed schedule of rates and fees are within the terms of the Collection Services Agreement. In addition, we can look at the proposed rate adjustment for multifamily collection services. For curbside collection, it aligns closely with the standard residential rate for a 32-gallon garbage service with a 4.56% increase, or a monthly increase of $1.59. For larger multifamily units that include consolidated charges and utilize a 3 cubic yard garbage bin, we see that increase of 4.59%, or a monthly increase of $24.96. And then as part of our due diligence with R3 Consulting Group, R3 conducted a residential rate survey to compare our rates with 9 neighboring jurisdictions. That included County of Monterey, City of Greenfield, City of Watsonville, City of Monterey, and others. As you can see, our proposed residential rates fall below the average rate for our neighboring jurisdictions. And if we look at a 30 to 40-gallon garbage service, we see our rates stand at 3% below the average, or $1.09 less than the average rate. Then R3 also conducted a commercial rate survey. Here we found that our rates are somewhat higher than the average rate across the 9 neighboring jurisdictions. Looking at a standard weekly 3 cubic yard service, we find that we are 22% above the average, though we are not the highest rate across the 9 neighboring jurisdictions. And then lastly, although it does not pertain directly to this item, staff did wish to provide a brief update on the performance review that was conducted in 2024. Again, we worked with R3 consultants and conducted a performance review of Republic Services' adherence to the Collection Services Agreement. The performance review was conducted in 2 phases, with phase 1 identifying several areas of concern and a need of improvement, including the occurrence of overweight collection vehicles, the occurrence of outdated collection vehicles, staffing levels, and missed collections. Phase 2 of the performance review found that Republic Services worked to address all areas of concern and is now largely in compliance with the collection services agreement. They found that the prevalence of overweight collection vehicles reduced from 15% to below 4%. With regard to age of collection vehicles, they transfer vehicles from other stations, and currently they are in compliance. With regard to staffing, they did hire a general manager, and that general manager is overseeing a lot of the improvements that we're seeing. And they're in the process of hiring an additional sustainability coordinator, which will bring them in compliance. For complaints, they're currently at a 99% response rate. And missed collections, they've added drivers, and they've added routes to minimize missed collections. And they also analyze those routes to ensure that they weren't missing the same generators every time. So that really helped with the missed collections. So, in summary, staff recommends that the City Council approve a resolution finding the proposed annual adjustments to Republic Services schedules of fees and rates for residential and commercial customers for fiscal year 2025-26 to be within the terms of the collection services agreement. With that, I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Sandoval, why don't we start with you? Any questions?
Sure. I know that there was an audit, and we're talking about that there's been 99% compliance. There was the second part of the audit. Is that correct? Is that still in progress, or has that been completed?
The phase 2 of the audit, that has been completed.
Okay.
So that's what I was referring to, where they have become largely in compliance with the franchise agreement, the collection services agreement. That was based on the work that we found in phase 1 of the audit. And then through phase 2, we understood where Republic was at. They worked with us, and they've been improving their service.
Right. And do we have, will the copy of the audit be made publicly available?
Yes, I believe that's available at the Public Works desk or department, and available, and if needed, I can forward it to all of you.
Sure. And last year there was an agreement reached with Republic Services to come to a settlement agreement over fees due to various violations. Did we have a sum total of those fees that were waived or settled?
You know, I might. I'll let David Jacobs answer that question.
So, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the whole question. You're asking about fees from Republic?
Yeah, last year the city council entered into an agreement to settle fees that were owed or incurred because of violations of the.
Yeah, that was all settled by Republic for giving the first 6 months of rate increases for 24.
Right, and did we have a total number of fees that were waived?
I didn't have that calculated, but we can get that for you.
So we have correspondence to that effect, and I just want to make sure that it's clear. It wasn't fees that were waived. There were administrative penalties that were proposed to be assessed against Republic for alleged failures to comply with the collection services agreement. Through the reviews, the performance reviews, it was determined that they were in fact compliant with some parts and not in compliance with others, which is why we ended up with a different amount of administrative penalties than was originally discussed. And so we have that correspondence, and we can share that with the council if you need it again.
Great, those are all my questions.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Tony, anything from you, sir?
I don't have any questions.
Okay, Jose?
Thank you, Mayor. In your presentation, you mentioned some charges or some component being the Regen Monterey charge. How much of Salinas specific waste gets transferred over to Regen, and why isn't it transferred over to with the Solid Waste Authority, Salinas Valley?
That's a great question. Our recyclables are transferred over to Regen Monterey. Our organics and garbage waste goes to Salinas Valley Recycles, Solid Waste Authority.
All right. And then how much of the increase for this year is attributed to the SB 1383 pass-through costs from the Solid Waste Authority to Republic Services?
That's a great question. So the Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority, they did increase their AB 939 fees in order to account for costs that were put toward each jurisdiction for procurement of, say, composted mulch. And this was a state mandate that we purchase, each jurisdiction purchase a fairly large portion of composted mulch. So that fee was incorporated into the 939 fees that are passed on through the rate increase. It was a 13% increase for the 939 fees. Hopefully that answers your question.
Yes, that answers my question. Thank you. In your fee schedule, when a Salinas resident or business owner receives a bill from Republic Services, is the general breakdown, does it explicitly say AB 939 fee, or does it elaborate on what that is, on what the different components of the fee structure are?
You know, I might have to turn it, I don't believe so. It does not do that. No.
Well, it'd be nice to have at some point, communicate to, you know, the residents and the business owners how much of their year-over-year increase comes from unfunded state mandates, right? Just to communicate that more clearly, that this isn't necessarily an increase in cost of doing business. This is another unfunded state mandate that requires us to pass these costs along to the ratepayers.
Understood. Yeah, that's a great idea.
Thank you.
That it? Okay. Margaret?
Okay, a couple questions. Regarding the residential and commercial, can you tell me where the, like what percentage of growth is happening in those two segments, so residential versus commercial? I was surprised to see that, you know, residential was quite a bit lower than our other counties in the area or other cities, and that the commercial was a little bit higher. I'm just curious, like, is that being driven by amount of usage, or you kind of explain that?
If I understand your question correctly, you're looking at the reason why the rate increase went up higher for commercial as opposed to residential?
Well, I mean, I know it's very close. It's, you know, within a couple of percentage points, but I was just surprised that our residential rates are so much lower than our other cities. Is there some reason for that? Are we doing something spectacular to keep our rates lower, or are we going to get hit with the big one coming down the road? I just want to make sure we're keeping up with inflation and everything.
Understood. No, that was the way that the franchise agreement, the collection service agreement was set up, was to work to keep those residential rates as reasonable as possible throughout the process. So that was the way the collection service agreement was originally designed.
And then do you see commercial usage growing faster than residential, or about the same?
The usage?
Yes.
We have 27,000 residential generators and about 3,000 commercial generators.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
So if I can add to that real quickly, Mayor, the franchise agreement also specifies how much it can be increased by. So when the franchise agreement was established a few years ago, it's locked in, what Jeff was explaining, Salinas' intentionality to keep the residential rates lower, and it's going to increase per the franchise agreement. So they can't come in and say, I need a 20% increase, as an example. And the same thing applies to the commercial side.
Thank you.
Gloria?
We're talking about rates. So can you tell us, or maybe Mr. Jacobson, what does Republic do for our community? What do we get back besides getting our trash picked up? Can you tell us what other things you do?
Well, I'm happy to attempt to elaborate on that.
Maybe Christina can answer that? I don't know.
Potentially.
People need to, I think we need to know, what are we getting besides getting our trash picked up?
Am I allowed to pass it over? So I work closely with Republic Services on education and outreach, particularly with the SB 1383 compliance work. So we're going door to door to different commercial businesses throughout Salinas. We're also going to multifamily units and going door to door, explaining the 1383 regulations, encouraging people to recycle correctly, compost correctly. So I work directly with Republic's sustainability coordinators on those initiatives, those education outreach. They also perform public events on our behalf in attempt to education and outreach for the community. And then also we have district neighborhood cleanups, district cleanups. The first one is in District 1 this Saturday, and we have those for each of the council members throughout the year. And that's where anyone from that community is encouraged to bring large items, e-waste, that type of thing, to these community events. And that's all done by Republic on Saturdays. So it's been a strong partnership.
Okay, so we have our cleanups within the city district cleanups where, you know, the residents can bring from that district.
Yes.
And it's free. And we can take everything in these district cleanups.
Correct.
Tires, everything?
Oh, there is a restriction on paints and chemicals, but
Okay.
but yeah, e-waste, tires, large bulky items, that's all encouraged. It's an opportunity for residents to utilize Republic Services, this free service.
Okay, so this is a service that you're providing to the community. We need to take advantage of going to our cleanups, to all the residents that are here. Really, it's when you hear that your council member is having a district cleanup, please support us because this is for you, the community, and at no charge. So again, who's going to have a cleanup?
We'll be in District 1 this Saturday.
Oh, District 1.
And we have a cleanup schedule for each of the council members, and we'll make sure that you're aware of when and where.
And it's on the website and everything?
Correct.
On our city website? Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, Aurelio?
See, I have a question and 2 comments. I see that you're in the process of, because you opened it up, I'm going to ask now. I see that you're in the process of hiring an additional sustainability coordinator. Just wondering if you could just briefly mention what the kind of primary responsibilities are of that, and if it's new or existing. It sounds like it's an existing position, correct?
So that's Republic Services. We'll be hiring an additional sustainability coordinator. So they currently have 2 on staff that work with the local businesses and residents on compliance questions. And in my experience, they've been very proactive in encouraging folks to reach out to them with any questions or concerns about trash bills or the proper recycling and composting techniques and strategies. They also work with businesses on reducing the garbage service if necessary. If we can divert more of that waste to recyclable or to organics, that's a good practice. And so they go every week. We're going out to different businesses and educating. So that's what primarily the sustainability coordinators are there to accomplish. They also participate in all the events. We had 2 sustainability coordinators outside today at the do the tabling event with the EV truck outside.
And then in terms of the comments, I would particularly be interested in learning a little bit more about, because I saw it in your PowerPoint, the age, right? That seemed to stick out. The age of the collection vehicles, right? And so I know quite often some of these things or some of these expenses typically get deferred later down the road until it's absolutely necessary. So maybe at a future meeting, would like to hear a little bit about that, right? Because we know that it's a real existing cost. The other one, just would also be interested, and this would probably help me as well in terms of supporting, the proposed increase. Just organizationally, would just like to know, Republic Services in terms of their overall expenses, right? Because here we're seeing the fees, but when I look at a particular organization, typically I like to know a little bit more about the organization and what its expenses and overcosts are, as far as like the 3 that I usually look at, which is salary and benefits of the people that actually do the work, kind of like those administrative operational costs, and then third, the direct service side of it, right? Because we all see it, but in terms of looking at that through an organizational budget lens, we'd like a future presentation on that. That concludes my comment and questions.
Okay. Just one question, and Margaret kind of alluded to it as the city manager. So is it just kind of inherent structurally that residential will be lower and for Salinas and commercial, I mean, in terms of average versus the other jurisdictions, and commercial will be somewhat higher? Because normally I assume our volume or our size kind of drives things in a different direction. I mean, is there kind of just an easy answer why in this category we're higher?
You know, it was, again, the way the city manager explained it, it's the way the franchise or the collection service agreement was originally set up. And then every year we have a certain amount that is allowed to be increased based on the consumer price index and then any other pass-through fees. So the way that we compare to other jurisdictions, I'm not sure how much that was looked at when they originally set up the collection services agreement. But that's what we found when R3 did their analysis.
Okay, but it is not unreasonable to ask the question, shouldn't we be a little more, given our volume and size, is that something we ought to be looking at next go around and talking about with Republic?
Potentially. I mean, I think Chris can help out here, but there is, when franchise agreements go out, there is a cost. So the waste hauler will provide a cost at the time, and the city then gets to determine whether it's an appropriate cost, and those discussions happen then. And then you sort of lock it in, and these are long-term franchise agreements. And that doesn't mean that we can't reach out to Republic.
And I understand the overall package has to balance and make financial sense. I'm just kind of curious if that's an area we ought to be a little more mindful of going forward.
We can definitely have conversations with Christine and her team.
Okay, thank you. All right, that was it for my questions. Let's see. With that, we will see if there's any public comment on this item. And public has 2 minutes.
Gloria, we get 15% of gross revenue. Good afternoon. My name is Eric Peterson. In the interest of full disclosure, along with Bill Gates and Warren Buffett, I own stock in Republic Services. Bill Gates is about to give away $100 billion. We have people in Salinas who are not quite that fortunate, and even a 4% increase in their rates is a hardship. I would hope we would work for our citizens rather than Bill Gates. The report says that Republic is in the process of hiring another employee, sustainability person. Republic has got the resources to do whatever they want as fast as they want, and that person should have been hired already. Republic is an interesting entity. As an example, the stockholders meeting last year was online, lasted less than 10 minutes, and stockholders were prohibited from speaking. Pretty sleazy in my mind. Anyway, I'm hoping council will not rubber stamp this increase and will vote for the residents of Salinas rather than Bill Gates. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Jose Guerra, Montbella Community. I do appreciate what public service does. They do the airport, when you have the air show, they do a lot of cleanup for the city. They do Chinatown, they do several events that they do. I do appreciate that. But I'd like for them to be a little bit more transparent with their percentages of satisfaction to customers, because in Montebella, they make a lot of mistakes still. They miss a lot of garbage cans. They damage a lot of garbage cans. They have a lot of old GFI garbage cans they haven't swapped out. And the last time I made a concern with the young lady that was here, I think a few months ago, 6 months ago maybe, last year. Young lady sat over here, gave me her business card. I called her, never called me back. Another thing, when you guys drop the trash on the ground, please get out and pick it up. You leave it there, you run it over, the car behind it runs it over, everybody runs it over. You make my community ugly when you do that. And some of your trucks are still leaking fluid, so you have not 100% fixed all your vehicles. I can guarantee you that. And if Mr. Jacobs, please do your job, sir, and go out there and make sure they do. If they need to follow a certain protocol, make sure it's done. All you guys up here, you're all getting paid. Do your job, gentlemen, ladies, please. Don't just do it because you're getting reelected or something. or you're going to go run again, do it because it's your public service. And if you don't want to do it anymore, please resign. Someone else will do your job, believe me. I don't think it's that hard because some of you ain't doing anything. Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
All right. Anyone else from the public? Anyone on Zoom? Okay, there is no one on Zoom. We will come back to council for comments and potential motion. Andrew, we started with you. We'll start again.
Sure. I'm glad to hear Republic Services has made so much improvement from a year and a half ago. You know, I'm glad to see it. I have concerns. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, last year Republic Services made $2 billion in profit. And just because we can raise rates doesn't mean we should raise rates. That's all my comments.
I always struggle with fees and rates. I mean, it's a needed service. You know, as we get these emails, especially from the landlords that they're paying for this, they're paying for that, and it's an increase on everything. And even tenants in different apartments. I've gone to see some tenants in different apartments. Some managers are taking advantage of tenants. Now they're told to pay, they have to pay for the garbage in the apartment. So there's a lot of fees. It's needed, but I struggle with it. I'll be honest with you. I think Christina, where's Christina? Christina's a big partner of the city of Salinas. I know when I call her, and even throughout every district in Salinas, she's right there with staff and volunteers ready to work, and she's very good at customer service. So in saying that, I'm struggling with this. I know we have to do something, but I don't want to put no more fees or more rates on, especially businesses right now. Businesses are struggling. I went to 2 different restaurants in Alisal. Both of them says, you guys are going to shut us down just because of all these fees, and they're struggling. Somebody say, well, get out of business. Well, no, they shouldn't get out of business. We should figure out a way how to support them, how to help them out. So I want to see how my colleagues are on this, but I'm struggling with this rate increase. Thank you.
Councilmember Barajas.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to start off by thanking the Republic Services team. Aside from everything that was mentioned, I do want to give one quick shout out to Taylor Willis out in the back. She led the initiative with the Alisal Unified School District to do the food waste recycling program being implemented at all 12 school sites. So aside from everything that was just mentioned that Republic Services does, they do partner with our team over at the Solid Waste Authority and do a lot of in-person outreach and engage with our students in a lot of different ways. And I've seen firsthand them do, business-to-business outreach, conduct these assessments to teach businesses, you could probably be saving more on your rate by recycling adequately, right? So even though there is an increase in rates, there is an opportunity to save a lot, as a business, as a resident, by properly recycling and through these educational and outreach programs that they have. So just wanted to note that. Again, I do struggle with increasing fees year after year, but again, this is part of our franchise agreement, and as far as my understanding, not doing so would kind of put us in, not so great legal standing with Republic Services and open up a can of worms there. But yeah, and then moving towards the future, as I mentioned earlier, and would like to reiterate, in terms of providing our residents and our business owners with the transparency in what our costs originate from, if we could, moving forward or at a future date, incorporate, explicitly stating what percentage or what component of your fee comes from unfunded state mandates, and let them know, hey, this is AB 1383, here's your assembly member's number, here's your state senator's number. Let them know how this is impacting you directly by them making these unfunded mandates at the state level, that we don't have an ability to kind of absorb those costs ourselves and then end up getting passed along to the residents and businesses. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Aurelio?
Yes, so earlier I asked about getting a better understanding of the organization's expenses, right? And the reason why I asked that is, it's one of those things that I would really like to take a look at annually because there is a cost associated with this service. And so being able to look at the organization, if I see that the organization, if their costs go up like 2%, right, to conduct business, when it comes to considering rate increases, then I would think, well, if their expenses went up 2%, then maybe on the resident side, that would also be, 2%. But if I'm hearing from them that their operational costs have gone up 10 or 25%, then that also has an impact on how I look at supporting or not supporting fee increases. And so typically, I talk about things that are commensurate, right, with the work. And so just want to make sure that any increase that we support is also commensurate with like the changing of the time. So if their cost increases are going up 4.59%, then I would say that maybe fees also go up 4.59%. Ideally something a little bit less, but understand that there is a cost to this particular service.
Gloria?
Well, I don't think anyone is happy right now because everything is increasing. Every utility is increasing, food is increasing. So I just want to say that nobody's pleased raising the fees, but I have to support this. So I'll make the motion when we're ready to approve.
Okay.
Similar comment. I think it's tough for all of us to pass on rate increases to our community, and everybody suffers. I think that Republic Services overall does a very good job. I do agree that they leave trash cans on the ground wide open with stuff flowing out of them. So if they could do a little bit better job of placing them properly, that would be really appreciated by everyone in the neighborhoods, because I think that's a disservice to their reputation. But overall, I know they're good community partners. They're out there a lot, giving back to our community. So I appreciate the work that they do. Thank you.
All right. My understanding is this, and maybe if I can ask the city attorney to explain the situation a little bit, and then I'll make a comment, and then we'll proceed with the motion.
Sure, thank you, Mayor. So under your current collection services agreement, there are maximum service rates that the city has guaranteed to Republic, provided they're in compliance with the collection services agreement. It's in section 4.06 of that agreement. And so before you don't have any evidence that Republic is currently out of compliance with the agreement. So in my opinion, there would be no basis to not approve the proposed rate increase. As a matter of fact, if you do not approve this proposed rate increase tonight, subject to the maximum service rate commitment that you made in that agreement, in my opinion, you would be in breach of that agreement.
Okay. Yeah, so consequences being?
Consequences being that you would be in violation of the agreement by not approving this and could subject yourself to some damages on behalf of Republic's part, which would be the value of that increased rate.
So if I can also clarify, the council has a choice, but the 4.56% increase, like Jeff in the pie chart listed, 2.33 goes to Republic. The rest of the balance, part of it goes to the franchise fee that the city has. It's very common for cities that give franchise fees exclusivity to a company. There's a cost for that company. And then all the other fees that Councilmember Barajas even talked to about the organic fee, some of the AB 939 fees. So of the 4.56% increase to residential, 2.33 would go to Republic. So just to put it sort of in perspective, there are other fees that are being charged. We're a member of the Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority. They're supporting programs. We also have to pay for that. Our 3 council members that sit on that board that goes through them and all the other South County cities that are on that board.
Right, but this contract was negotiated directly with the city.
Yeah, the Republic contract itself goes with the city directly.
It's directly with the
Correct.
city, so, okay. So first of all, before final, is there a second for the motion?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. All right, just the, I think all of us are concerned about rising rates, and I think, I just for what it's worth, I'm going to support the motion, but I think we do need to reopen a conversation with Republic, sharing the concerns of this council, because you mentioned the Solid Waste Authority. Typically, when a rate comes from, as we've talked about before, most of us sit on some other body that also has taxing jurisdiction, but that can be multiple cities and folks involved. So the vetting of what's going on with that organization, staff, et cetera, should take place at that level before it comes forward. So this is a conversation that should take place directly between the city and Republic, and I think the entire council would encourage to share the concern with Republic. This body is concerned about fees and rates, and that we all need to be mindful of it.
So, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
if I can ask before we vote, so just on what the city attorney just said, does that mean every time this comes up, we can be in a breach or legal issues, or, I mean, are we going to be voting like that because we may get in legal trouble, or can we get out of that?
Not necessarily, council member. So we can always revisit the provisions with Republic Services, but the section says, let me just read it. The contractor shall, subject to compliance with all provisions of this section, receive an annual adjustment to the maximum service rate set forth in Exhibit 1 to this agreement, period. So if there is no evidence that Republic is out of compliance with the terms of the agreement, then the city has contractually obligated itself to approve those rates so long as they are within those maximum rates set forth in the agreement. If some evidence is presented that Republic is not in compliance with the provisions of the agreement, then you do have some discretion with respect to those rates.
With that said, who is the individual in the city that is looking at that, whether there is issues or not?
You have a couple of people. You have your city manager and you have your public works staff, but we also had that performance evaluation conducted, right? And that information is provided in your report, and it demonstrated that Republic has brought themselves into compliance with the terms of the agreement.
Yeah, I'm just going to point out that last year, you did not approve a rate increase because they were out of compliance. So the agreement worked. And the provisions, and the city, there was evidence through the report that they were out of compliance. Republic worked with the city to get back in compliance. So it's a little different this year as opposed to last year. But that's the whole point of a franchise agreement. You set some criteria and some parameters, some rules, and you try to follow it. The public works. The other thing, Jeff's been on board for about a little bit under a year, but 6 months. So now he's been working closely with the Republic team. So now we have that connection as well. So it's two ways, right? We're monitoring, and the Republic team is also. So we have a lot more eyes on it than we did before.
Additional discussion, Councilmember Sandoval.
Mayor, I just had a question. You mentioned in the future we could reopen. I didn't understand your comment about that.
Because it's a direct relationship, we would encourage the city manager, the appropriate city staff to talk to Republic about this council's concerns about rates in their organization. For instance, we might say, hey, do you really need a sustainability manager if it's going to result in X amount of cost increase, that type of thing. So, it's because we have to do the vetting, you would do at the Solid Waste Authority when you talk to that body about, hey, if rates are going to go up and we're sitting here representing Salinas, we want to know why when it comes in front of us. Same idea.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and call for the question.
Motion made by Councilmember De La Rosa, second by Dorigo. Councilmember Barajas?
Yes.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Dorigo?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Salazar?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
No.
Mayor Donahue?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, let me make sure we will proceed to the consent agenda. Matters listed under the consent agenda may be enacted by one motion unless a member of the council requests a separate vote or discussion. Members of the public may comment on the consent agendas collectively during their public comment. And then note for the record that item 25-187, the minutes were tabled. Would any council member like to discuss any item on the consent calendar? Councilmember Sandoval.
25161.
Okay, 161. Okay, thank you. Okay. Tony, did you have something?
162, 2025, and 25-179.
Okay, 170, 162, 179, and what was the first one? I'm sorry, Tony.
That's it.
Just those two? Okay, okay,
None for me.
okay. Anything over here, Gloria?
25-085, I have questions and comments.
Okay. All right, anyone else?
I have a question on 25-162, which has already been pulled.
Okay. All right, okay, before we get to that, we will, let's go Gloria.
Okay. Mr.
85.
Jacobson? Okay. My question on the levy for the maintenance assessment districts, did we get protest letters from?
Yes, this is only setting the date for the public hearings. And once the date is set, then we notify everybody that that is the date for the public hearing.
Oh, okay, so they'll get notified of
Yes.
this. Okay, and then what was the other one? No, just that. If they, that's it.
Okay.
No other questions.
Well, my items, everybody pulled my items, so I can stand here for a while.
Okay, okay, 161, so Andrew?
Yeah, can I get a quick briefing on what this item is? I have some follow-up questions.
You want a quick briefing
Yeah.
on this particular item?
Yes.
So we put together a project list of what we think we're going to need for services for striping and signage that would supplement our staff. We put a group together. We try to get enough quantity in the bids so that we can get a decent bid from the contractors. And obviously, when we put this out to bid, we didn't have enough quantity to get enough people in here, so we got one bid for the project. And that bid was quite a bit higher than the last time we did it. So we want to reject these bids. Moving forward, we'll try to do as much as we can with our staff. Also repackage it together. Instead of an on-call project list, we would go to a specific project list. So if we're going to do striping, we'd put together a striping project and say, okay, we're going to do a striping project, and hopefully get more people or more contractors interested in that because we're doing one thing rather than 4 or 5 different things within the bid. On-calls also aren't guaranteed how much work they're doing. When we put it together as a specific bid, they're guaranteed to do that much work, so hopefully we get a better bid.
Yeah, my only concern is that this will delay projects and city services. And do you think if we go out, I mean, my request is, I mean, I don't want services to drop for our residents. And by doing this and then going out to bid on each individual project, all I see is delay. And so is there a way that we could go, city manager, out to bid again in order to try to see if we can get some better rates as opposed to just...
Well, again, when you have a 500% increase over the last time we did this in 2019, that's telling us the contractors out there are too busy to deal with the on-call. So they throw a ridiculous number out there because then they can hire or give folks overtime to do the work. So if we do it again, we might get more interest in it. If we increase the quantities or increase the guaranteed amount that we're going to give the person or the contractor. All those things are being discussed in the engineering department and figure out how to best to move forward with this process. We're also looking at doing change orders in existing projects. So if we have a paving project out there right now that we're going to pave, and it's like, okay, they have a striping portion, we can talk to that contractor about increasing that line item up to 25% and do more striping with that. So we're looking at all different ways to move forward with doing the same work without paying the exorbitant prices that we saw in the bid that we received.
Yeah, the reason I mention this is because I like on-call, because sometimes we get those calls that, you know, that maybe our city manager or you need to address a little quicker, and our staff is just, you know, backlogged on so many projects. You know, I'd ask the council or city manager if we could possibly go out to bid again in hopes that we might get something different, you know, as another option, or maybe talk to find out why exactly the increase was so high. Have we talked to the bidders, the contractor who is currently doing the work, to see what caused this 500% increase?
We again, I don't know that they did talk to the contractor, but we can always rebid this and talk to the contractors and try to get more interest in it and ask them, hey, why are you doing this to us, or would increasing the quantities help? Because if we go by this, we'd have to cut how much we were planning to do by 60%.
Yeah, we definitely don't want to cut the amount of services.
So yeah, let Public Works is thoroughly evaluating the issue, the recommendation of the issue before you is the rejection of this bid, but we'll go ahead and explore it, and I'll report back to the council.
Okay, you'll report whether we go out to.
Yeah, I'll
on-call
report
again?
back to the council.
Okay. All right. 162, Tony?
Just on the sidewalks?
Yes.
Mr. Jacobs, doing a hell of a great job with them sidewalks. Throughout this whole city, the project is going fantastic. A lot of money, but I go throughout all the city and I see your fingerprint. And I want to thank you for your good work, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Margaret?
Thank you. I just had one question on the, and I apologize, I should have asked this of Renee when we had a one-on-one this week, but the transfer of the 661,000 from Measure X funds from CIP 9981 to 9720, can you explain what those two are, those two CIPs?
So the 9981 is a paving project that we're actually in the process of bidding. We talked to the Finance Committee about using some of the fund balance in the Measure X and other transportation projects and moving that into these. We were told by Finance we can only do that at budget time. So during the budget, we're going to transfer the money that we're borrowing from this CIP now back into it from the fund balance so that we can make the pavement project whole.
Okay, perfect. And I'm sorry, I did have one other question. The bids kind of was shocking. There was such a huge discrepancy, and then I was glad to see you got 9 bids, which was wonderful. But there's a huge, amount of money on the table there. I think Coastal Paving and Excavating, they're local, correct?
Say that, I'm sorry.
Coastal Paving and Excavating, they're a local company?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe so.
I know they're the lowest bid, which is great. That's saving us a lot of money. I just want to make sure that we get the quality of the work done that we need. And how do you quantify these? Because there was a huge discrepancy of $1.3 million or $3 million.
So when we get any bids in, we analyze them so that we can figure out if someone is padding their bids on one line item. sometimes a contractor will look at the plans and see a mistake. And so they'll increase that number because we didn't put enough square footage of concrete, and they know that that concrete is going to go up by 1,000 or 2,000 square feet. They'll increase their bid on that and decrease it someplace else. And by comparing all the different bids that we get, we can, usually that flushes out somebody that's trying to pad their bids in a different way. So it takes us a while once we get the bids to go through them line by line to make sure that the person that's submitting the lowest bid is the most responsible bidder by how he presented his bids.
Okay, and it's a little bit below the engineer's estimate. Is there, I guess, it's a not to exceed, I'm assuming, not to exceed bid?
Yeah, our engineer's estimates are based on the last bids that we received.
Okay.
So I can't hear when you're messing with this. Sorry. That's helping my hearing aids.
Oh, okay, got you.
So, and then they were messing with it. So I can't do that now.
I just was asking if it was a not to exceed bid.
Sorry. Okay, say that again.
Is the coastal paving and excavating a not to exceed bid? So that's the maximum that we would have to pay? Okay.
Yeah, again, there could be some change orders that come along during the process. We might come into some other ADA ramps that we want to do. If there's some striping, this is not this sidewalk, so they won't have any striping. But if there's some sign work within this, and we can increase those signs, we'll try to do that. If it saves us, or we have some backlog. So we try to do that once we get a bid, and if it's a low bid, we try to add different items into it so that we can make it whole and do better service for the city.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. And then, Tony, you are item 179.
Thank you. Ms. Lundquist, is this Army Specialist, is that right? Thank you. I just wanted to share, Mayor, if the City Council approves this today through the Department of Ms. Lundquist, I just want to share about Army Specialist Ricardo Ceros Jr., which if this council approves it, there's going to be a bust statue of him installed at the Central Park Memorial Rose Garden. So let me just share a little bit about this great human being. Special Army Ricardo Ceros Jr. was a Salinas native. He graduated from Everett Alvarez High School. On October 8, 2011, Ricardo Ceros Jr. was selflessly providing aid to a wounded ranger in a very vulnerable location when an enemy grenade came in his direction and rolled by his feet. He made the split-second decision to shield his wounded friend, another ranger, which was nearby, taking the full blast of the grenade. Where many others would have saved themselves, Ricardo remained steadfast, and with his last action, he saved the life of his partner, his Army partner. For his actions, he was awarded the second highest military honor, the Silver Star Medal. This young man, he could have easily ran. Think about it, a grenade on his feet, but his partner was wounded and he decided to cover him from harm. He lost his life and his partner lived. When you do see this bust, if this council approves it, it'll be at the Rose Garden at Central Park. You will know a little bit about this individual. So thank you for your service, and if there's something that you would want to say, Ms. Lundquist. Thank you.
All right. All right. With that, we will go out. Is there any public comment on the consent agenda? 2 minutes collective comments.
Hi, good afternoon, Jose Guerra, Monteverde community. I want to make a comment on 25161. I think we need to find someone else to run our Public Works Department. What we have now is not worked, it's failing. We're not getting anything done. I've seen many streets where we've put speed bumps and not paved the road. You used to have potholes there, you have roads in terrible conditions. I don't know how you would do that, just put a speed bump where there's a hole or something. I don't get it. And then on 162, on the sidewalks, I mean, we're not doing them fast enough. Where's all the money? I mean, collectively, in Monterey alone, you're almost at $10 million just in property tax. That's just property tax, $10 million. Where is that money being redirected or reallocated? We never get a report. We ask, what do you guys do with the money you collect? Nothing. Plus the additional park fee that we get for Parks and Recs, what, 600 and something, used to be 800. Actually lowered it. We get no information. We get nothing. I don't understand how you can run a city like that with no transparency, not letting the public know what you're doing with their money. And it's sad that nobody here really cares about it. We do in Montebella because we pay the most taxes out of everybody out here. And Salinas, that is. And my final comment would be for the gentleman that gave his life. God bless him. You know, we need more people like that. I know probably a lot of you wouldn't do that. I would. I grew up that way. That's the way I was trained. That's the way I grew up. And I hope he does get it. I hope you guys do vote for that. And thank you guys. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, City Council, Mayor Donahue. My name is Ignacio Fragoso. I just wanted to say that I believe it's good that we're, trying to get this project moving forward to repair our sidewalks. If I'm being honest, there's a lot of infrastructure perhaps that we need to take a look into. The budget for this is $1.5 to $1.7 million. And I just want the public to know that $600,000 is coming through Measure X. And Measure X is an increase in 3.8% in retail sales tax, provides $20 million annually, $600 million in the 30-year long run. And that's public debt. That's stuff that we're paying. And people need to realize that the city only visualizes increasing taxes. I understand property taxes and retail taxes are the highest form of revenue streams in our city. I understand we have high maintenance costs and we have to keep pushing projects forward. But I just want the public to know that. I'll give a brief example. I was trying to purchase a car lately. And the thing is, a lot of people tend to leave town to get private sales purchases outside of town, and that's economy that we're losing here because the taxes are really high on a purchase. So I just want the people to know that, I understand sometimes we just have to enact policy to get stuff moving forward, and I'm not completely against this, but I just want the public to know that. And I understand our city manager is in charge of these projects, and he has a lot of vested power in that. And I understand that's his job, but I just want to make sure we're using our money efficiently. I see how our Margaret was trying to portray that message, so that's pretty good. I just want the public to know that, this is our money, and we just want you guys to use it as best as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Name's Eric Peterson, and for this life member of Veterans for Peace and life member of Disabled American Veterans, and coincidentally because I was at the VA this morning wearing a T-shirt relating to my time, and I'd really like to thank Tony for what he said. Rangers are not chopped liver. Rangers don't run. And I really appreciate it. It's an awful reason to honor somebody, but it's somebody who certainly deserves being honored. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Eric. All right, anyone else from the public? All right, is there anyone on Zoom with public comment? All right, there is not. So I would, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So move.
Okay, so we have a first and a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, so we got that, okay. All right. All right. Any final discussion? All right, let's call for the question.
Just confirming the motion was for all consent items, consent agenda items 085, 161, 162, and 179.
That was the motion.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote. Councilmember Barajas?
Yes.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember De Rigo?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Salazar?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Yes.
Mayor Donahue?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. All right. Yeah, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute short break, and then we will go ahead and get started. And we'll make that a soft 5 minutes that does not exceed 10. Okay, all right. We will get started here. If I can get everyone back on the dais, we will go ahead and get started. Let's see, I'm waiting for, I need a city manager and I need one more council member. So as soon as we got them, we'll go. I saw Renee over it. Renee was over at City Hall. Okay, there he is. Okay. All right. Before we get started, as announced earlier, since I know some folks are showing up at this time, we will be monitoring the room capacity, which has been, that number's pegged at about 130 throughout the meeting, and ask for the public's cooperation. During the public comment portions of the agenda, if you wish to make a comment, please form a single file line, and once you are done, if there are no seats available, please exit the rotunda. We encourage public participation and engagement, but must ensure the public's safety. That exit will be to your left as you're facing the dais. Just for planning purposes, public comment on this item, everyone will get a chance to speak, and it will be 1 minute. So with that, we will proceed to the consideration.
I have a question. It was my understanding that the Brown Act requires that public comment be uniform throughout the meeting. Is that not the case?
I'm not aware of that requirement, council member.
Okay. Well, my request would be that we be uniform. We can't pick and choose what agenda items get 2 minutes and then 1 minute.
I'm not a spectator sport. I spoke to the city attorney before the meeting. All of the consideration items would have been one minute, and in order to accommodate the public and staff, I allowed the 2 minutes. Otherwise, everything would have been 1 minute. But on the basis of what the city attorney advised me, I allowed the 2 minutes for the other items. And so we will proceed with one minute and allow everyone a chance to speak. So with that, consideration item is we will consider adopting an ordinance repealing ordinance number 2663, 2861, 2862, and ordinance number 2863, and we will receive that report from the city attorney, Chris Callahan.
Thank you, Mayor. So before we get into a discussion on the proposed ordinances, I've been asked to speak to a couple of pieces of inaccurate reporting that were recently in the media. So it was reported last week that parts of the city's tenant protection and just cause eviction ordinance were found by the court to be unconstitutional. It's not correct. The constitutionality of the city's ordinance was never at issue. It was not a question before the court. It could not have been a question before the court in that particular proceeding, which was an unlawful detainer proceeding between a landlord and a tenant. The legality of the city's ordinance was also not at issue. It was not a question before the court. The court did not determine that the city's ordinance was illegal. The city's ordinances are therefore fully intact as originally adopted and as codified in your municipal code. No court has found them to be either unconstitutional or illegal. The city has not been put in a position since the adoption of these ordinances to defend any of these ordinances. The city was not a party to that case. So I just wanted to make sure to clear that up. I was asked by several of you and some members of the public as to what that meant, and essentially it was wrong. And so it does not affect what the city council will be considering tonight. The item that's before you can be considered without any hindrance. The second piece of inaccurate reporting is with respect to the action that you took on April 22nd. The council did not take action on April 22nd to repeal any ordinance. The only thing that the council did on April 22nd was to direct staff to bring back an ordinance to repeal the 4 rent-related ordinances, and that's what you have before you tonight, and that's what's up for consideration tonight. So I just wanted to make sure to clear that up. So as I mentioned, on April 22nd, this city council received a report on the city's rent registration and rent stabilization programs and directed staff to bring back as soon as possible an ordinance to repeal those 4 rent-related ordinances. That's the ordinance that's attached to your staff report and presented to you for your consideration this afternoon. In addition, the City Council directed us to return to you with a report on the establishment of a rental assistance program. That is the next item on the agenda that you will consider. It is not a part of this item that's before you right now. So a word about ordinances. They may only be adopted unanimously, they may only be adopted at the same night as they are introduced if it receives unanimous consent of all 7 council members. If it does not receive unanimous approval tonight, whatever the ordinance may be, it will be brought back at your next regular city council meeting for adoption. So if an ordinance is introduced tonight, it will come back on June 3rd for adoption. They need to be considered only at regular meetings. They cannot be considered at special meetings, which is why it's being introduced potentially tonight and then potentially adopted on June 3rd. So a couple of other points I want to make. As we potentially unwind this program, depending on the direction that the council takes, there will be several other questions that this council will be presented with and your staff will be presented with, one of which will be the fee resolutions that this council approved with respect to the rent registration and the rent stabilization programs. Depending on the action that this council takes tonight, we may have to bring those back for your additional consideration. They are not part of the action tonight. They may be part of an action presented to you at a later meeting. There will also be some questions related to the unwinding of these ordinances. Should that be the direction that the council takes, your city manager and I will work through those issues and come back to the council with any questions should there be a need for council direction. So with that, council members, we are available for any questions that you may have with respect to the item presented to you at this time.
Okay. Andrew, we'll start with you.
This is on the entire item, or are we talking about what you just presented?
What you're talking about right now, council, is the consideration of adopting an ordinance to repeal ordinances 2663, 2681, 2682, and 2683, and it is only that discussion.
Right, and there will be, this is the entirety of the presentation?
Yes.
Okay. All right, well, I have one initial question because I thought we were going to get a presentation, Mayor, so I will need some time if you can come back to me. But when will if the council decides to repeal these ordinances, when will that go into effect? I know we're going to come back on the next scheduled council meeting, but when will the actual repeal go into effect if the council so votes?
So ordinances take effect 30 days after adoption.
Okay. Tony?
Yes, I just have. Thank you, Mayor. Are you going to be answering the questions, Mr. Callahan?
Depending on the question, council member.
Thank you. You know, in your report, you're talking about whatever this council decides on, whether to repeal or not, the frequency of rent increases, legally, how often can a landlord, and I'm going to ask you questions just for the public's sake, because I did read your report and I understand it, but I thought it'd be important for them to hear this. As far as rent increases, how often can a landlord increase your rent?
So under your current rent stabilization ordinance, Councilmember, it's one time per 12-month period. Under state law, it's different.
Yes.
It's up to 2 times per year.
2 times per year. And during those 2 times per year, a landlord legally, how much can they raise your rent?
In the aggregate, it's a maximum of 10%.
So instead of percentages, if I'm paying $2,000, how much more? 10%.
It depends, because they can increase it a maximum of twice per year, but there are also some criteria that it can't exceed the CPI. So it's difficult to answer that question without the additional facts of what the CPI adjustment factor is.
So if this council chooses to repeal this, and I don't want to be redundant on this, but on these ordinances, if they are repealed, where can a tenant go for assistance, especially if they have, and I'll be honest with you, I'm in District 2. I see a lot of properties, that they don't take care of them. They just don't. So where can a tenant go? And I've heard from tenants, Mr. Callahan, say that they're afraid to report something wrong with their apartment or house because either the rent might go up or they might get evicted. That's common out there in District 2. So where can a tenant go for support, for some help on this?
So a couple of things. You mentioned housing and habitability concerns. Those concerns can always be brought to the city, right, through our code enforcement department. So if any resident feels that their property is not being maintained, has habitability issues, they can raise those issues directly to the city, and your code enforcement department or division does a very good job of investigating those things. If you're talking about if the ordinances are repealed and there's a dispute between the landlord and the tenant, there are different agencies within the county that provide support. CCA is one, CRLA is another, legal services for seniors is another. If folks can't afford, for example, to hire their own legal counsel to represent them in that dispute.
Yeah. And in your report, Mr. Callahan, if this council does repeal these ordinances, how long will it take to wind down all these programs, everything that we've been discussing?
It will take some time, and the city manager may be able to assist me with this because there are some staff associated with this program. The resolutions will have to be brought back for the city council to consider. There are some other questions that we anticipate will come up with respect to the amounts of money that have already been paid and what happens with that. You have contractual obligations with your vendors that we retained in order to support this program, and so we'll have to terminate those contracts. So it will take some time, and the exact amount of time, Councilmember, I can't say, but it will take some time.
When you say sometime, months?
Probably a few months, Councilmember.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. I'm done.
Thank you, Tony. Okay, Councilmember Braz.
This might be a question more for Lisa, perhaps, but I don't know if someone from community development or the city manager wants to take this one.
She might not be here, so why don't you maybe ask your question, and if we can field it, we'll field it.
Okay. When's the last time the city of Salinas complied with its RHNA goals? For any cycle or on any given year, when's the last time the city met our RHNA housing production goals?
Okay, let me find that out, but we'll answer that.
Okay.
Lisa is available, so if you can just ask another question, then we'll get back to it if you have other questions.
Okay. No, that was largely contingent upon that, so I'll wait for a response to that before I continue. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Aurelio, any questions?
Yes, and this is going back to the story that ran on KHBW last Friday, and so I want to go back to the KSBW story that ran on Friday, and I'm going to read an excerpt from that story, right? So they stated, California Court of Appeal decision in the San Francisco Apartment Association versus the city stating that local governments cannot impose requirements already covered by state law, and then that was in reference to AB 1482. So again, that was in error by our local media.
I wasn't at the hearing, so I don't know what was said. I did review all of the papers that were filed in that case, and I know that that case was cited in one of the attorney's papers, but it does not show up in the court's order as being a reason for the decision that they made, which was a procedural decision and not a legality decision.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Gloria.
I have no questions.
No questions, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Andrew, did you have an additional question or questions before we head out to the public?
Yeah, when the news story came out, I went to the courthouse to review the documents, but I couldn't find any record. Are those case files actually public record?
Generally, unlawful detainer records are, the access to those is more restricted. There's a state law that limits those who may have access to that information.
But to be clear, there's nothing that, in those documents that said that that was ruled unconstitutional, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And if these ordinances are repealed, how many households in Salinas will lose possible protection from rent increases or no-fault evictions under the ordinance? Do we have an estimated number of residents?
I don't have an estimated number of residents, but if I remember correctly, and perhaps Lisa Brinton can help, I think it's 8,000 units total that are covered by this.
Good evening, Lisa Brinton, Community Development Director. The EPS study identified 8,800 rent stabilization units. That was an estimate based on census data. I do not have the number in front of me, but I believe we confirmed that it was pretty close to that. We had over 11,000 units registered, and about 3,600 of those were rent registration numbers. I'm going off the top of my head. I probably shouldn't be quoting numbers, but the EPS study was 8,800 estimated.
And that's for rent stabilization. How about the tenant protections? Is those affected as
So they identified 22,000 units total. I mean, yeah, 22,000.
And so it doesn't just, the tenant protections did not just apply to multifamily residential units?
So my understanding with the ordinance is that it applies to all units.
So all rent, so
All rental units, that is correct.
all rental units would be protection, subject to those protections. There was some talk about CRLA, CCA, and services for seniors. Do we actually know the capacity for them to service our residents or the qualifications in order to get services from CRLA, for example?
So we haven't recently been in conversations with them regarding their capacity, but they have, through our community development block grant programs, been one of our community service providers, including ECHO. And so we would have to follow up with them in terms of their capacity, but they are part of our resources. When we do receive inquiries, we refer them to those agencies for assistance.
And do we know specifically what services, just because we keep referring to them as, you can go to them and get services.
Mm-hmm.
So do we know what services CCA provides?
So it would be tenant-landlord mediation. So most of the agencies have a spectrum of services, beginning with counseling, mediation, referral to other legal services if they do not provide those directly, and it's an escalating situation.
So do we know if by the city removing some of the tenant protections or landlord mediation, that they'll be able to take on what the city is able to take on? Like, are we going to lose, are residents going to lose any services since the city's not providing them? Are they going to be able to pick up the slack?
So we still have housing staff that would be available to provide referrals. So before the rental registration program and rent stabilization program, we did provide resources. We contracted with these providers through our community development block grant program to serve the community. So we would still be able to, either through the city website, through hotline, refer individuals to those services.
And just going back to the rental registry, because it's not a topic that's been discussed a lot at the council, it's mostly been about the rent stabilization or the tenant protection. Can you kind of explain what the rental registry did and how it kind of improved transparency and accountability?
Sure. So the intent of the rental registration program when it was established in April 2023 was really to understand our rental market, how many units we had out in Salinas, and establish those relationships with those property owners. And so that was the original intent. There was also discussion with an advisory committee at that time, 2021 to 2023, to consider a second part of that, which would be a rental inspection program. However, there was not support for that program at that time, so we just moved forward with the registration, which is giving us market data as to the housing stock in our community.
Thank you. Do we have any demographic data on who would be most affected if we repeal these protections?
Not specific data, no, but you can anticipate that it would impact those that are most rent burdened, meaning that they already pay 30% or more or more than 30% of their income goes towards rent and utilities. So you do have a population that you could anticipate would be most impacted, but there would be no data to support that.
There's been some concerns or some comments about the level of community outreach and community engagement and people's ability to participate. Could you speak to that? Do you think that's an accurate representation that the city did not do outreach or did not make attempts to communicate or share that information?
So I think it would help to have some clarity, Councilmember Sandoval, as to what time frame or specifically regarding what program you're questioning the engagement. Is it the rental registration, the establishment of the stabilization, or this repeal process?
The rent stabilization and tenant protections.
For when it was originally stood up. So there was at that time, so we received direction, I believe it was June of 2024, and starting in that time frame, we began by establishing a technical advisory committee that was comprised of tenant representatives, landlords, developers, property managers, and we met, I want to say 5 to 6 times, reviewing the proposed ordinance as well as the EPS study. In addition to that, we had community meetings that were held at the Police Activity League that were in both English and Spanish, both drawing at least 80 to 100 individuals to discuss the ordinance and to provide their input.
And now, speaking to the repeal, what's getting us to this day? How much community outreach? How many news releases, how many posts, how many outreach to the community was done?
So at this time, pending council direction, we're not conducting outreach in terms of the repeal because the council has asked us to bring back a draft ordinance for consideration of repeal. So beyond that fact that council has provided that direction, there is not much outreach to do at this point. We did reach out to ECHO to see if they could provide support regarding education and outreach related to AB 1482. But we were also waiting for council action so that we can provide accurate messaging and understand the type of service or direction that we're being given.
Right, I remember prior to me being on the council, there was council direction to repeal the cruising ordinance. Similar process, right? Repeal the ordinance, but for that one, I remember there was extensive outreach and almost seemed like a requirement to have a subcommittee and community meetings and town halls and surveys. What do you think made this process different than something as, I don't want to say as insignificant because it was something that affected our community, but why do you think we didn't do that type of community outreach?
So I'm going to jump in right here. Staff is going to respond and react to council direction. So I think that's the difference. We were not directed to do an extensive outreach. We don't typically outreach based on council direction. Hey, by the way, your council is considering X, Y, and Z, unless you ask us to. That's not, I don't think, an appropriate staff response. If you were to ask us to do that, then we would have done it. Because we're not here to anticipate and, just speaking very bluntly, put the council in sort of a compromising position. You give us direction and we'll respond accordingly. So I think fundamentally that's the difference. There was a lot of direction for an incredible council community outreach last year. This time we were given direction to bring this back based on what you decide here. Then obviously we're going to have to message, because we, like our city attorney mentioned a little while ago, there's a lot we have to do based on whatever direction you give us today.
All right, well, thank you. And just to clarify, what I'm getting at is the council ultimately made the determination not to conduct outreach or did not give direction, and that's the reason we didn't do it, correct?
We were not given direction to do so.
All right, I reserve for comments.
Okay, thank you.
We need to go back to Councilmember
Yeah.
Barajas' question.
I think the answer to that is we haven't met it in the past. So we've struggled to meet our arena allocation. There's very few actually cities that have been able to meet it, just because in some of the environment and atmosphere that we have in Monterey County, but we have not.
If I could just add, the number has gone up exponentially. So for our last cycle, it was just over 2,900. Now it is over 6,600 units for the 8-cycle period.
And is the RENA number, is that a ceiling, or is that kind of like the bare minimum of what the state has determined that we need to build in order to
That is the
save,
minimum.
right? So aside from not meeting the minimum for a number of years in terms of like our housing production goals, what is the principal attributing factor to high rents in Salinas? What would you attribute it to? Is it a lack of supply, or what would you attribute our high rents to?
I would say lack of supply and our geographic location. I think those two combined. And when you add industries that have low-paying wages, they're just unable to keep up with the demand for rent given the housing supply and the cost of living in our area in general.
Thank you for that. I'll reserve the rest for comment.
Okay, very good, all right. All right, with that, we will go ahead and open up for public comment. It will be 1 minute, single file line, just a reminder of the instructions. If there isn't a seat, please exit to the dais' left. Then just in terms of decorum, this is not a spectator sport, so I'm not, no applause, et cetera, et cetera. Obviously, it's a very festive evening with a lot of signs, so I understand, so the signs are in the house, but please respect everyone's right to speak. With that, we are open for business. Public comment, 1 minute.
Hi, I'm a voter in District 4, and I'm unhappy with the falsehoods that have been spread on this issue. It seems that the only way to justify the repealing of this ordinance is by spreading lies. And we know that rent stabilization is not rent control and does not limit housing stock. We know that landlords were involved and were heard in the process. We know that 2.75 is the annual limit needed in Salinas to stabilize our out-of-control rents. We know that they've increased 37%, while wages have only increased by 5% in the last 25 years. We know that 57% of renters in Salinas struggle to pay the rent and have been bearing the burden of the housing crisis for decades. We know that rent stabilization can boost our local economy. We know there's no reason to choose between rent stabilization and building increasing supply. We need the rental registry and renter protection so that the city can enforce basic rights for renters. And if you vote to repeal these ordinances after just 4 months with no outreach and no data, then you are not doing your job to represent the people of Salinas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bill Freeman. I'm here to oppose the repeal of this rent stabilization. The average salary in this town is $34,000. Over 53% of people in Salinas rent do not work for just the top 1% who got you elected. Help the people who need the help. The vast majority of the people just want what is best for their families, what's best for their children, and to be able to afford rent. Average rent here in Salinas is $19.28 a month, and most people spend more than that on rent a month, and they can't afford anything else. So some people in our town are homeless because they can't afford rent, but they're working and sleeping in their cars. There's no reason to repeal this. Do something for the people of this city. Si se puede.
Thank you.
Mayor, Council, good evening. My name is Anil Babar with the California Apartment Association. I want to applaud the decision that you made here 2 weeks ago, choosing to repeal these ordinances before they had the opportunity to damage the Salinas housing community. Your decision averted rents from going up and supply decreasing. That's not me saying it. That's a study by Stanford University that analyzed San Francisco before and after rent control was passed. What you've also done is prevented the conversion of lots of units from rental to ownership and from rental to condominium. And that's what we saw after Mountain View passed their rent control ordinance, and we saw thousands of units being converted in that city almost overnight. Your recognition of the negative impacts of rent control is following a statewide trend of voters who have rejected rent control 3 times in the last decade, and cities across the state who have rolled back rent control or eliminated it altogether. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members, mayor, city staff. Thank you for your time. My name is Adam Pinteritz. I'm with the Monterey County Association of Realtors. We've been talking a lot about data and evidence, and I'm here to present you with data right now. As I've discussed at previous meetings, we had spikes in sales whenever there was a progress made on the implementation or the passage of these ordinances. And since January, since the implementation, hundreds of units went up for sale, most of them in East Salinas. I told you about that at previous meetings. Since in the past 2 weeks, since you've changed direction, only 3 more rental units have gone up for sale that I'm aware of. It has slowed down. We're going in the right direction. We are saving housing from being turned over and rents from going up. This is how the natural market works. We need to build our way out of the housing crisis. We cannot regulate our way out of it because regulations do not create housing and regulations do not actually lower any rents. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Ed.
My name is Philip Rivera, and I was born and raised here in Salinas. And I want to let everybody know on the council that more than 50 years ago, there was 3 of us, East Salinas residents, who got together so that you would be able to sit where you are sitting and represent the districts that you represent. And this afternoon, over the last week and a half or so, I've driven all over this town. And I have not seen an area in this town that's not impacted by some form of high-density housing. We elected you to represent our interests. Right now, they're not. They're not being represented. And you have to give the ordinance a chance to work and tweak it and play with it as we need. It needs to be tweaked or played with. And by taking action, you can give any time to anything.
Yeah, thank you, Philip.
Good evening. Name is Eric Peterson. Please support your constituents. Please support your residents. We've got an awful lot of hardworking people here who are barely making it, and they need your help, not opposition. Thank you.
Buenas tardes a todos, miembros del concilio, el alcalde. Mi nombre es Jesús Estrada nuevamente. Soy un organizador de Bueno, buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Jesús Estrada, soy un organizador de vivienda con centro de abogacía de la comunidad aquí en Salinas. Hoy estoy aquí para expresar mi sentimiento. En mi opinión, no es posible, y de la comunidad, no es posible que ustedes quieran revocar las 4 ordenanzas. ¿Por qué no revisarlas de una por una junto con los propietarios y ustedes? ¿Sí? Es lo que yo pienso y quiero expresarle. También quiero decirles, afuera hay muchas familias, incluyendo niños, personas mayores y personas con discapacidades, que están preocupadas y atentas.
Take an extra few minutes. Take an extra second, 10 seconds.
Okay. Que están preocupadas y atentas a la decisión que ustedes tomarán hoy con respecto a las ordenanzas sobre estabilidad de renta y protecciones para los inquilinos. También para recordarles que independientemente de la decisión que tomen hoy, esta será parte de una historia que la comunidad recordará. Esa historia puede ser positiva o negativa, pero lo cierto es que la historia juzgará cada uno de ustedes. Muchísimas gracias.
Okay.
Gracias.
All right, that was, we've stalled him a little bit in the beginning, so I wanted to make sure he got his chance to finish up.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. City Council, Mayor, my name is Jesus Estrada, and I'm here again, and I'm organizer with CCA here in Salinas. Today, I'm here to express my feelings and give my opinion that it is not possible, and the community feels this way too, that you can repeal 4 ordinances without any revision. You should sit down with the landlords and revisit it. Also, I want to say that outside there's a lot of families, there's a lot of children, people with disabilities, and they're all worried what is going to happen with this ordinance, with the rent stabilization and tenant protection. I'm going to say that this is going to be something historic. It can be positive, it can be negative, but you are going to be remembered for this, and you're going to be judged for this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Amy Salmina. I am here urging you to repeal all of the rental ordinances. As we all know, we have increases of all of our utility expenses that you guys have voted on this evening. All of the expenses for every person in this room are going up, and we have a lack of housing that we have evidently not provided our city, which is causing our rents to be extremely high. The city's primary responsibility is to provide current core services, public safety, infrastructure, sanitation, and community development. It's not the policy to punish one group to benefit another. What we need to do is work together on a solution that clearly was not working or proven to work at some point. We have a better way to do this. We need to do an assistance program. Since 2019, more than 40 cities have come together for a rental assistance program to actually make a difference. Since 1970, 15 cities have rental stabilizations ordinances, and they don't work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Mike Hanley, and I'm the broker-owner of Town & Country Realty. Tonight marks my 3rd appearance before you advocating for the full repeal of the rent stabilization ordinance and property rental registration program. These regulations compel a critical question. Should our city government be directly intervening to control market dynamics? Or should it focus instead on creating a climate that encourages investment, development, and growth? I firmly believe that fostering a business-friendly environment is the most effective path to increasing housing availability and stabilizing rents. Encouraging private investment not only expands housing supply, but also boosts local employment, supports economic growth, and ultimately enhances city revenue. Increased revenue will help fund essential improvements to our streets, sidewalks, and infrastructure, benefiting every Salinas resident. I respectfully urge you to support the full repeal of the rent stabilization ordinance and the property registration program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Good afternoon, Mayor Donahue. And my name is Patricia Padilla Salzberg, and I'm here today simply because it's very important that we thank those that support us. I want to thank Councilmember Andrew Sandoval for asking the right questions for us to understand really what's happening. And I also want to thank Councilmember Tony Barrera for the last meeting. What you did was right. What both of you are doing is doing what we need you to do to stand up for us and to support us. And I wish the rest of you would do that. Listen to what your constituents are saying. District 4 is where I'm from. District 4 needs your support. So I plead with you, Councilmember Gloria de la Rosa, support us. There's many apartments, and you know the renters really need your support. So I ask you to please consider supporting the people that depend on you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Consejería Municipal, Alcalde Donahue, Pueblo de Salinas. Mi nombre es Ignacio Fregoso y yo nomás quería decir que yo también soy un individuo que viene de una familia inmigrante. Entiendo el sufrimiento del pueblo campesino y tiene validez y tienen razón aquí de estar divulgando sus dificultades. Yo nomás le quiero decir a nuestro pueblo que no hay que entrar tanto en el dogma y en una política dogmática porque eso nos divide fundamentalmente y tenemos que entender que quizás una política derivada de la emoción a veces no es necesariamente buena. Tenemos que entender que Salinas estaba muy hipotecado y han incrementado la deuda pública y han subido mucho los impuestos de las propiedades y eso se reflexiona en el costo de las rentas. Y hay que acordarnos también de los jóvenes que no tienen un camino viable al futuro aquí en Salinas. Y finalmente quiero acabar con las palabras del gran presidente John F. Kennedy, que lo dijo en su tiempo. Pregunta no lo que tu país puede hacer por ti, sino pregunta por lo que tú puedes hacer por tu país y por tu comunidad. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Mayor, council members, I am here. My name is Ignacio Fregoso, and I'm here because I'm also an individual that comes from a family that are immigrants. I hear these field workers, they're suffering, they have all the right to come here and tell you their struggle, all their struggles. But this is not a political dogma. It is something that we have to divide from the emotion. Right now, Salinas, our public debt is really high, and maybe that is why rents and properties are so high also. We have to think about all the youth. We have to think about how are they going to have a viable future. And we have to think, and also I want to finish with the words of John F. Kennedy that say, do not ask what the country can do for you, but what you can do for your country and your community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Mark Foley. Good evening. I have many tenants, have shared experiences and concerns, often about things that are already illegal under state law. For example, raising rent each month, raising rent without proper notice, turning off utilities, threatening tenants. These things are not okay, but they are also not less of a problem now than they were before. Rather than wasting time and money implementing redundant laws, we should focus on educating tenants about their rights under state law and enforcing those laws. We already, well, as we all know, under AB 1482, landlords across the state are already limited in raising rent to less than 5% plus the cost of living, or 10% in any 12-month period. Existing statewide increases provide tenants with protection while taking into account the increases in cost of living in a way that is equitable to both tenants and landlords. Eviction Protect 1482 protects tenants from unjust evictions, and in the case of no-cause eviction, requires landlords to provide a relocation fee, usually 1 month's rent.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Judy Myers. I've been here before, and I'm here to talk about one house. One house that was owned by a lady, my friend. She lived in it most of her life, and when she went into an assisted living facility, she had to rent that house to support what it cost her to stay there. She passed away in December. I inherited that house. My daughter needs a house to live in. She works in Salinas. She was born in Salinas. In order for her to live in the house that I inherited by my lifelong friend, I have to pay the tenants that are living there that help support my friend over $10,000 to move out. So my daughter can move in to this one house. It's not an apartment complex. I've never gouged rent. I never raised rent once on those people, not once. But now for my daughter to move into what is now my house, I have to pay over $10,000. That is not right. That is not right. Please repeal it.
Thank you.
Okay, so, good evening, City Council. So I want to refer to, if this repeal is passed, in the document, it says in Section 8, it talks about severability, and it says that if the City Council declares that it would have passed the ordinance, all of the sections could not be declared invalid or unconstitutional. So I want to make two comments that would make the finality of this appeal. And the ordinance did not, the previous ordinance didn't get the opportunity to add such a severance clause. Also, I want to say, in May of 2023, the Board of Supervisors requested a tenant and eviction report, which was heard today. And I think that you should, before you make your decision, you should view that.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Jesús Verduzco, vivo en el Distrito 3. Estoy aquí para apoyar las ordenanzas de estabilización de renta y las protecciones de los inquilinos. Son importantes para mí porque benefician estas ordenanzas. Yo ya he tenido la experiencia de ser desalojado y no tenía los apoyos de la ordenanza. Estoy retirado y difícilmente pago la renta. Con un ingreso fijo es muy difícil que me suban la renta de repente. Fui campesino y sé que no se gana mucho. Hay muchas más personas en la comunidad que se les hace más difícil pagar la renta. Ayer escuché en Radio Bilingüe que la vivienda es una fundación para tener buena vida y tener buena salud. La vivienda estable es necesaria para que muchas personas en la comunidad.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jesus Verduzco, and I live in District 3. I am here supporting the ordinances of rent stabilization and tenant protection. I have been evicted before. I know how it feels. And I am a person that is retired. So it is really hard to pay rent with a fixed income. And if they increase the rent, it is harder. I'm a field worker. I know that as a field worker, you don't earn a lot. And I know that a lot of people are having a hard time paying the rent. I heard in a bilingual radio that they say that having a house is the foundation for a good life, health, having a stable home is what helps a person be able to be healthy and have a good life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas noches a todos ustedes. Mis respetos, en primer lugar. Conozco a la mayoría. Miren, estoy aquí por una razón muy importante. Me preocupa la seguridad de las familias, principalmente de las criaturas, los niños, los estudiantes. ¿Por qué? Porque trabajo en una escuela. Y si 3, 4 familias van a estar viviendo en un apartamento, es bien difícil, se los juro. Por el agua, por muchas razones. Entonces, estoy aquí porque yo miro cómo sufren para juntar para la renta. Yo miro, lo siento, todos los días. Entonces, es un crimen. Para mí, lo que miro es un crimen lo que está pasando. Tenemos que hacer algo por nuestras familias. Queremos un Salinas mejor, queremos un Salinas que brille, que se distinga. ¿Y qué estamos haciendo? Cada uno de ustedes tiene una gran responsabilidad y yo no soy que se la voy a decir, es su conciencia, su corazón, así como sientan. Yo vivo aquí cerquita, 93901 y estoy mirando a mi representante, pero va para todos. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Good afternoon, all my due respect. I'm here for one reason, and it's very important. I'm worried about the families, I'm worried about the students, I'm worried about the children. And I say this because I work in a school. And I see that 3 families living in an apartment, it is really hard. It's hard for water reasons. It's really hard. And it is hard to see them suffering, trying to get enough money to pay the rent every day. That is a crime. That family is going through a very hard time. What is happening to Salinas? We have to have a better Salinas, a Salinas that can really be better, can distinguish themselves. I'm asking you to please put your hands in your conscience, in your heart. And I live really close by. I'm looking at my representative here. And please make a decision for the community. Thank you.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Magdalena Palafox, soy coach de vida y consejera, locutora también de un programa de radio. Amo Salinas, vivo aquí y precisamente voy a las escuelas para dar pláticas a los papás, para darles herramientas para los hijos. Y yo me pongo a pensar también, si estamos queriendo ayudar a tener un Salinas mejor, requerimos también que los papás estén relajados. Se van a ir entonces a trabajar 3 trabajos para poder pagar una renta, un departamento de una sola recámara, $800. Y si ustedes se pudieran dar cuenta cómo son las instalaciones, la verdad no son tan lindas. No son tan lindas. Hay cosas que se tienen que estar mejorando. Queremos un Salinas mejor, ojalá que nos podamos unir y sobre todo porque si están ustedes aquí, ojalá que nos puedan dar la mano y que sepamos que la unión hace la fuerza. Gracias por lo que están haciendo ustedes, pero también nosotros nos estamos uniendo para que esto no siga así, que no suba la renta ni se hagan cambios así repentinamente. Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Magdalena Palafox, and I'm a life coach, and I also work at a radio station. And I'm here because I also go to a lot of schools. And I'm there to help the parents so they can have all the tools that they need. And I'm here because I want to help Salinas to be a better place. When parents are relaxed, children are better. But the thing is that they have to work 3 jobs to be able to pay one rent. One room is $800. And let's face it, it's not even a pretty room. That needs a lot of improvement. So I think we can do a lot if we're all united. I'm here to let you know that united we are stronger. And that please, let's not make decisions that are going to increase the rent. And let's not make changes that can really affect the rent. Thank you.
I'm not good at public speaking. I have a card here, thank you card from one of my tenants, and it says, "You are a great example of everything that's right with the world." A lot of landlords, we're not rich, we're not powerful, we don't own condos in New York or all property all over the world. We're private people, individual, small little families who have rentals. We care for our renters. We make them our family whenever they have crises, financial crises, family crises, someone loses a job, someone got sick. We are there to support our tenants. Our tenants become our family. I am conscientious of how difficult it is for families with rents and how stressed they are to make the mortgage payment, the rent payments. But we as landlords also have sleepless nights. We worry, we stress with all of our mortgage payments. And so please consider that as well.
Thank you.
When you're making a decision.
Thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Guillermina Rivera y quiero decirles que me siento muy orgullosa de mirarlos a ustedes aquí enfrente y representando a nuestra comunidad. Me siento orgullosa porque ustedes son latinos y quiero pedirle que un día que ustedes necesitaron de su comunidad para ponerlos en donde están, ahora los necesita su comunidad y ahora tomen la mejor decisión que puedan. No permitan que tantas familias estén sufriendo. Ustedes saben lo que cuesta cuando uno trabaja en el campo, juntar centavo a centavo y nomás es temporada y tenemos que estar ahorrando todavía para estar pagando la renta y queremos que detengan ese alto costo de la renta si algo pueden hacer ustedes por su comunidad, porque un día que ustedes lo necesitaron, ahí estuvieron apoyándolos y ahora su comunidad o nosotros como pueblo lo necesitamos. Gracias.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Guillermina Rivera, and I'm very proud to see you all there. I'm very proud to see representatives of the community that are Latinos. And I'm asking you, like, when you needed us to help you sit there, we were there. We helped you to get a position where you are, where you're seated. But now the community needs you. People are suffering, families are suffering. I've been a field worker, and I know how hard it is to be able to make ends meet and to be having to save every cent to be able to pay the rent. Our job is seasonal. And then even though we're not working, we still have to pay the rent. So as you once needed the community to be able to sit you where you are now the community needs you to make a decision to support us and not increase the rent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hola, buenas tardes a todas y a todos. Mi nombre es Beto de Gallardo y yo vivo en el distrito número 4. Estuve escuchando los testimonios de las personas que pasaron aquí y pues todos hablan de una memoria histórica, así como recordamos cuando Esprecos trajo los betabeles aquí a toda esta tierra de Salinas y Salinas era muy productiva. También recordamos cuando los japoneses trajeron la lechuga y trajeron el brócoli y también recordamos esos tiempos de bonanzas como cuando se hizo todo el Old Town Salinas. Era un tiempo en donde Salinas tenía un per cápita a todo nivel nacional. Salinas era la ciudad que tenía más riqueza per cápita. ¿Qué está pasando ahorita en estos momentos? Todo marca en que no queremos que nos echen para atrás esta ordenanza porque nosotros estamos de alguna manera esperando a que ustedes nos apoyen para que no quede esto guardado en la memoria histórica, para que sepan que ustedes nos apoyaron, para que nuestros hijos, para que nuestros adolescentes estén conscientes en un futuro que si ustedes los miran, que su voto esté ahí, porque nosotros como papás nos vamos a recomendar. Gracias.
Thank you.
Beto Gallardo, right? Okay. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Beto Gallardo, and I'm from District 4. I have been hearing all the comments, and I want to bring a historic memory. Remember when they brought the betabel to Salinas, when the Japanese brought the broccoli and the lettuce? There was a lot of Salinas was one of the richest places per capita. And so right now I'm asking you to please don't repeal the ordinances. We need your support. Historically, when our youth look into the future, and they have to vote, we're going to tell them that you supported us. We need your support right now. We need your help. So please take that into consideration, and we're going to tell our children to vote for you too.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, concejales y alcalde. Mi nombre es Marisela Ramírez, con Centro Binacional. Estoy aquí en apoyo a la ordenanza y expresar lo que está sucediendo con la comunidad. La mayoría trabaja en el campo y es injusto que estén pensando quitar la ordenanza. Ellos dicen que ya están vendiendo sus casas. Nosotros no tenemos ese privilegio de decir eso, porque nosotros no tenemos una casa propia. Ellos dicen que les están yendo mal, pero muchos de ellos ni viven aquí en Salinas. Ellos con ese dinero se pueden mudar a otros lugares, pero nosotros que nos quedamos aquí, ¿cuál es su respuesta a esta comunidad? Les duele porque ya no pueden abusar de los inquilinos, ya no pueden subir la renta cada que se les da la gana. Por eso les duele. Así que, concejales, les pedimos que apoyen a la comunidad que trabaja día a día para que ustedes tengan ese asiento. Gracias.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. My name is Marisela Ramirez, and I am here asking you to please, I'm here in support of the ordinance. I'm here for the community. Most of the people that live here are field workers, and a lot of people are saying that they're going to sell their houses. We don't have that privilege. We don't own our own homes. They're saying that it's going bad for them, and that they're gonna, it's not, a lot and And they're sad. They're sad because they're not going to be able to abuse us anymore. They're not going to be able to increase the rent at their whim. And it hurts us, and it hurts them because they cannot longer abuse us. So we're asking you to please support the community that stays here, that works here, and that works day to day to put you in the place where you guys are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I want to thank you for your time. I have 3 comments. The first one is shame on the media for reporting negatively on this story and not correcting their story, because I almost didn't come because I heard it was unconstitutional and you guys already ruled. Second, they're called protections because they offer us protection. If you take these protections away, you're basically giving the landlords blank card to do whatever they want. They were already not doing repairs. They're already harassing people even with these ordinances. You take it away, there's no protection. Thirdly, it's a warning. You take these protections away, you guys think we have a homeless problem now? Wait till you guys take them away. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the City Council. My name is Kaylee Masquel. I am here as a member of La Cosecha and a junior at Everalls High School. The thought of my family's well-being consumes me as I begin to decide where my future will take me as I graduate high school. While my dream has always been to leave for college, the reality of my family's living situation makes me worry for my siblings' well-being. While my family is working tireless hours in order to provide a home and food for me and my sister, I have taken on a parental responsibility for my sister. Now, as I begin to get ready to leave, the chance of rent increasing puts not only my home, but the homes of so many youth at my school at risk. I simply ask of you to think of all of the potential effects an increase in rent may have on already struggling families. By raising our rent, you decrease the amount of opportunities the youth of Salinas is able to reach due to the ultimate financial burdens affected families are bound to experience. I hope you take this into account while making your decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Donahue, Salinas City Council. My name is Lisa Lewis, and I am a community health worker with Monterey County Black Caucus, Building Healthy Communities. Most of the renters here in Salinas are either Latinx, immigrants, or hardworking people of color. Don't be the reason that our families become homeless and pushed out of their home because of rent increases. Their homelessness will be on your hands. These are the people that voted you into the seats to do the right thing and protect us. Keep this ordinance. Don't let it go by the wayside. It took us 2 years to get this ordinance to go forth. And now it just wants to be done with the click of a mouse or however you do it. I'm asking you to please listen to the people, listen to the ones who put you in that seat, and put some protection on this rent stabilization. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's why it's Salinas Monterey County Homeless Union. You know it's got to be bad if you're limiting people's ability to speak and tell you what's happening to them from this ordinance being repealed. Just limiting the 30, 45 minutes the first time, only a minute this time. You're cutting people at the knees, trying to cheat and then call it a fair game. You know, like this sign war right here in the corner was happening earlier. I mean, you're not going to stop it, but you see how he's taking over all the space, not just, you know, his own real estate, but all of it. He's got to have all of it and suffocate and block out all kinds of, any kind of light that could have shown for that family, for that story. Because really, you're already beholden. You know, I mean, come on, your donors, this is how you got here. From Steve McShane getting blown out to U5 trying to Voltron yourself into Steve McShane. But it's a lot sloppier than that. You didn't even do a report off the top. You just want to, like she said, a click of a button. I mean, the silence is deafening.
Thank you.
Muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Hilary López, también conocida el año pasado como Hilary Cruz. Mi motivo por estar aquí, quiero, pues, traigo un poquito de alegría. Una de mis hijas se graduó ayer en San Francisco como abogada. Mi hija la más chica. Y tengo mi hijo, el mayor, que es veterano de los Marines. Pero mi motivo por estar aquí es para decirles, yo tengo viviendo aquí, Salinas, 50 años. Y agarré mi casa, gracias a Dios, ahí atrás de Walmart. Vivo por la calle Pensilvania. Mi casa es la que queda en mero el fondo, donde están los apartamentos. La compañía que hizo las casas dio un dinero para que se diera una vista bonita ahí al frente de mi casa. No sé si me dan más tiempo.
Thank you. Yeah, do you have?
I'm sorry.
Is she-
Could she have a little bit more time, she's asking?
If she can finish a sentence, and I'll leave that up to you to interpret.
Ok, está bien. Muchas gracias.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Hilary Lopez. Last year I was Hillary Cruz. And I'm here, first of all, I'm very happy because yesterday my daughter graduated in San Francisco as a lawyer. My youngest son, he's in the Marines. And I've been living here in Salinas for 50 years. Thank God I was able to buy a house near Walmart at the end where there's some apartments. And they did put some money in so we could have like a nice view. And, that would be all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Telford, and I'm here as I'm actually a tenant, a manager, and the daughter of an owner of an apartment complex. And I just want to say, I'm trying to figure out where the protection for landlords is, because we all have rising costs that are coming up. We just spent $35,000 just to do minor fixes so that we can get fire insurance, because nobody's carrying fire insurance. Our fire insurance has gone up from $6,000 to $13,000 a year. I think that there are protections for tenants, and that's the Protection Act that we have in 2019. I can't harass, I can't lock people out of their apartments. I will be arrested. So this ordinance is just really a government overreach of doing. What it will do is help people get legal aid. Is that the purpose of this? Because this government or ordinance is going to fine us if somebody is doing those things. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Jesús Rodríguez. Estoy hoy aquí para apoyar que no quiten esta ordenanza. La gente trabajó mucho para que se lograra esto y no creo que es justo que la quiten. Al mismo tiempo quisiera recomendarles un programa que sí pueden quitar, que anden levantando los carros de la calle cuando la gente no los mueve por mucho tiempo. Me acaban de levantar unos y ahorita ya voy a estar atrasado en la renta. Y les quiero hacer una invitación humildemente para que tengan mejor entendimiento de esto que estoy diciendo. Los invito mañana al 400 Griffin Street y allí les explico qué es lo que sí deberían de hacer y tomar para que todo se vea más limpio allí en vez de andar levantando carros. Gracias a todos. Si gusta, ahí los espero a las 8, a las 7.
Good afternoon. My name is Jesus Rodriguez, and I'm here to ask to please do not repeal the ordinance. I don't think it's fair. A lot of people worked very, very hard to get these ordinances, so I'm asking you not to repeal it. One thing that you can do for money, and one program that you can stop, is the program that you have that you're picking up the cars that have been parked for a long time. That's something that you can stop doing. They just picked up my car not long ago. It's really hard to pay rent, and I humbly invite you to see what you can do. You can come to 400 Griffin tomorrow at 7. I invite you to come, and you can see what you can do to have that place a lot cleaner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, Council, my name is Nelson Vega, and I'm an apartment owner. I rise to ask you to support this, but not to turn your back on the people that need help. Okay? There's a big difference. There are some people that need a lot of help, and they should be helped, but they shouldn't be put on the backs of just the landlords. Landlords are willing to pay their fair share to help everybody, But we cannot support the whole entire society when we're the only ones that are being burdened. This is a spread risk. I was here last time. I asked for a spread risk across the board. Nothing's going to happen. But you need to undo this ordinance because it's punishing landlords. You will eventually have children coming out of high school will have no place to go because they're not going to be building any more units, and it's just going to be a downward spiral. Again, the whole basis of what you need to do is to spread this pain upon people that have it and the actual that have a means test. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, alcalde, miembros del concilio, líderes en la comunidad que nos acompañan. Mi nombre es Marta Zárate, residente de Soledad, y soy organizadora de padres en Construyendo Comunidades Saludables. Como miembros de la comunidad de Salinas, cada uno de ustedes en su distrito, les pido que se den la oportunidad de reevaluar la ordenanza y profundicen del impacto que esto lleva al bienestar emocional de sus residentes, además de fomentar la democracia y la toma de decisiones colectivas. Me uno a la comunidad porque es un tema que impacta a muchas personas que yo conozco. Proveer una vivienda segura y estable es vivir en la incertidumbre, y tener inestabilidad de vivienda puede afectar directamente la salud mental, afectando no solo el presente, sino que también el futuro de los estudiantes, además en su éxito académico y en la calidad de interacciones sociales. Reevalúen y profundicen la ordenanza de estabilización de rentas. Gracias por su atención y esperamos que apoyen nuestra petición.
Good afternoon, council members, mayor, leaders of the community. My name is Marta Zárate, and I live in Soledad, and I am with Padres, with BHC, and I'm here because I want you to please think about this ordinance, Salinas and all the districts, and what is the impact of repealing this ordinance is going to have in the community. This is going to impact them emotionally because this ordinance gives them stability. They makes the families feel better because they have a stable place. Living in uncertainty affects mental health, affects the future of the children, their interactions, their school success, and their social interactions. So I'm asking you to please think about what this means for the community and what repealing this ordinance would mean. Thank you.
Good evening. As the quote says, give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, you feed him and his family for a lifetime. So let's direct these important rental tenants, that's 52% of the dwellings in Salinas, to the California Protection Act of 2019, 127 pages that is updated every year. It covers all three areas of concern: rent increase, fault and no-fault evictions, harassment. Teach them, direct them. As for the current max of 2.75% rental increase, let's review quickly the rate and cost increase that the landlords must absorb that offer utilities. Trash went up 4.18%. Cable went up 12.7%. Insurance, 275%. Cal-Am went up 12.8%, and that's just basic operating costs. Last year in September, the meeting, I informed the City Council that due to the vote of the Tenant Protection Act, that we were taking a possible 27-unit 2-4 complex off the board. That's 54 low income. Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes, señores del concilio. Gracias. Mire, con todo su debido respeto, mi nombre es José Albor, vivo para la Ryder y Garner. Nosotros mismos destruimos la ciudad de Salinas, tiramos basura por donde quiera, no tenemos respeto por nada. Queremos que nos bajen las rentas, sí, ¿verdad? Pero las compañías tienen gastos grandes de reparaciones. Soy handyman por más de 20 años. Conozco los precios que están subidos en la Home Depot para reparar una propiedad. Se necesitan miles de dólares. Los renteros las dejan desbastadas. Yo digo porque ellos me contratan a mí, los dueños. Desbastadas de todas partes. Le tomo fotos a la propiedad completa, baños, cocinas, todo. para poder remodelar una propiedad y darle el costo al dueño o a la compañía que me contrata. Entonces, yo no estoy a favor ni en contra, pero sí quiero poner mi punto de vista. Se necesita que nos eduquemos, primeramente. Queremos sacar todo de este país. Yo le doy gracias a Dios que llegué en el 1983. Bendito sea por Estados Unidos.
Good afternoon. Thank you. With all due respect, my name is Jose Albur, and I am here because I see how a lot of tenants really destroy the houses. And sometimes we don't really, Salinas is destroyed because we don't take care of it. I'm a handyman, and I've been doing it for 20 years, and I've seen the prices in Home Depot, how high they are, and I see like a lot of owners hire me to fix the rental houses, and I have to take pictures of the bathrooms, of the kitchen, and it is really, really expensive to fix these houses. So I'm just telling you that we all have to educate ourselves. I've been in this country since 1983, and may God bless America.
Mayor, City Attorney, City Manager, and council members. My name is Yolanda Hayes, and I live in District 3, and I have several homes for rent. This is not a business. My husband and I planned for retirement. We both came with nothing, and we planned for the future to be able to afford to live wherever we wanted. So we did that, but we did that with sweat equity. A lot of people that rent don't know what sweat equity is. Sweat equity is sudor, escuda de sudor. That means you put all your savings, your hours of work and everything to buy these properties to support you when you get old. And that's what we've done. I'm always looking out for my tenants. As soon as there's a problem, I want to know. Just 2 weeks ago, I got a bill. I have to pay $25,000 for repairs that a tenant damaged. Thank you. Oh, I urge you to please repeal.
Good afternoon, council members, mayor. My name is Ernesto Gonzalez. I worked as an instructional aide, a teacher in state and federal programs. I'm a retired principal, and I am here in support of the rent stabilization ordinance. Many people have testified in support of maintaining the rent stabilization ordinance. Not all landlords are out to squeeze every penny from renters. However, there are those who do and are also slumlords. As a principal, I did a study at Loma Vista Elementary School. I analyzed data from the Accelerated Reader Program. Students who started at the school outperformed those who did not. We should be striving to give children a stable home. Council members De La Rosa, Barajas, and Salazar. What's the phrase, si se puede, just words gone with a wind, la causa sigue adelante.
Hi, board members. My name is Eric Phelps, a lifelong resident of Salinas, California. At the last hearing that you had, a lot of previous city council members came up, and a lot of them wanted you to remain, this ordinance to remain, but still knew it needed to be fixed. I think the right thing to do is take it off the table and come up with a plan that actually is going to produce units. I liked City Councilman Barajas' idea of keeping track of the number of units being built. I think that's a great idea. I think each one of you should look within your own districts or where new units can be built and come back and work collaboratively to get new units built. Rent control does not do it. We already have rent control in California. The rental protection, if you're trying to evict somebody 99% of the time, 100% of the time is because they're affecting other tenants. By making it hard to do that, you're then making it hard for those tenants that are living there to enjoy their time quietly. You know, I ask that you repeal a vote to repeal this is a vote to get it right. I ask you to go back, get the drawing board out. This was really rushed. Everybody wants a solution. We all want a solution. please get it right and repeal this. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jonathan. I am a resident of District 1, and I'm here to support the rent stabilization ordinance. I have lived in District 1 all my life and love this community with all my heart. My neighbors, my friends, and my family have a big stress every month of making enough for rent. I grew up working in the strawberry fields and know firsthand how stressful it is to make rent every month. This is especially stressful when we have to save money during the off seasons. The companies we work for don't raise our wages, and the city council decides against our interests and takes away our renter protections. Rent stabilization is a basic right everyone in my neighborhood and all of Salinas deserves. I don't think it's fair to see city council members use agriculture fields as their background picture to plead this community and then not stand up for us and our protections. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María Chávez, vivo en el Distrito 4. Apoyo a la escuelita, involucramiento cívico. Pido que no quiten la ordenanza de estabilización de renta y protección de inquilinos. Todo un año anduvimos pidiendo esta ordenanza. Estamos sufriendo mucho y necesitamos esta ordenanza. Hay propietarios o administradores abusivos, incrementan la renta y no hacen arreglos a los apartamentos o casas. No están en buenas condiciones para ser habitadas y algunas porque son apartamentos o casas muy viejitos. Para poder, necesitamos, por necesidad, seguimos allí, ya que no tenemos dinero para irnos a otro lado. Ayuden a su comunidad a que no sufran más y más. Paren esto, por favor. Gloria de la Rosa, ya le platiqué lo que estamos pasando donde yo vivo. Gracias.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Chavez, and I live in District 4. I'm also part of the Escuelita of Civic Engagement, and I'm here to please ask you to support the rent stabilization and the tenant protection ordinance. We worked and asked for this ordinance for over a year. We are suffering. A lot of landlords are slumlords that they ask for a lot of rent, but they don't fix the homes where we live in. And they are not in good conditions. There are very old apartments. We stay there because we don't have any other options. We don't have money to go anyplace else. So we please ask you to help the community. And please stop what is happening. Gloria de la Rosa, I already spoke to you, and I let you know what is happening in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, soy Marina Zárate, vivo en el Distrito 2, soy de BHC, soy trabajadora del campo, trabajo en la fresa, pago renta y las rentas están muy caras. Yo luché mucho para que se hiciera la ordenanza, yo toqué puertas, junté muchas firmas para que viniera la estabilización de renta y se quedara es una injusticia que apenas entró la ordenanza y quieran quitarla. Nosotros, todos los que pagamos renta, nos alcanza. Yo estoy ganando muy poquito. Trabajo 16 horas por semana. Tengo que juntar los 4 cheques del mes para pagar la renta. Por favor, no quiten la ordenanza. Apoyarla para que se quede. Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Zárate, and I live in District 2. I'm with BHC, and I'm a field worker. I work picking strawberries. Rent is really, really high. I fought for this ordinance. I knocked on doors. I gathered signatures. And I wanted this because I wanted the rent stabilization to stay. It is not fair that we just got it approved and now you want to take it away. It is really, really hard to pay rent. I am only working 16 hours. I don't make enough to pay rent. I have to save my 4 checks of the month to be able to pay rent. So please, don't repeal the ordinance. Please help us. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Myra Rodriguez, and I work for Teamsters Local 856. It's impossible to give you all of my thoughts on this important issue in 1 minute, but I'll quickly share my story. I'm college educated, I work full-time, and I'm paid relatively well. But despite that, I was forced to merge homes with my brother and his children because it's impossible to rent an apartment on one's own. And we are just one example of countless more. Please do not repeal this ordinance. You haven't given it enough time. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Clarissa Reyes Becerra, and I am the Programs Director for Centro Binacional para el Desarrollo Indígena Oaxaqueño. And I'm also a Commissioner for First Five Monterey County. I'm also a practicing attorney. As an attorney, hearing the rumors that these ordinances were unconstitutional made me balk. Any attorney or policy advocate in the housing arena could have easily clarified what your staff has told you today. That claim is false. Anyone who spreads misinformation like that without due diligence isn't looking to collaborate, isn't looking to participate in a mutual conversation to find a collaborative solution. I encourage you to question those who spread lies, who point to skewed sources of information, and instead implore you to listen to the community at large, the parents and youth and individuals who work hard to provide for our city and this nation. They have extended their hand to engage in collaborative conversation and solutions for what is inherently a humanitarian problem. And in my experiences, I'm constantly surrounded by families who have seen ridiculous rent increases and horrible housing conditions with mold and broken appliances. These ordinances are more than just rent stabilization. They are protections that are needed and should not be easily dismissed without due process. Take into account the voices and families before you. Give the ordinances time to work, and be wary of false claims.
Fellow council members, and my name is Pedro Moreno. I'm honored to be a family physician for 3 years in this county. I know some of you already, and I'm proud to say that the stories that you heard today, they are true. Some of those people spoke today, they're my patients. I have a patient especially that I want to tell you about because that patient touched my heart. Her name is Maria. I've taken care of Maria and her family for many years. But one day I found out that she was living in a car. I said, how can you live in a car? I went there and I saw her. I took some pictures and I started calling shelters. And one of you helped me find a shelter for her. She's in a shelter right now, but soon she will have to go. And my question is, what's going to happen with her? I'm very worried, and I come here to ask you, what can I do as a physician? Will you help Maria? Will you help all those patients that come here to tell you the truth? Physicians trust on you, rely on you, and I hope you will help us. I cannot do anything. My hands are tied right now, but I trust you will do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, doctor.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Sofía, vivo en el Distrito 1. Soy trabajadora del campo por temporada. Yo solamente les pido que esta ordenanza es necesaria para protegerme a mí, a mi familia y a otros miembros de la comunidad. Muchas familias que les ha llegado la carta de esta ordenanza están felices y se sienten protegidos, porque ahora con el riesgo que quieren quitar la ordenanza están preocupados, no de tener algo estable o de no ajustar la renta si sube demasiado. Le pido al concilio que apoye a la comunidad. Si quitan esta protección nos va a perjudicar mucho. La comunidad los eligió para apoyarnos. La comunidad confía en ustedes, no nos den la espalda. Nos sentimos traicionados si nos quitan esta protección. Es el momento de hacerlo histórico. Hagan la diferencia, hagan algún cambio por la comunidad. Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Sofia. I live in District 1. I'm a field worker. I'm a seasonal field worker. And I'm here to ask you to please keep the ordinance. We need this protection for me, my family, and the community. A lot of people from the community felt very happy when we had this protection. Now they're all very worried because we don't have the stability and we're at risk. Rents are so high that we can't really pay them anymore. So council members, I'm asking you to please support your community, protect us. If you repeal this ordinance, it's going to affect us a lot. We voted for you. We trusted you. Please don't leave us hanging. Don't turn your back on us. This is a historical moment, and we really need you to help the community do the right thing, implement the change, and help your community. Thank you so much.
Hi there. Hi, my name's John Ingraham. Thank you guys for all your questions. I am a landlord here, and for me, the relationship with my tenants is a symbiotic relationship. I want them to live there a long time. I've been real good about not raising rents, but now I'm in a situation where this very flawed law only allows 75% of CPI adjustment, which right now that's 2.5% raise, where units that haven't been raised for years, I don't want to raise people's rent. I just want to cover costs, try to, but you're all sitting here voting on raising costs of garbage. Can you guys control PG&E costs? No. Garbage costs, sewer rates, none of that. We all know how much it's going up. And to think that those costs aren't going up for all of us is unrealistic.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Robert Daniels, and I'm a community organizer with Building Healthy Communities. I guess to start off my comment, I just want to give you a data point. Rent has increased over 120% in the last 10 years, while wages have only increased around 25%. So please just keep that in your conscience as you move forward, that these are tenant protections. And also, just as you're considering both sides, it's really unfortunate that one side is more influential than the other, but realize the community that you do live in, and that we need to protect our tenants and not essentially protect our investments. I think you need to understand the balance of this. Think of it as the trial scales, and please try your best to balance the scales, because right now, as I'm organizing in this community, I realize the plight that these people are dealing with, and that desperation is a very hard thing to deal with, and that's not something that you want to be presented with as a council. So please act accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Yareli Gaspar, and I'm with the La Cosecha. And first of all, I'd like to say that I am for rent stabilization. Rent stabilization is not the same thing as rent control. And I'd like to say that I come from a family that rents. Since my dad got sick and my mom became the sole household that provides for us, it's been hard to keep up with rent. I had to think about this my senior year of high school. While I'm deciding to go to college, I had to choose between getting a job and helping, or going to college. I did not want to be worrying about displacement, and I did not want to be thinking that my parents could not make rent. I did not want this to be affecting my future, and I'd like you guys to be thinking about how this affects your community. You guys live here too. And I don't want my parents to be taken advantage of for rent. I just don't want to have to think about how this will also be affecting my future living here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Belinda Lopez, and I'm a senior at Aliso High School and a youth member of La Cosecha. Up until a month ago, my parents and my family of 6 and me lived in a one-bedroom apartment due to the high rent prices. My parents work hard, but that hard work can only get them so far, especially with rent prices that are so high. Now that I'm leaving to college, money was a big factor in my decision, as I had to decide if I was going to stay here and work to support them. Us as youth shouldn't have to pick between having to financially support our families or pursue a higher education. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Berenice Obas. I'm an intern with La Cosecha under Building Healthy Communities. I'm just here to echo everything that has already been said and speak on behalf of the youth here, as well as the youth who are unaware of how drastically they, as well as their families, are being affected by this. In January, I was at a youth summit where you, Mayor Donahue, stated that you were more than willing to hear what we had to say to make Salinas a more enjoyable space for the youth. By allowing landlords to increase rent at insanely high prices, Salinas isn't a space that we feel welcomed in anymore. I know that Salinas is no longer being built off of our interests, but yours. Many of my friends who are teenagers already worry about the current state of the government, and by repealing these ordinances, you are proof that even our local government is failing. I am 16, and I am scared for myself and my family. If we are the future of the city, then why are you continuing to drive our youth out and our loved ones out? Mayor Donahue, you said that you wanted to hear our voices, so are you going to live up to your word, and are you going to listen? Thank you.
Mayor, council members, Matt Huerta, resident of Salinas and affordable housing professional of 25 years. After helping to build and preserve thousands of affordable homes across Northern California, I've learned that I cannot only just support production. Unfortunately, it takes 5 to 7 years to create high-quality affordable housing. Market rate developers will take many years to build out new housing in our downtown and in the future growth area. Meanwhile, over 22,000 current residents need support to help address their rising rents and need for stronger protections. I hope at least one of our newly elected council members will make a motion to work with all parties to negotiate different terms for the rent stabilization percentage and continue to help residents now. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Good evening. My name is Anthony Rocha, and I'm speaking in my capacity as an individual. It has been gut-wrenching to sit here and watch a city council that is so disconnected from the public, a city council majority. I want to give a thank you to Andrew Sandoval and Tony Barrera. But a city council majority that is sitting here watching people pour their hearts out. Some of you making motions to repeal their rights, like Jose Luis Barajas, with a smirk on your face. Other people like Aurelio Salazar, invoking your lived experience to deny people their right to share their trauma, and to somehow say because you had it difficult, it's okay for them to continue to endure what they're going through. Shame on you, sir. You know better. You had ethnic studies education, you know better. My hope is that this city council majority will do what you all ran on, which is seeking compromise, bringing people together, and identifying an approach that does work for people. There can be common ground found, and I hope you all will do that. On behalf of the residents, you serve.
Each of you have heard arguments, personal anecdotes, and comments from the public. You've been briefed by your staff on these ordinances. As such, you have a very clear understanding of exactly what's at stake tonight. At the heart of this discussion is the potential loss of profit versus the very real threat of displacement, eviction, and the very health of your constituents. To rush through removing these ordinances is a direct betrayal of the trust of this community, a betrayal to the public that each of you swore to represent to the very best of your abilities. Council members Barajas and Councilmember Salazar speak of their upbringings in immigrant households, their vivid memories struggling with the hardships of poverty, all while then voting to betray the immigrant families that are suffering today, sir. So I ask, while I know that you all have your minds made up, how will you be able to sleep at night? Quite soundly, I'm sure. Shame on the 5 of you.
Buenas tardes, tengan todos ustedes. Yo estoy aquí no porque no tengo trabajo en la casa, señores. Yo solamente conozco al señor Andrew Sandoval y al señor Tony Barreras. A los otros señores yo no los conozco. Ya teníamos la estabilización de la renta. Yo no sé en qué están pensando ustedes de darle largas a este asunto. Yo no estoy de acuerdo. Este es un asunto serio, señores. Somos los más vulnerables. No nos alcanzan 16 miserables dólares que ganamos por horas trabajando aquí en esta área. Entonces, por favor, no quiten la estabilización, es lo único que yo les pido. Ejerzan bien su trabajo, apliquen bien los conocimientos que ustedes tienen y sean conscientes como personas. Es lo único que yo les puedo pedir. Yo no sé si ustedes duermen tranquilos, a gustos en sus casas, pensando lo mal que van a dejar a toda la gente que rentamos las casas.
Good afternoon to all of you. I'm here at this hour not because I don't have a job. I do have a lot of work, but I only know Tony Barrera and Andrew Sandoval. The rest of you, I just don't know you guys. I'm here to ask you to please don't repeal the ordinance. I don't know what you guys are thinking. This is something serious. And you're going to affect the most vulnerable population. Do you think we're going to be able to pay rent in this area with $16 that we earn an hour? That is not enough. So I ask you to please do your job, have a conscience. I don't know how you guys can sleep well at night thinking of how badly off you're going to leave all the other people that is not going to be able to afford rent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, good evening. My name is Dr. Jaime Gonzalez. While myself, I'm a homeowner, I'm here to speak on behalf of, in favor of rent stabilization because it protects the most vulnerable. And the reason I became a doctor was to protect the public health, was to protect the sick, was to protect the most vulnerable. Similarly, your role as government officials is to protect the most vulnerable. We've heard from corporations and landowners tonight who are arguing for free market. Free market is what got us in this place to begin with. It's what got us to where a lot of people have housing insecurities, homelessness. It's running rampant. My patients are always suffering from housing insecurities. Free market does not work. We're talking about a group that paid a lot of money to get some of you guys elected so that they can continue to make substantial profits versus a group that is barely making it by, barely able to pay for food. So please, try to listen to everybody who's talking to you guys here.
Thank you.
I'm back. Gentlemen, good afternoon. Jose Guerra, Montebello community. Shame on you, Mayor. A minute, really, for these poor people to pour out their frustrations and their concerns with you? Wrong. You disappoint me. Sorry to hear that. You do disappoint me. Once again, we don't have a rent stabilization problem. We have a housing problem. I've said that many a times. I've been up here. Mr. Barajas did the study for you, but nobody listens. Nothing's done. To build anything in Salinas, unless you're a wealthy landowner, it takes in Montebello less than a year to do it. Pretty nice, huh? Yeah, what about all the other people here that worked here generations that don't get anything? And everybody has an upbringing like that. Everybody had a different upbringing. Don't think you're special because you had one and you're up there, gentlemen. We all had one. Come on, man, do your job, please, guys. Help these people out. If not, start raising the minimum wage in here in Salinas. Because we sure sell a lot of crops, don't we? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Salinas City Council. I sincerely appreciate your recent decision to begin the process of reappealing the extreme restrictive rent stabilization ordinance in Salinas. The previous ordinance poses a serious challenge, including excessive fees, restrictive rent caps. They threaten the ability for property owners to maintain and invest in their properties. Your willingness to listen to concerns of property owners and consider alternatives such as rent assistance programs is greatly appreciated. Thank you for your leadership and for supporting policies that encourage investments and housing growth in Salinas. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council people, members of the public. My name is Phyllis Katz. I'm a directing attorney of California Rural Legal Assistance. We are the office that enforces tenant rights in the city of Salinas. My staff includes myself, another staff attorney, 2 law grads, and 2 community workers. That's a lot to put on our shoulders, and we don't only do housing law. We submitted a letter in support of maintaining the tenant protections in the city of Salinas. I hope that you'll consider it. We are, every person who comes into our office is on the verge of tears upon receiving a notice of termination of their tenancy. Every tenant has visions of how they and their family will sleep in their cars. Every tenant really needs your support in order to remain housed. I hope you'll do the right thing. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Christian Arevalo. I'm a community worker with CRLA. I see a lot of tenants facing housing insecurity. You know, the housing market here is so tight that once they get that notice, they're just struggling to find somewhere else to rent. There was 2 issues that were raised at the top of this meeting, and one was the resources that would be available if this is repealed. And to be honest, and our firm was mentioned as one of those resources, and to be honest, we just do not have the capacity to serve everyone that is being put out of their homes. And 2 was educating the tenants as to the protections that are available under state law. I think the rental registry provides a great venue to teach the landlords their duties under state law, because they're often violating them, and with little recourse for tenants to have them vindicated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the council, Mayor, my name is Tyler Sullivan. I'm a staff attorney at California Rural Legal Assistance. A couple of just quick comments. Clearly, landlords also know the predicament that tenants are in. And what that leads to is a severe imbalance. A severe imbalance. And I have to sit daily and explain to people how to calculate in the situation when they're in an eviction. And I have to explain to them that the landlords know they have a lot of leverage. I haven't heard any landlords today, and I want to be clear, that is not all landlords, but there are some. There are some who will take advantage of that. I haven't heard any landlords commenting on the anti-harassment ordinance. There's actually 4 ordinances in front of you. I haven't heard any comment against the anti-harassment. I don't see any reason why that should be repealed based on anything that I've heard today. And I appreciate your attention, and please do check our comments out. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening, City Council. My name's Chris Barrera, President of LULAC Council 2055. These people are depending on you to make the correct decision tonight. You represent them, and they are your constituents. To count on the city and code enforcement when it comes to tenant rights does not work. It never has. To want to take renters' protections away is astounding. There is a council person who has an icon for an uncle. His name is Jesse Sanchez, pro bono attorney, advocate who loved the community, and the community loved him. He was a true protector. There's even a school named after him, and that says it all. What is going on here? People need you. Tell me, Aurelio. Yeah, I wouldn't know what to say either. Please represent Salinas. Keep the rental stabilization intact and be a true leader of our great city of Salinas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, Concilio. Mi nombre es Nidia Soto, soy organizadora de Building Healthy Community. Lo que estamos aquí es luchando por justicia y no por una derogación. Estoy aquí para apoyar las 4 ordenanzas. No decimos que los propietarios no importan, decimos que los inquilinos también importan. Y ahora mismo son los inquilinos que están luchando para pagar el alquiler. Ambos son importantes. Los inquilinos solo están luchando para pagar lo justo. Ellos no quieren vivir gratis. Les pedimos que pausen esta derogación, que vuelvan a invitar a la comunidad a la mesa y a todas las partes involucradas. Muchos de ustedes compartieron sus historias que vivieron de jóvenes, sus carencias y necesidades, y con eso deben de votar por esta gente que está luchando, igual que ustedes lucharon en un momento. Está en sus manos la decisión. Con respeto les digo, esto va a ser historia y no se le va a olvidar a la gente.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Nidia Soto, and I'm with BHC, and I'm here to ask for justice. I'm asking you to please do not repeal the 4 ordinances. I know that, and I'm not saying that landlords are not important. They are important. Tenants are also important, but right now, the tenants are the ones that are struggling to pay the rent. We're not asking them to be able to live free. We want just to pay what is fair. And I'm asking you to please don't repeal the ordinance, invite the community to the table, the parts that have been involved, and please think about it. All of you shared your stories, how it was when you were young, how difficult it was for you guys to make and meet. So use those stories, use that history of yours to vote today. This is something historical, and people will not forget how you're going to vote.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, council members, let's be clear. You're not just repealing 1 ordinance, you're targeting 4. The rental registration, rent stabilization, just cause eviction, and anti-harassment ordinances. Not all renters are covered by rent stabilization, yet community members show up for all 4 because they're the bare minimum protections against harassment, unfair evictions, and displacement. Repealing them leaves over 53% of Salinas renters without local protections. Councilmember Jose Luis Barajas, last Wednesday you told us you hadn't spoken to tenants or the committee before amending the repeal. You suggested a rental assistance program instead, but when asked how it would be funded, you said you didn't know. There's no plan yet. We had a $15 million rental assistance program during COVID, and let me tell you, people are still struggling. If you repeal these protections, don't pretend it's for us. It's a choice to side with power over people. We demand dignity, safety, a future here, and when history looks back, we'll be remembered for speaking up, and we will hold you accountable.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Juanita Aguilar. Soy residente del Distrito 1. Creo que estamos aquí, los que hemos pasado, solamente somos una minoría de toda la gente que está allá afuera y de toda la gente que se ve beneficiada con estas estabilizaciones. Les pedimos que sean conscientes de lo que están haciendo. Cuando ustedes pidieron el voto, dijeron ayudar a la comunidad. ¿Dónde está la ayuda? Sabemos que no es fácil, pero tampoco es imposible. Muchos de nosotros estuvimos escuchando no una, sino cientos o incluso miles de historias acerca de tanta injustificación que hay afuera de todas las personas que están rentando. Así es que está sobre sus hombros este día el no derogar estas ordenanzas. Estas ordenanzas ayudan a la comunidad, su comunidad, a la comunidad a la que ustedes se deben cuando ustedes fueron a tocar puertas para pedir sus votos. Así es que ojalá, y yo solamente le pido a Dios que tome consideración de ustedes en la decisión que tomen esta noche. Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Juanita Aguilar. I live in District 1. And I want to let you know that that the people that have come here and spoken are the minimum. Outside, there's a lot of people that are benefiting for this ordinance. So I'm asking you to please don't repeat it. Please have conscience. You said that you were going to help the community, so we voted for you. There's a lot of people outside that have been affected by the rent and that they really cannot pay the rent, and it is on your shoulders. Please do not repeal this ordinance. You owe it to the people when you went door to door asking for votes, so please may God allow you to make the right decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Rosibelia Raigosa y vengo también a pedir lo mismo. Yo estoy viviendo en un apartamento de una sola recámara donde me cobran $1,800 de renta. Soy una madre soltera, tengo un niño de 8 años y sé que como yo habemos muchas personas en este lugar, aquí en Salinas, que estamos pidiendo lo mismo. Me gustaría que tomaran en cuenta todo lo que hemos venido hablando todas estas personas que se han acercado aquí. Hace rato pasó Magdalena Palafox, se escuchó que ella dijo $800, pero en realidad son $1,800 por una sola recámara, donde el apartamento aún necesita muchos arreglos. Entonces me gustaría que por favor tomaran en cuenta todas estas peticiones que hemos venido a hacer. Muchas gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Rosibel Arayoso, and I'm here to ask the same thing. I live in a one-room apartment. I pay $1,800 for rent. I'm a single mom, and I have a child. He's 8 years old. And my story is the same as many people in Salinas. A lot of people are asking to please keep the ordinance. A while ago, Magdalena came here, and she said that it was 1,800, although it was said that it was 800, but really for one room, you pay $1,800. And the apartment needs a lot of fixing also, so please consider this. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is John Broom. Council, thank you for hearing this tonight. My heart goes out to everyone. I've sat and listened to all the comments. My heart goes out to you. You have a tough decision. My heart goes out to all the tenants. My heart goes out to the landlords. Do we have a problem? Yes, we do. Does this ordinance solve the problem? No, it does not. Our problems are very simple. We don't have enough housing in Salinas, and costs are out of control. I have a duplex in East Salinas. I've owned it for 50 years, kept it up. One of my tenants has been there for 30 years. I received a notice, June of 2024. My insurance was not being renewed. No reason, just wasn't being renewed. I went to the open market to find insurance. My insurance went from $850 a year to $4,500 a year. That's the root of the problem. It's not it's a lack of supply, and it's a lack of cost control. So please do in your heart what is the right thing, and that's to repeal this ordinance. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Buenas noches, miembros del concilio. Mi nombre es Sabino López y ahora voy a hablar como residente de Salinas. Por más de 50 años he mirado crecer las rentas desde que yo pagaba $90 por un cuarto y una sala, $90 por mes. Y ahorita, ¿dónde estamos? Un cuarto, estaba escuchando una familia que está pagando $1,800. Todo lo que ha subido. Escucho los comentarios de los dueños. Oh, que me van a subir, que suben la aseguranza, que voy a pagar más. ¿Quién va a pagar? Son las familias que pagan la renta. Las familias que pagan la renta son los que están pagando esos gastos que ellos se quejan, ya están pagados porque se lo van a cobrar a la gente. Ellos se quejan, pero van a cobrárselo a la gente, y la gente es la que sale siempre victimizada, la gente más vulnerable. Y ahora tenemos un poquito y ustedes lo quieren quitar. No es justo, háganlo apropiado. ¿Por qué no nos juntan a hablar los dueños y las familias a buscar una solución? Dicen, queremos juntarlos. Pues denos esa chance, hagan una pausa, invítenos a hablar. La comunidad está abierta a comunicarse y a buscar una solución hablada en vez de estarnos confrontando, porque esto no va a parar si no se resuelve hoy. Hay que buscar una solución. Gracias.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sabino Lopez, and I am a resident of Salinas for 50 years. I remember when I lived here, when I started living here, I used to pay $90 for a room and a living room. How much has it increased now? I heard a person say that for one room, they're paying $1,800. And I heard landlords that are coming here and complaining that everything is so expensive, that the insurance is up and they have to pay. But let's be honest, they're not the ones that are paying, it's the families. They pass these expenses to the people that are more vulnerable. The tenants are the ones that are paying and all these expenses. So we have to find a solution. We were able to get a little with this ordinance. Now you want to take it away from us. Please, let's find a solution. Why don't we sit all together, the families, the landlord? We need to find a solution. We can't continue fighting. This is never going to stop. We all need to sit at a table and find a solution for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias. Good evening, Council. My name is Joel Hernandez. I'm the Executive Director at the Center for Community Advocacy. So I know CCA has been brought up a couple of times in the last couple of months, so I want to provide two comments on where we stand. One is, for 35 years, the Center for Community Advocacy has been doing tenant and landlord mitigation through our means as an organization. And so our focus has always been on how to bring housing up to code, and we'll continue to do that as we continue. The second thing is to ask you for what we've done for 35 years, and that's to help with mitigation. And so let's pause this. Many of you in the last council meeting talked about having conversations and dialogue. I agree. So how do we take that forward? So easy way out, you repeal the process. Long way out is we have dialogue. I've been in conversation with property managers, and I think we can come to a solution if we bring this back to the Technical Advisory Committee. So you take the leadership, direct us back into this Technical Advisory Committee to come to a solution and bring that to you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cesar Amora, and I live in District 3. I'm a resident of Salinas. I grew up in Salinas. I'm here because it's obvious by limiting our time that you don't want us to speak up. I also want to note that the argument of supply and demand doesn't really make sense because these rentals that are affected by these ordinances are from February 1st, 1995 and before. So I don't get how that's affecting future supply. Furthermore, if the supply is so limited, wouldn't it be profitable for the landlords who do have land? Like, if they do leave, someone else is going to take their place. That's not going to change the supply or the rents. This is providing protections. I don't see how the tenant anti-harassment ordinances, why those are getting repealed. If the landlords are good landlords, then they won't be afraid of those because they are following the rules. Just food for thought.
Okay, thank you.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es María Trini, tengo 33 años viviendo aquí en la ciudad de Salinas. Solamente quiero que hagan conciencia. El año 2024 pagué $33,000 en el año solamente de renta. Le pregunto a los dueños de las casas, esos $33,000 de renta que yo les pagué durante el año, ¿cuánto invirtieron en los arreglos de mi casa? Tengo aquí más de 30 fotografías de que tengo 2 años diciéndoles que arreglen el piso porque ya casi se cae. Pero en fin, no quiero entrar en tantos detalles, ya que la compañía a la que me renta se encuentra en este momento en este lugar. Espero que mañana no me corran, ¿verdad? Por lo que estoy diciendo, solamente quiero decirles, por favor, hagan conciencia. No necesito un minuto solamente para decirles que hagan conciencia. $33,000 pagué en el año 2024 y hasta ahora no sé, los dueños de esta propiedad, ¿dónde está ese dinero? Pagué sus taxis de ellos del año de esta propiedad. Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Trini, and I'm a resident of 33 years here in Salinas. And I'm here because I want you to please put your hand in your conscience. In 2024, I paid $33,000 in rent. Where is that money? I've been asking for 2 years for them to please fix my house. The floor is falling apart, but they never do that. And I don't want to enter in too much detail because the people that own the apartment where I live are here, and I don't want to get an eviction notice tomorrow. But I do want to say, please, I don't need a minute to say, please have a conscience. Please put your hand in your conscience and do not allow them to increase our rent more. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you've already spoken, haven't you? He's already spoken.
Sí, ya. ¿Puedo hablar o ya no?
Patty?
Señor, nomás se le da una oportunidad de comentario público. Gracias.
Los espero mañana allí para que vean. Don't forget, 400 Griffin Street, and that way you want to have a better vision. I wait for you there, 7 o'clock.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, Rose. Good try.
English. My name is Rose Clark. I was not going to speak, but my feathers were ruffled. First of all, Steve McShane was one of the best council members that we ever had. He cared about everybody. He was everybody's council member. All of you sitting up there are amazing people, and you worked very hard to get there. Past or present council members owe each other respect. But most of all, people need to respect you. Please stick to your guns and repeal rent control. It's the only way we're going to save all of these people. Thank you.
Thank you, Rose.
Good evening, Council. Mayor, my name is Omar Perez. I'm a resident in Salinas. I don't have much to say other than what has already been said. It'd be a shame and a disgrace to this city the residents and community if you guys continue to repeal these ordinances. There's 4 ordinances in front of you. 3 of them are protections, assistance, and those help out the community. But what's the justification of repealing those ordinances? It doesn't make sense. It only shows that you guys not here representing community, only the power, and your donors. We all know how much y'all got from landowners and property owners and big ag corporations. So it's not, we already know how you're gonna vote. Just hope you all have a conscience. It's sad that some council members up there can make a vote and have a smirk on the face, and others can share their stories saying that they're one of us when they're gonna take away the protections and support that this community needs. So please vote with your conscience and not with your pocketbooks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, council members and mayor. Good evening. I have never spoken in this council before. It's obvious that there is a lot of emotions and a lot of hurt. But I think that this ordinance is not the problem. I think what we need to do is focus ourselves in making better homes, affordable homes, jobs that pay, and also increase our roads that are not really in a good condition, plus our transportation, education. I think we need to focus on that for the city of Salinas. Obviously, a lot of the people that live here in Salinas work in the ag industry, and then they should also have some sort of priority for housing, not for affordable housing, but to own a home of their own. So I think we should try to look for programs like that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I think as all of you guys have been hearing, we've seen the community come here, people who have gave their blood, sweat, and tears for Salinas. And I just feel like you guys are not listening at all. It's pretty upsetting to have all these people who basically have almost zero protections have to come up to you guys and basically have to come here and speak their mind. It's just kind of shameful. And that's all I gotta say. There's multiple ordinances, but even the fact that none of these are being dragged out so we could have conversations, it's really, I guess, unfair. And it just doesn't make sense why we can't have more conversations about it and find some sort of balance. What we're asking is conversations around it, not just denial. We want solutions passed. Just rent assistance, I don't think it's gonna work. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. Luis Chago Juarez for Building Healthy Communities. And, wow, huh? Can't get it out of my head, right? Just all of what's been shared and said. But just coming back to the idea of it being a business. This is a business. I believe, Margaret, you had said that this is a business. This is Salinas. And to deny 53% of the population its partnership in this business, we've invested months, years in developing a partnership and developing a new level of a relationship between the tenants of Salinas, the tenant community of Salinas, and here we are. And it's really amazing. I'm amazed by this, by the capacity of the denial, the deniability. But I have faith.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. I have a front row seat, so I've been watching all of you, and thank you for being so attentive. Even when the conversation is difficult, you have all been very attentive. I don't believe in repealing the ordinance at all, but maybe there's some things that is not protecting maybe the landlords in the ordinance. But what I do know, I know Gloria de la Rosa, the community loves you. So you're going to do the right thing because you love it back. You have that. Aurelio is one of the most educated people I've ever met. He gave us a list of his education, his schools. We have an eager new council member that is wanting to do the right thing. And then we have Andrew Sandoval, keep asking those hard questions. So go back to the drawing board, guys. You have all the elements to come up with something better so that it can be a little bit more win-win for both sides, and it doesn't cause a division in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm a resident District 6. I'm also a member of several national and state coalitions that advocate for education justice, ensuring that all students not only survive but thrive. I'm here because we all have a role in addressing the root causes that are blocking our youth from achieving success. Your role as city leaders is critical. When housing, education, and the economy are viewed in silos, we're missing the opportunity to create lasting impact. But when we align, they can create a foundation where students not only graduate, but return and contribute to their communities. Let me share with you some local data. Monterey County has approximately 78,000 students enrolled in 24 school districts. 12,959 students experience homelessness, 12,020 live in double up another family due to economic hardship, 220 stay in hotels and motels, 266 live in shelters, 453 live in unsheltered conditions. You make the math. You have a role, which is create the environment and the conditions for those students. So please see yourselves as a critical component of this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Okay.
Hello, everyone. I'm just going to say something that I'm not very educated, like I want to be, but I'm not. Everybody's important. All of you are important. And I just want you to try very hard to just try it, give it a chance, and watch it. Just watch both sides, the community, the landlords, how's it going, and give it a chance if you see, but meet both sides. How's it going? Oh, it's going bad, all the negative. Oh, it's going great. Oh, you know what, but give it a chance. Or just watch, or come over to the escuelita and decide, well, what is a escuelita? Well, I didn't know, I found out. So come over and meet up with us. Find out how we feel,
Okay, thank you.
okay?
All right, anyone else from the public?
Buenas noches o buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Consuelo Rosales y les vengo a pedir de la manera más atenta que esto se pare. Yo soy madre soltera, tengo 2 hijos y yo pago $4,500 de renta, el cual me hace que tenga que meter a gente desconocida para poderme ayudar. Yo estoy enferma de mis piernas y aún así anduvimos nosotros pidiendo para que se llevara a cabo eso. Creo que no se me hace justo. Muchas veces no comíamos, muchas veces muy cansadas para llevar a cabo esto. Esto es un beneficio no para mí, ni para ustedes, es para todos. Porque si nosotros no tenemos la manera de pagar nuestra renta, menos vamos a tener la manera de que esta economía siga creciendo. Porque ahora decidimos pagar renta o comprar comida. Y eso creo que no es justo. Creo que nos merecemos, de alguna manera, tener una casa como ustedes, porque ustedes también la tienen. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Consuela Rosa, and I'm asking you, please do not repeal the ordinance. I'm a single mom. I have 2 children, and I pay $4,500 in rent a month. I cannot afford this by myself, so I have to let people that I don't know live in the house with me. I have issues with my legs. However, I walked and I asked and I tried to get this ordinance approved. Sometimes we were tired, we didn't even eat. And it's not a benefit only for me, it's a benefit for everyone. It is not fair that we have to choose between paying rent or eating. This is not fair. This is not what we deserve. You have a house We deserve to have that too. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I am going to see if there is anyone on Zoom. I'll close public comment and go to Zoom, and we'll get started. Monterey County Renters United.
Yes, good evening. Esther Malkin, founder of Monterey County Renters United. I wanted to point out a couple of things. The majority of the commenters that are there tonight reflect the majority of the residents in Salinas, and they are not the ones that have any money to contribute to campaigns. It's interesting that the California Apartments Association representative turns out tonight, but doesn't discuss how much money has been donated to campaigns to fight rent stabilization and to back up candidates that will knock them down. This needs to be, these policies need to be reviewed, not repealed. And I want to remind you that AB 1482 ends in 2030. Each individual jurisdictions need to have their own policies, not a cookie cutter state policy. And for the younger council member that doesn't know what the RHNA goals are about, they are just goals. They are a long-term plan, but they do not, they're suggestions. If you can't build overnight, keep some stabilization policies in place, and as the rents stabilize, sunset those.
Thank you. Okay. Can you make out the next one? I can't.
Lori Mazuka, 1 minute.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I sent the city and each of you directly letters and supporting documents filled with data pertinent to this discussion. I respectfully urge this council to repeal all of these ordinances and return to the more than sufficient protections provided under state law AB 1482, which already limits rent increases and protects tenants from unjust evictions. Local layers add complexity, not clarity. Cities like Oxnard, that the staff used as the sole comparison for Salinas as they crafted these ordinances, that rely solely on state law, see more housing built, lower rent burdens, and greater stability for both renters and property owners. Salinas, on the other hand, has higher rents, fewer new units, and lower vacancy rate than Oxnard, proof that the current policy here is not working. Let's prioritize housing production and support renters through smarter supply-side policies. Please do the best thing tonight for everyone and repeal all of these ordinances and move forward. Thank you so much for your time and consideration of my comment.
Thank you.
Saulo, 1 minute.
Good evening, Council. I represent WMA, the industry association that works with mobile home park owners and operators in California. We're here today to support this effort to repeal rent control in the city of Salinas. We applaud this council for listening to reason and recognizing that rent control is detrimental to your community, that it discourages investment and always leads to less available rental housing units. This is exactly the case for mobile home parks in Salinas as well. The city's rent control ordinance for mobile home parks prohibits housing providers from keeping up with rising inflation costs. Limiting increases to 75% of CPI at a time when the costs of maintaining a small community have all recently risen at a higher rate than CPI leads to the rapid deterioration of infrastructure. Park owners and managers are closely watching this deliberation with the hopes that this council takes the next step towards eliminating the rent control regime in Salinas by also repealing its rent control ordinance for mobile home parks. We look forward to assisting you with this next step. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nick, 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Nick Ubaldi. I want to commend the council for taking the important step this evening to consider repealing rent control for several forms of housing. In doing so, you are not eliminating affordable housing, you are preserving it. Rent control has been shown time and time again, even by institutions such as Brookings Institute, to have the opposite of its intended effect. It discourages investment and development, which stifles new housing supply, while demand continues to grow, driving costs higher. I encourage this council to go further and also repeal rent control on mobile home parks. Mobile home parks are one of the last remaining sources of unsubsidized affordable housing. Park owners are fighting to stay in business under a rent control ordinance that caps rent increases at 75% of CPI. Our costs are rising much faster than inflation. A business that is unable to keep pace with inflation is destined to fail in the long run. We share a common goal to preserve and provide safe, clean, and affordable housing for the residents of Salinas. Again, I applaud your recognition that rent control does more harm than good and are rolling back harmful policy.
Thank you, Nick.
Faraz, 1 minute.
Good evening. I'm a community physician and resident of Salinas. Repealing this ordinance will absolutely lead to more sicknesses and deaths throughout our town. It is unconscionable that you'll do this at a time when federal politicians are trying to gut our social safety net. Property owners have, on average, net worths 40 times those of renters. It is laughable to assert that our landlords will face a widespread financial hardship if they can only raise rent by 2.75% annually. Moreover, if their profits aren't adequate, they have always been eligible for filing petitions for fair return on investment under Section 17-2.07 of the Rent Stabilization Ordinance. Meanwhile, if you repeal these ordinances, you will cause real hardships for thousands of citizens suffering from housing insecurity, many of whom have been begging you to relent. If you lack the moral clarity to see this repeal as fundamentally immoral, you should reconsider your position in public office. Thank you.
Cynthia Corres Luna, 1 minute.
Hello, good afternoon, members of the City Council. My name is Cynthia, and I'm a Seaside community leader, and today I am here to support my brothers and sisters from Salinas with the protection of the rent and stabilization. This rent stabilization, it doesn't occur by miracle. They fight for that. It exists because renters in Salinas, mostly working class, black and brown, farm workers, hospitality industry families, were being crushed by a system designated to displace us. We need rent protection and stabilization now. We ask to keep the ordinance in place or reevaluate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So go ahead and call on Audrey Wardwell. So Ms. Wardwell's in front of me in the rotunda here. So go ahead, 1 minute for whoever Ms. Audrey Wardwell is a speaker.
Hi, I want to address the city attorney's comments regarding the press release that I issued and was shared by KSBW, KION, and The Weekly. The demurrer is considered a constitutional matter because it raises issues related to the preemption of local laws by state laws. In this case, the argument centers on whether the 3-day notice requirement for eviction established by California state law conflicts with the 10-day notice provision set forth in the city's rent stabilization ordinance. The court determined that the local ordinance was preempted by state law, which is a key constitutional principle as it restricts local governments from enacting laws that interfere with state legislation. The demurrer discusses the balance of power between local and state law, asserting that the legislative intent of state must prevail in matters of landlord-tenant relations, particularly regarding eviction proceedings. The outcome of this demurrer
Thank you, Audrey.
Carla Lobo, 1 minute.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Carla Lobo, Salinas property owner. I understand both challenges landlords face and the real need for tenant protections. I'm deeply concerned that we are discussing the repeal again of these ordinances without robust engagement from both landlords and tenants. What happened to bringing both sides together for honest dialogue? These programs were intended to stabilize our community. Salinas had the opportunity to lead by example, setting a standard among local cities for balanced, fair housing policies. Repealing these ordinances sends the wrong message that we yield to pressure instead of improving what we started. Rental assistance alone is not enough. We need tangible solutions now. Instead of repeal, let's fix the gaps. Offer tiered fee structures, provide technical assistance for registration, and create emergency support that protects both landlords and tenants, like a local fund that supports them during hardships. This is not just about housing, it's about leadership. Let's lead with solutions, not reversals. Let's not throw out policy designed to balance power and prevent displacement. Let's fix what's broken.
Robin?
Thank you. So it's immensely disappointing. All of you ran on bringing people together, and your inactions showcase explicit contradictions to that. There have been no town halls. You haven't brought people together to discuss these topics. And in short, Mayor Donahue, you seem to consistently be focused on spending the least amount of time sitting behind the diocese, and there are fewer and fewer meetings. And for those reasons, sir, by all accounts, the appearance is that you have in fact been bought and paid for, and your inactions behind that diocese are abhorrent. Thank you.
Orlando?
Hello, City Council. My name is Orlando Osornio, and this message is really for the folks that Councilwoman Gloria De La Rosa and Andrew Sandoval. This letter here that I'm about to read is from the Mariner Village Apartments that are on Constantini. And it says, Dear X, as of January 1st, 2025, your tenancy at 438 Rico Street is now subject to the Salinas Rent Stabilization Ordinance. This law limits the amount management can increase your rent in a 12-month period. This ordinance requires all rent increases that occur during the last year of 2024 to be reduced to the newly enacted rent stabilization, as explained below. This means your February 1st rent will now be lower than it was in December 2024, and a credit of overpayment for January 2025 rent will be credited to your account. I think we're not talking about the folks that are already saving months of rent right now, and I say that if you guys can wait until October to reach some type of agreement, I think.
Thank you.
Alma, sorry, Gay, 1 minute. Go ahead, you have 1 minute. We'll come back. Alma Loredo. Alma, 1 minute.
Hablaré en español. Buenas tardes, miembros de la mesa. Mi nombre es Alma Loredo. Soy una organizadora con BHC Padres Unidos y también soy residente de Salinas del Distrito 2. Estoy aquí esta tarde, como muchas otras, dando mi comentario público para asegurar el bienestar de mi comunidad. Nosotros también tenemos derecho a un lugar en esta mesa de decisiones. Aunque no nos quieran dar esa oportunidad, la vamos a tomar y vamos a elevar nuestras voces, asegurando que el poder de la comunidad se vea. No somos unos improvisados. Sabemos lo que queremos y sabemos lo que va a suceder si desaparece el control de rentas. La gente va a sufrir y algunos se van a quedar sin vivienda. Se van a abandonar las escuelas y las comunidades van a sufrir. Claro que la economía va a sufrir al máximo. Les recuerdo que los trabajadores que ustedes están afectando con su decisión son los que mantienen de pie el condado. Pero al parecer eso es lo que ustedes están buscando. Pero aún así, si van a votar para derogar la ordenanza, se va a quedar en su conciencia para siempre.
Good afternoon. My name is Alma Loredo, and I am with BHC and Padres Unidos. I'm a resident of District 2, and I'm here, as many others, to advocate for the well-being of the community. They don't give us an opportunity to be at the table and give our opinion, but we're going to take that opportunity and we're going to elevate our voices because we have to make sure that you hear what we want. The rent ordinance is going to affect us all. Houses, we're not going to be able to pay rent. The community, the school, the children are going to be affected. The ones that are going to be most affected are the workers. And those are the ones that keep Salinas going. So I don't know if that's what you're looking for by repealing this law, but this ordinance, but I really want you to put your hand in your conscience and remember that we're going to remember this forever. Thank you.
Okay, are we back? Is it Gay or Gail? I can't quite read it. Gay F, are you out there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
In 2021, our rent went up 10%, $135. In 2022, our rent went up 10%, $141. In 3 years, our rent went up from $1,350 to $1,741, a total of $391. If not for rent stabilization, last year, our rent would have been raised another $174, almost $500 in 4 years. My husband and I are on Social Security and work part-time. We do not qualify for rental assistance programs, and we don't qualify for Section 8. Paying 10% a year will soon make our apartment unaffordable. The building we live in is 60 years old. It took 4 years for us to get the owner of the building to fix a leak in the ceiling where every time if the person upstairs took a shower, it rained in our bathroom. I understand costs are up, but I don't think you should blame tenants without looking at other options. Thank you.
All right, and it looks like we have one more hand.
Francisca Arroyo, 1 minute.
Hola, buenas noches. Miren, yo soy de Seaside, California. Estoy con la comunidad para que no les quiten las viviendas a estas personas, que se estabilice la renta. ¿Por qué? Porque es un derecho de la comunidad más vulnerable que nos lleva los alimentos a la casa. Yo estoy con ellos porque desde la pandemia también fueron muy egoístas con ellos, en donde no los valoraron como deberían de valorarlos. Entonces yo apoyo la estabilización de rentas. Se los pido de la manera más atenta que ustedes los apoyen, porque ustedes también son residentes, ustedes también son beneficiarios de lo que hace esta comunidad. Y se los agradezco de corazón. Gracias.
Hello, my name is Francisca Arroyo, and I live in Seaside, California, but I'm here with the community. Please don't repeal the rent stabilization. It is a right. The community has the right. They're the most vulnerable. They have a right to have a house. During the pandemic, you were very selfish because you really didn't value them as you should. And I'm asking you now to please do not repeal the ordinance. This is a benefit for all, for you too. Also, please benefit the community. That is the one that puts food on your table. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, public comment is closed. We will now bring back to council for comments and a motion. I will save my comments for the end, but I am going to go ahead and make the motion to introduce and subsequently adopt the ordinance repealing ordinances 2663, 2681, 2682, and 2683.
Second.
I'd like to make a substitute motion if I can, please.
You're able to do that.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I think we've heard loud and clear from good people, whether you're a landlord, a property owner, or a tenant. What I'm going to humbly ask is to direct staff to come back to council in 5 months, once relevant data has been collected on the Salinas Rent Stabilization Ordinance. Stakeholder outreach. No less than 2 community engagement stakeholder meetings with landlords and tenants. Several people have asked us to do that. Recommendations development once data is collected, because we do not have enough data as of yet. Would stakeholder feedback be presented to the original TAC members to address concerns with this ordinance? And the last one, if council follow up, come back to council once the above is complete. And let me tell you why I think it's important. this represents a compromise between landlords who want to repeal now with renter advocates. I think I heard Amy say, work together to look for solutions, and I agree with her. I think my good friend Adam brought an awesome chart. He strongly believes we're going in the right direction. And then we've heard tenants just a while ago saying that if it wasn't for the rent stabilization, their rent would continue going up. We heard from good landlords that are barely making it and they try to help out their tenants. So there's a lot of people involved as well as investors. Staff can work with both landlords and renters on community meetings that are open to everyone instead of a closed door that have not been as helpful over the past couple of years. Because we've been working on this for the last 2 years. A lot of work has gone into this. This is a compromise with renter advocates who are asking for a new renter stabilization committee. She's looking for options, but yet she's bringing people in that she doesn't know just to make ends meet. There was another woman in front of us. I don't know if she said she's working 16 hours a week or 16 hours a day, but it takes 4 of her paychecks to make the rent. And that's the reality. Some landlords may say, well, you know what, you're not helping me out. Well, I think with this compromise, we have people today that are having a very difficult time. And I think with this compromise, we can, just like Amy says, we can come to a solution. All I ask is for 5 months. So colleagues, I'm asking you for that, please. Thank you, Mayor.
Second.
And I'm going to make a second substitute motion, if I may, Mayor.
Hold on.
Okay, so we've been through this once before. So we have a main motion on the floor that was made by Mayor Donahue and seconded by Councilmember Diorigo. We now have a substitute motion on the floor made by Councilmember Barrera and seconded by Councilmember Sandoval. We need to consider those 2 items first before a new substitute motion may be considered.
Thank you. So, call for the question.
Right, so we Mayor, we deal with the substitute motion now to see if there's a sufficient vote to move forward, or you can have discussion on that substitute motion among your other council members.
I'm going to call for the question.
I'm sorry, I'd like to have discussion.
I'm calling for the question.
Point of order, the council is entitled to have discussion before the motion is considered.
If that's the case.
Yes.
Yes, it's the case. Okay. I just want to share what's at stake. And I'm going to share in Spanish since we have a large percentage of our community in Spanish here. Eso es lo que podemos perder si no aprueban eso. Avisos en español. No entiendo por qué quieren quitar ese derecho. Es una cosa que pasamos aquí en Salinas, que los derechos y los avisos sean en el lenguaje en español. Imagínense, la comunidad, es una cosa que nomás tenemos aquí en Salinas. No es la ley en el estado. ¿Por qué es importante? Pues ayuda a los inquilinos que entiendan sus derechos y también muestra un respeto a la comunidad bilingüe aquí en Salinas. No entiendo por qué quieren quitar este derecho a nuestras familias que hablan español. Causa justa para desalojo. ¿A quién protege? Evita desalojos sin razón o por venganza. Obliga al dueño a tener una razón válida para sacar a un inquilino. ¿Qué pasa si se elimina? Los dueños podrían desalojar para subir la renta o evitar reparaciones. Familias, adultos, gente de la tercera edad pueden perder esa protección local. Protección contra el acoso. ¿Qué hace? Es protege a los inquilinos del maltrato, amenazas o negligencias. Da derecho a las defensas contra los desalojos ilegales o cortando sus servicios como agua. Dicen que las cosas, que esa protección es al nivel estatal, pero ahorita la ciudad ayuda a dar a enforzar esas leyes. Si quitan eso, Sí, tienen esos derechos. Vayan a la corte, vayan a CCA, que no tiene esos servicios accesibles para todo. CRLA tampoco les va a poder ayudar a la mayoría de gente. So, ahorita tenemos esas protecciones local y la ciudad da esos servicios. ¿Qué pasa si se elimina? La ciudad puede... el registro de alquileres, Rental Registry, que para que sepan, eso se pasó en el 2023 con el apoyo de Mayor Kimberly Craig y Councilmember McShane. Fue una decisión unánime en el concilio. Y pueden revisar los votos en eso. ¿Qué pasa si se elimina? La ciudad pierde información clave sobre las viviendas. Es más difícil de mantener que los dueños sean responsables. No se equivocan. Si el concilio vota para quitar esas ordenanzas, la renta de la gente se iba a subir. La ciudad tiene una lista de valores que dice que apoyamos a la comunidad, que queremos viviendas para todos, que queremos acceso para todos, y es importante que este concilio tome esa decisión para seguir eso. I want to just highlight some of the things that these tenant protections, because we have not discussed them each individually. Number one, language access for notices. The local ordinance provides that notices shall be provided in English and Spanish. The landlord must provide an accurate translation of the notice of tenants' rights in the language in the rental, as well as the rental agreement. Why it matters? It ensures tenants who don't speak English or don't have access to translation understand their rights. It also reflects Salinas' bilingual community and its commitment to inclusion. I can't understand why we would want to take that away from our Spanish-speaking families. Just cause eviction, which, by the way, these protections are included for single-family homes. It helps with protecting tenants from arbitrary or retaliatory evictions. Requires landlords to have a valid reason before displacing someone. What will happen if this gets repealed? Landlords could evict at will or raise to avoid making repairs. Anti-harassment protections. This shields tenants from landlords' abuse, intimidation, and neglect. It provides legal remedies for illegal lockouts, threats, and utility shutoffs. Rental registry. This tracks local rental units, rents, ownership, so we can make better planning decisions and code enforcement. It also ensures contact information is available in case emergencies or for housing violation. What could happen if we repeal these? The city loses critical data needed to address housing issues, increase landlord anonymity, and weakens accountability. You should know that our SCIU union, who represents the majority of our city employees, not to mention countless community organizations, fully asked the city council not to repeal this ordinance, our own employees. This law protects tenants, and I wish that our city was more proactive in correcting misinformation. I want to thank the city attorney for correcting that information, that misinformation, because maybe the city hasn't done a good job of educating landlords or tenants to what this law does. But this law not only protects tenants, but also protects landlords by allowing higher rent increase when needed to ensure fair profit. No one is forced to lose money with this rent stabilization. And if I said an inaccurate statement, I'd encourage the city attorney to correct me. But there is a lot of people who are going to get affected. We heard from students who are trying to decide whether going to college is the best approach for their family or staying here to help pay for the rent. I just don't understand why we want to rip tenant protections. There's always room for improvement. So let's collaborate. Let's bring everybody to the table, and let's figure out what works and what doesn't work. But to say that this is going to help protect tenants if we repeal this, I don't see it. I just ask that you consider the olive branch that Councilmember Barrera is extending to really collaborate and make sure we also stand by our slogan, rich in land, rich in values. And this is a decision that we're going to make based on our values. Thank you, Mayor.
Call for the question.
Calling for the vote on the substitute motion. Substitute motion made by Councilmember Barrera, second by Councilmember Sandoval. Councilmember Barajas?
No.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Diorigo?
No.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
No.
Councilmember Salazar?
No.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Yes.
Mayor Donahue?
No.
Motion fails.
Okay.
So now you consider the original motion
Okay.
made by you and seconded by Councilmember Diorigo.
Entertain comments on that, or just, okay. If there are any comments on the original motion, we can do that, or any discussion?
I guess there's been a lot said tonight. I just want to thank everyone for coming out tonight and sharing your viewpoints. A lot of sad stories, a lot of pain in the room. I feel it.
It is not, this is not a spectator sport. Respect has been given to everyone else who's spoken tonight. The council deserves the same.
Thank you, Mayor. I just hope we can move forward in a way that's inclusive so that everybody's voices are heard, just as we've heard from you guys tonight. And I don't want this to become a them against us. I don't think that's a way to bring our city together. We've got to work together. I think we've heard from several people that they want to have collaborative effort. Anybody that wants to be involved should have a voice at that table. I think that's really important. So I would like to use the next 5 months to start moving forward on looking at solutions to a better way forward for our city, rather than stalling. I think we need those 5 months to really work hard at this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Margaret. Gloria?
I just want to thank everyone, too, for being here and expressing your views. But yeah, this ordinance did cause some division in our city. We need to build more housing now. We need to fill our empty lots to infill. We need to bring back the first hometown buyers program. And yes, we need to work together. This is our city. We have a lack of housing, and we need to start building, and we need to. I have a lot of friends, family members that are farm workers that worked in the fields, in the lettuce 40, 50 years ago. And guess what? They invested. They did a sacrifice where, they have no voice right now. They invested in those apartments, a lot of them in the Sanborn area, Fremont and stuff like that. They feel like they don't have any rights and that they have no representation. Well, we have to represent everyone. So let's work together and make it better for everyone and bring that TAC committee together.
Aurelio?
Over these last couple of weeks, I've had the opportunity to meet and speak with supporters and opponents to the 4 ordinances, including reviewing and responding to their emails. The conclusion that I've come to is that these 4 ordinances, while they were well-intended, fell short from their overarching goal. I do agree and support rent registry.
Please. You were heard. Let him speak.
I do agree and support rent stabilization. I do agree with anti-harassment ordinances and rent tenant protections through a process that includes stakeholders from both sides. And I will continue to support any such ordinances that include all stakeholders and their willingness to have meaningful conversations at the table. And I challenge you to make those efforts to sit and listen to one another, rather than drive us down this road of a divided city. In terms of the 4 ordinances, I wanted to communicate my support and reasons for repealing these 4 as currently submitted. The 4 ordinances have already reduced rental units. I hope you're listening. As we have seen, property owners, the small mom and pops, have sold their rental units, thus reducing the much needed rental supply. Again, we need more rental units, not less. We should not be forcing these small mom and pops out of renting their units, again, due to a well-intended but poorly drafted ordinance. The 4 ordinances did not take into consideration rising insurances that these property management companies and small mom and pops must make sure that they have to insure their renters. Or does it include, the maintenance and the taxes, making it more difficult, if not impossible, to maintain that rental stock? Not to mention, landlords are also expected to absorb. They're expected to absorb utility costs. Then there's the 3 months reallocation assistance for no-fault evictions, negatively impacting those small landlords. We clearly needed a set of ordinances that will be fair to the small mom and pops, and yes, another rules for those who need stricter guidelines. Owner move-in evictions require 51% of ownership, where state law requires 25%, hence blocking families who inherited homes jointly. There's also the potential for property values to decline, causing an impact on revenue for much-needed public services. Lastly, I just want to share that Community Housing Improvement Systems and Planning Association, CHISPA, submitted a letter to the City of Salinas, more specifically to the Community Development Department and to the Technical Advisory Committee, their thoughts. And I will read from their letter. CHISPA reviewed 10 years of operating costs for its portfolio and observed costs increased an average of 5.7% per year. Other landlords we asked, indicated similar cost increases. According to a national study of operating costs in a recent consortium of housing and asset management, presentations at the recent CHAM conference showed costs rose an average of 3% over 10 years, then jumped to 5 to 8% over the last 3 years. So as costs rise, and in this case we're hearing 5.7% over 10 years, when it comes to rent control, we need a formula that is proportional to real increasing costs. Later on, they go on and say, in order to protect residents from exorbitant year after year rent increases while allowing reasonable operating cost adjustments for landlords based on inflation, we, CHISPA, recommend going beyond the rent control of AB 1482 which restricts rent increases to CPI plus 5%. To set a limit of the greater of CPI or greater of 5%. Hence the 2.75%. Does not make sense. Again, Chispa being one of our most essential and critical affordable housing providers, to recommend a limit greater than 5% is something that I am willing to listen to and not turn my back on, because I want to make informed decisions based on what I hear from both sides. I also want to share, I just wanted to clarify, on social media, there's been comments made saying that we're going to take away tenant rights and tenant protections. So I have before you a copy from the State of California Department of Consumer Affairs, the actual document that is used regarding landlords and tenants. Very briefly, for those who spoke tonight and at previous meetings arguing that the city council somehow has the ability to supersede state law, their document, again, very detailed, has a number of sections and chapters covering everything from looking for a rental unit, inspecting that unit, has recommendations, guidelines on the rental application regarding the screening fee, has a section on unlawful discrimination, a section on examples of unlawful discrimination, has sections on written rental agreements, oral written agreements, the translation of proposed rental agreements, what rental agreement or lease agreements should include. It also has a section on tenants' basic legal rights. Covers alterations to accommodate a tenant with disabilities, landlord disclosures, has sections on lead-based paint, periodic pest control treatments, asbestos, carcinogenic material, basic rules governing security deposits, renter's insurance, rent control, living in the rental unit, paying for rent when rent is due, check or cash, obtaining receipts, late fees, dishonored check fees, partial rent payments. The document also includes security deposit increases, rent increases, how often can rent be raised, examples of a rent increase. There are sections on when the landlord can enter a rental unit, dealing with problem tenants, landlord's responsibilities for repairs, tenant responsibility for repairs, section on what to do in a landlord's sale of the rental unit, when a property is sold due to foreclosure. There's a section on influencing the tenant to move, moving out, giving and receiving proper notice, tenant's notice to end a periodic tenancy, tenant's notice to end tenancy due to domestic violence, sexual assault, or stalking, refund of security deposits, initial inspection before tenants move out, refund of security deposits after sale of a building, what to do in the event of a tenant's death. The document continues on regarding terminations and evictions.
These aren't enforced because they don't have the information
Uh,
on it. That's the point.
he gets to say what he's going to say.
The document goes on. So when we hear these things, may have proved my point. When we hear these things that these things are being taken away, I would argue against that. And there's also a section on retaliatory actions, evictions, and discrimination, and how to resolve problems and recommendations on how to speak with your landlord, getting help from third parties, finally arbitration and mediation. So I just wanted to share that tonight, and if anybody would like a copy, I can make that available to them. And again, it's available from State of California Department of Consumer Affairs. I'll conclude my comments there.
Okay, thank you, Aurelio. All right. Good policy has to work over the course of time. In my mind, it was clear this was not a sustainable policy and that it was important to be addressed sooner rather than later. One of the things that's been clear over the last couple of months and several weeks, and as we've heard tonight, and quite often, movingly, eloquently, there are real needs in this community. That is quite clear. No one who is taking the position that, in terms of repealing this, discounts that in any way, shape, or form. Just speaking for myself, a belief this is not the right answer to those issues. And I've thought about this back and forth, and it's, and not all the reasons, pro and con, and it's not a matter of, okay, I've got better facts than that person's got better facts, and if I put them on a scale. For me, it's a simple matter of principle that this is a real issue, but at the end of the day, the right way to deal with it is to ask a group of people, a business sector, and frankly and this, to my surprise, way more individual owners who reflect the stories that Gloria told, or folks who worked hard, and this is part of their retirement. And frankly, their voices have not been at the table. But I will tell you, they are on my computer in my office. Please repeal, because nobody's publicly, in any large measure, speaking for them. That I simply do not believe it's appropriate to deal with a very real issue at the expense of one particular sector and say, you must assume, and as Lisa Brinton said earlier, what are our basic problems? Our proximity to the Bay Area, perhaps we need a more diversified economy, to say, you must bear all the economic ills that can come with this valley, and they're real in terms of cost of living. And the stories about losing insurance or costs going from $800 to $4,500, those are very real, and costs are continuing to go up. And I just can't get over the fact that that is not the right approach to deal with a real issue. And that is why when Councilmember Barajas made a substitute motion in terms of rental assistance and really looking at housing in a more aggressive, accelerated way, that in my mind began to frame the right approach to deal with this issue. That is the more directionally correct approach. There is a silver lining to all of this, that I think the folks have been very, very engaged, that if we are going to look at things like rental assistance, that I believe many people of goodwill organizations and institutions stand poised for a serious and immediate conversation to address that. And I want to address the point, this is not an exact science, how do we continue to work together and continue to collaborate and find right solutions. Nobody should assume repealed and that's done. Should that be the vote? Nobody up here believes for a moment that we aren't going to try and find a better way. I think this city does have a history of, from time to time, a sharp division, but we always find a way forward together, and I'm confident that will happen again. But in my mind, the desired outcome that everybody has, this is just simply not the best way to accomplish it, hence supporting repealing the 4 ordinances. But that will begin, in my mind, a new conversation. So with that, Patty,
I'd like to discuss the motion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The other side.
I forgot to go the other way. For some reason, when it came to me, I talked. I apologize. No, my apologies. Been a long night. Councilmember Sandoval.
Yeah, City Attorney, the local ordinances, the tenant protections go beyond what the state provides. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? And
The state tenant protection, the Salinas Pass tenant protections go beyond what the state provides. Is that correct?
in some respects, yes.
Yes, so in some respects, if we repeal this, there will be a loss of tenant protections and enforcement at the local level?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to get that clear because we just had a colleague say that, no, you're all wrong, you're not going to lose rights or protections. I just want to get that clear. Second of all, Chispa is an affordable housing provider. You know, that's why it was so important for me to ask CRLA, CCA. Chispa is not here to speak on their behalf. They provide affordable housing at lower rates than most of our, no, I'm not saying than most of our landlords, but their purpose is to provide lower rental rates. So increase to them, I mean, that's a whole different ballgame. Using Chispa, that's wrong. That's a whole different ballgame. I wish Chispa was here to provide a response to that and their reasoning behind that, but they're not. So there's a lot of misinformation, and I wish our city was more proactive in correcting that misinformation, but what Councilmember Salazar said is incorrect. We go beyond that. Plus, we are going to lose local enforcement. Right now, you can report mold, broken windows at the floor that the lady was speaking about that hasn't been repaired in 10 years. You can report that to the city now, and we can provide a point of contact to the landlord to have that issue addressed. When this council takes away these ordinances, our residents will lose that. How is that not losing protections and not losing rights? So I just want to be clear. Well, people can shake their heads and whatever the case may be, and I encourage you to reach out to our city attorney and city manager to ask for clarification, but residents will lose rights. They will lose protections. That's why it's not a perfect ordinance. Sure, we can all agree to that, but instead of repealing it, why don't we collaborate and try to find a solution? And to Councilmember Salazar's comments, it's difficult not to respond to some of these things. He's talking about Spanish language access. State law only specifically addresses if the lease is negotiated in that language. It does not talk about renters being given their rights under the law in Spanish. Man, there is just so many inaccuracies here. Please consider the individual ordinances before you decide to just wipe everything out and stop. No, the only word that comes to my mind is mentiroso.
So let me just clarify. I just need to clarify a point.
Shame on you. Shame on you all.
So I just want to clarify that Chispa, they do communicate with other developers, both nonprofit and for-profit. So having worked with them for like almost maybe over 20 years, including when they had proposals coming to the Monterey County Planning Commission, a lot of times they worked in conjunction. So the people that they often speak to are other low-income housing providers and other general developers. And I just know this by fact.
Thank you. Okay. Councilmember Breyer.
Mr. Mayor, there's no doubt we have some work to do here. You know, whether we throw fingers at each other, people are still going to have a difficult time. What we need to do is to come to compromise. I'm looking at Amy, I'm looking at Adam, I'm looking with people that know the business, the passion. You know, yeah, we're the politicians, but I serve every single one of you. And you know, for some of you that threaten, you know what, we're going to remember you, we're going to do it. Politicians get threatened a lot. But we're only here to serve you. We really are. And every 4 months, if you qualify, you can run against whoever you think you should run against. These seats are not ours. This seat is yours. Whether you're a landlord, whether you're a renter. Mr. Mayor, I'm going to encourage this council to get people together as quickly as possible. Because, yeah, as passionate as we are, there's still going to be people getting evicted. That's the reality. There's going to be landlords that are going to be having hardships, possibly getting out of the landlord business. I don't know. But I don't like when we start, I don't agree that we're divided. We are passionate. We want to come to some term of living better. And you know, every 4 years when we go and knock at doors, we say, you know what, I want to improve your quality of life. So how am I going to do that? Well, the first way we're going to do that is by getting along up here. We have a job to do, and after today, whatever this vote is, we have to work for these folks. So whoever we can get, professionals that know housing, whatever the situation is, because one thing I heard, we all agree we need more housing. But how do we get there? The second thing, the reality is 65% of District 2 are renters. Can't get away from that. My neighbor rents the couch for $300, not because she wants to, but because she has to. People are not renting rooms anymore, they're renting space. The reality is people are hurting. And I'm looking at the people like Mr. Davy that understands housing, that understand. We need to work together instead of pointing fingers at each other. Let's come together. Because these people that came today, none of them are a charity case. You know our $8 billion industry, agriculture, that we're very proud that we feed the world? We can't even sustain people in their house. We always say we're the salad bowl of the world. But we just heard some people, you know what, I work every day, but I can't sustain it to pay my rent, and that's the reality. And they're not asking for charity, they're not asking for welfare, Section 8, they're asking for something fair. And I think we all agree to that. So every single one of you today, some of you have spent several hours here, and I want to commend you for that, because it's not easy. Some of you have been here for a long time. Several weeks now. But for those of you that are professionals in this field, please help us. It's not about, I don't want to fight none of these people here. I want to bring them together so we can serve you guys. I really do. So you know what? Somebody says, hey, what do you have against certain people? I don't have nothing against anybody up here. But we can express what we believe is right. And I'll be honest with you, what I believe is right is to protect your interest, whatever that looks like. I like what that lady said, that she rents, and sometimes her tenants have hardships, and she tries to figure out how to help them out. That's the real. Somebody else can judge her and say, well, she doesn't know what I'm going through. Well, you don't know what she's going through. Folks, we got work to do. I'm looking at Mr. Joel. You're a good peace builder. We got to bring people together. And I've always said this, I don't have to like somebody to sit down and come with a solution. We don't have to go to coffee, but let's come to the table and look for solutions. Are you guys in agreement? Yeah. I know I am. So Mayor, I hope you bring us together, sir. And I know I trust our city manager, I trust our city attorney, and you mentioned policy. Policy makes sense for whatever people want to believe here today. Your policies, some people don't care about, and some people do. You know, Mr. Barajas here, this guy's smart. I'm glad he's on my side here. But we disagree. But I'm going to use his knowledge to be able to help the tenants as well. And I want to thank the doctors and the lawyers that have been here. You know what? This means a lot. You folks are the professionals. Let's bring everybody together and figure out how we can settle this issue. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Jose?
Well, I have the unenviable task of closing us out with comment tonight. But I'll start off with a little mantra I've been kind of repeating to myself over these last few weeks, particularly these last 2 weeks, and that's cabeza fría, mente clara, y corazón abierto. In English, that translates to cool head, clear mind, and open heart. I'm opening up with that. That's what I always come into this council with. That's what I always go into a community meeting with or constituent meeting with a cool head, a clear mind, and an open heart. And you can always count on that from me to start us off. As a young person, it's particularly disheartening to see so much of our high cost of living being placed on one particular group, right? When we have issues that are societal in nature, where there is a public benefit to be had for all of society, then we should probably figure out some sort of mechanism where that quote-unquote burden is split evenly or distributed amongst the society itself. I don't believe that these set of ordinances, particularly the rent stabilization ordinance, achieves that. I keep bringing up our RENA numbers a lot because this city has failed us time and time again. Some of my colleagues have sat here for 2 years and saw these reports and have not had this conversation, right? And I will continue to bring up this conversation of we need to build more housing. Yes, I'm well aware that housing isn't going to be built overnight, but we need to start changing the landscape regulatorily so that that is achievable. Yes, it's 5 to 7 years now, but what could it be? Could it be 1 year? Could it be 2? Could it be 3? We need to work towards that, right? Going along the lines of costs alone, right? Chispa, which I would argue is actually a very fair comparison to make because they are an affordable housing provider, right? They don't have this additional factor of a fair return on their quote-unquote investment, right? They're in it because they're in it for the mission. And if the mission tells them that the data also reflects that a 5.7% is the minimum for a nonprofit housing developer and housing provider to continue, to just stay afloat, right? Chispa's not saying, hey, we need 5.7% to acquire additional properties, right? They're saying, we just need this to keep our heads above water, right? To maintain our operational overhead, right? Just earlier today, Cal Matters reported that State Farm approved, the state approved an emergency rate increase for State Farm that takes effect June 1st. So for our rental dwellings, that's a 38% increase, right? It was just approved today. In 2 weeks, you have a 38% increase on rents for any provider that's covered by State Farm. For homeowners, that's a 17% increase, effective June 1st. For renters, that's a 15% increase, effective June 1st, right? When we discuss this percentage, the 2.75% or the 75% of CPI, whichever is lower, is simply not viable. It's not rooted in the economic reality of the conditions that we live in. And as stated before, I would really love for us to focus on supply side economics and increasing our housing supply, having those discussions about how we can reduce those timelines, What resources do our developers need, both for-profit and nonprofit? How can we empower them to actually get the housing built, right? When you bring up Chispa, I would welcome you to speak with Chispa, right? I've sat down with their executive director, and these are the discussions we've had, right? Why is this, 5.7% necessary for a nonprofit housing developer, right? And they explain that. So I would encourage you to do the same if you want to have that dialogue. Yes, for a nonprofit. So let's factor in that we're also now talking about private for-profit developers and for-profit landlords as well, right? We're not factoring that additionally, right? So if a 5.75 is what our nonprofit partners are telling us, how do you expect a for-profit to deal with an even lower percentage, right? Just to go over the numbers a little bit on what was mentioned previously, there's various different scenarios of what a decrease in rental supply would look like. In our own report for ID 25-037, there's a suspected 21,779 rental units. That translates to 8,202 rental properties, right? Of the units, the 21,779, let's walk through some math together. A 19% reduction as experienced in Seattle would result in a reduction of 4,138 units, right? We've heard several testimonies today of several families living in one unit. That's not 4,130 individuals. That's probably 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 times the number of people, by that amount, on the number of people impacted. It's one thing to quote unquote stabilize rents, and it's another thing to completely destabilize our rental market. And to be quite frank, that's not really a path I'm willing to take on destabilizing our rental supply, not having a future for our youth, right? If we talk about like our youth, right? And I'm in a situation now where I've had people on this dais that have sat here for 20 plus years, haven't built any housing, and I'm the one dealing with the realities of the actual cost of living, right? Most of you all are actually, homeowners. I'm probably the only renter or one of the few renters on this council, right? I'm the one dealing with the reality, right? And not only am I dealing with the reality, but what are our youth going to deal with, right? We saw the very poor results in terms of actual housing production that this city has produced, right? And I want to keep that discussion top of mind. Again, let's keep having those discussions month after month. Yes, they're going to be difficult. Yes, they're going to be very complex and technical in nature, but those are the discussions that we should have been having. We should not have waited 20, 30, 40 plus years to get the housing that we need built. Again, the RHNA numbers are just a minimum. It's a minimum, and this city, I know from watching the LAFCO meetings and the AMBAG meetings, this city fought hard to have that number reduced, right? This city fought hard to build the least amount of housing possible, necessary, right? So if we want to really move the needle on this, we need to build plenty more housing and supplement to the 6,000 that the RHNA numbers requested. Our previous RHNA cycle was around 2,200, somewhere in that ballpark. We didn't even meet 50% of that. We're not even at 50% of our 1/8 mark for our current RHNA cycle. And there are very real implications for what happens to jurisdictions that do not comply with the RHNA numbers, particularly under the this current governor, who is really taking the stick to jurisdictions that do not want to comply with meeting their housing numbers. So if we really want to address this issue, it's really important that we address the actual cause of the problem, which is a lack of production. Let's get production online quicker so that we can start addressing this issue more efficiently and more meaningfully, right? Statistics and data show us that in jurisdictions across the United States that have really leaned into supply and increasing supply, right? Look no further than Minneapolis. They were considering rent stabilization or really leaning in on the supply. They leaned on the supply side. They have reduced rents for their entire population because they produce so much. Yes, it's very hard to imagine a reality in Salinas where we can streamline housing, but you have my commitment to go day in and day out, have those difficult discussions, and actually deliver results on actually getting housing built. And that's my comments, Mayor.
All right. Well, I think I had said in a previous council meeting, I would not want to run into you into a policy blind alley. I agree with you, Councilmember Barrera. This kid's pretty sharp. I think I'm going to move the city attorney so some of him rubs up directly. Okay, very good. All right, with that, and let's just go ahead and call for the question. Since I went out of order, we're done.
We'll call for the vote on the original motion. Motion made by Mayor Donahue and second by D'Arrigo. Councilmember Barajas?
Yes.
Councilmember Barrera?
No.
Councilmember D'Arrigo?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Salazar?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
No.
Mayor Donahue?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, we will go.
Can we take a break,
We
Mayor?
will. All right.
Take a break?
We are going to take a break, yeah. We'll take a, you want 10? Okay, 10-minute break. We are going to call the meeting back to order. We'll give, all right. We will go ahead and get started. All right, Lisa, let's go slowly. Walk slowly to the podium. We're giving Andrew slow. Yeah, that's right. If you happen to overshoot it a little bit and then want to come back, that's fine. Okay, we're at 11 minutes. All right. All right.
Okay.
Go ahead and get started.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Lisa Brinton, Community Development Director. And at the direction of the council, staff is returning this evening with a report on rental assistance programs, as well as housing production tracking and what that would look like. Staff began by researching and compiling a review of established local government rental assistance programs to identify best practices and a program framework to give us some examples upon which we could look to build a Salinas program. And here on the screen is a list of the cities and review that we conducted. I'm going to walk through some of the core components that we found with all the programs. First was identification of a targeted population, as well as the establishment of eligibility requirements. And in terms of identifying a targeted population, that could be an identified vulnerable group, such as seniors, a particularly low-income housing group, or it could be those at risk of losing housing. So there were different definitions that each city identified as to who they were targeting to provide assistance. They also considered residency. Most programs identified that they were only serving individuals that resided in the jurisdiction. And some even identified a period of time that they had to have been a resident of that jurisdiction. Other core components were establishment of income limits in identifying a target population. And programs use the Housing and Urban Development Department annual income limits, which identify a household's income and its household size compared to the average of the county, the average median income, and then they're put in income categories. And so, for example, one program would identify that they wanted to target those that were no more than 50%. The household income was no more than 50% of the area median income. In terms of eligibility, Documents were required to demonstrate hardship, and hardship could be a unique financial hardship, job loss, medical expenses. It could also be rent burden. So the cost of their rent was more than 30% of their household income. And many of those individuals then are put at risk of homelessness if they become in arrears. Programs also sought to ensure with their eligibility that there was no duplicate assistance. So they would not serve individuals that had means to receive assistance through another program. In terms of application and intake process, we saw that online portals were the best practice, and that documents and application assistance needed to be provided in multiple languages. Here, it would be Spanish and English. And that even though there was an online portal, assistance was also provided via phone, email, or in person. There was varying in terms of application windows. So some programs would just do a one-time for a limited period opening. So let's say it was open for 2 weeks. They took in all the applications, and then they would open it to a lottery. Others would open it for a 1-week period once a month and provides assistance each month to a new group of individuals. So those are some decisions to be made as to whether or not it's a one-time, ongoing, are you prioritizing first come, first serve, or looking at a lottery system. So those are some things that we saw. What was most important was keeping the applicants informed through bulletins, frequently asked questions, so they could understand what the process was and where they were at in the process. In terms of administrative structure and program management, we really saw 2 types. We saw those that were city-led, which really required interdepartmental coordination. Those programs that were city-led were primarily based out of the housing department or division, but checks were issued through the finance department, and the city attorney's office was also involved in terms of any legal compliance, program compliance. And so it was very important that there was a working group and with established workflow to make sure everyone understood their roles and responsibilities for an efficient program implementation. Other programs relied on external partners, community groups, to take the lead. Sometimes that lead, community organization was identified as the actual administrator. And the city just funded the program that was implemented through the nonprofit. In other cases, there was a leveraging. So the city was the administrator, but the nonprofit really provided that outreach and support and was able to work with, identify those eligible candidates, applicants, and facilitate the communication as to the need and opportunity. So there really was a mix. What was really important was that there was a tracking program, and especially if there were multiple partners, that there was a database, a tracking system, so that everyone could track the program data and understand where everyone was at in the process in terms of application submission, approval, check issuance, et cetera. In terms of delivery methods and program procedures, some programs targeted arrears, and it was a one-time payment to avoid eviction. Other programs focused on an ongoing subsidy to offset the cost for a period of time. One program targeted seniors And for a 6-month period, the seniors received a $500 subsidy. Most of the programs made payment directly to the landlord, and then the landlord credited the rent. And in some cases, that arrangement, similar to what we did with the emergency rental assistance program during COVID, was the landlord, as part of receiving the arrears, would agree to waive late fees or other penalties in terms of receiving rent and getting caught up. So many programs did set certain conditions for landlord participation and engagement. It was also recognized by some programs that more than just rental assistance or which could be arrears or navigation in terms of a deposit assistance or first month rent, that additional supportive services may be needed in terms of mitigation. There could be financial counseling, other supportive services to also supplement the program. And in some cases, like in Monterey, they would actually pay up to $3,000 for those services. We also saw that a best practice was to identify your objectives and to build data tracking from the beginning to determine whether your program was meeting the objectives, and to track key metrics like households served, dollars spent, and evictions prevented. And that this information be communicated to the community, those participating in the program, tenants, landlords, via dashboards or regular reporting to make sure that there was transparency to also get feedback and improve the program over time. Historically, at the federal level, the Housing and Urban Development Program has provided housing subsidies, rental assistance, through Housing Choice Voucher Program, also known as Section 8, as well as project-based rental assistance. So Section 8 vouchers are given to the individual, and they get to choose where they would like to live and apply that voucher. Project-based assistance is directed to a specific development and is tied to a unit. And unfortunately, that program, both programs were paused on March 6th of 2025 this year, and so no new vouchers will be issued. Our local issuer was the Housing Authority of Monterey County, and so anyone who was previously approved for a voucher still can apply that voucher, but no new vouchers are being issued. The federal government also, during COVID, really ramped up their emergency rental assistance program, and we here locally really benefited through that. That came through the county and United Way, and we were one of the participating agencies distributing funds. Since those dollars went away, other cities are now looking to state funding sources and have used permanent local housing allocation towards standing up a rental assistance program. Other cities also leveraged their general fund dollars or sought donations through charitable funds, philanthropic grants, and even private donations. As I mentioned, the City of Salinas has had some experience implementing rental assistance programs. We operated the Emergency Rental Assistance Program during COVID, and the California Emergency Solutions and Housing Program through KESH, as well as our Pro Housing Incentive Program. And in total, to date, we have issued $15.1 million to just over 1,900 households. And assistance has been provided in arrears, primarily ERAP, during COVID focused on arrears and the prevention of eviction, and that was for rent as well as utilities. However, with these other funding sources that have come through the state, we have also been able to pay application fees, which can also be expensive when navigating housing, security, first month's rent. And so we have already been, through these grant funds, providing rental assistance. So really, we're here tonight to seek some direction regarding program objectives, target population, type of assistance offered, eligibility criteria, and any preference regarding delivery method. You know, once that is defined, we can get into more of the nuts and bolts in terms of the program management, application window, procedures, and delivery method. So really, one, looking at a target audience. So this matrix just shows a summary of some of the different programs that we saw in terms of target audience. Most of them focus on low to extremely low tenants, those that are either facing eviction or at risk of homelessness. Some target a specific population, such as seniors or disabled. And then based on that, we have to consider then what is the best match in terms of program type. Is it one-time emergency assistance? Is it a short-term subsidy to assist somebody to get back on their feet? Or is it an ongoing shallow subsidy, such as the $500 granted to seniors? Other options for assistance include moving expenses, and that can be setting up, you know, the household, and as well as other eviction protection, legal aid coupled assistance. We took a stab at what it would cost. What would the administrative cost for 1 year be to stand up a program? And based on our current staffing for rental registration, we have 3 full-time equivalents. We have a community development analyst, admin analyst, and admin aide. So we looked at what would it take if we were just to pivot these 3 positions to a rental assistance program. So here's a breakdown of salaries, benefits, software, indirect costs for a total of just over $500,000. So the salaries and benefits would be for the 3 FTE. Software, our current software for our rental registration and rent stabilization program, our platform through Toolme, they do have a rental assistance module that we could activate. So the cost of $95,000 reflects that pivot to add that module. The indirect costs and overhead really reflect the other department support from finance, city attorney, et cetera, to stand up and operate the program. In terms of potential funding sources, we have collected to date just over $1.494 million. As you'll see the breakdown collected. And to date, our expenditures, and this is projected actually out through June 30th, would be $409,135. And if we were to take the $409,000, and an option would be to apply the general fund loan that was granted to start up the rental registration and stabilization program, the $205,000, you could be looking at $614,000 in revenue that could be applied to start up the rental assistance program. And if you were to subtract our estimated costs, they would be covered with a small surplus. The other topic that the council asked us to take a look at is communication regarding our RENA numbers and how we're progressing with housing production. And so we explored the development of a housing production dashboard as the best practice to facilitate regular reporting and to ensure transparency. And the model here that you see is from San Jose. The actual state Housing Community Development Department also has a similar dashboard. And this dashboard data would be updated monthly with quarterly report summaries posted to provide more detail. And this evening, we're seeking direction from council as to what dashboard information they would like to see presented and discuss the frequency of the reporting. So that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you, Lisa. All right, any questions from council? Andrew, go ahead and start with you.
Well, my question is, shouldn't we give the landlords their money back for the rent stabilization? And, I mean, you know, if we set up a program that we were going to fund all this stuff, shouldn't we give them their money back?
So we've collected the 1.5 million. We've expended 409,000. And so it does become challenging as to how that money would then be redistributed. Because the landlords would, we have expenditures that have already gone out, so we would not be returning 100% of the registration fee. And so there would be quite a bit of accounting to determine how those funds would be returned. And so one approach that is just being presented for council consideration is applying those revenues towards the startup of a rent assistance program.
And if we can go back to the slide where they showed the revenue plus the loan amount, and then it showed our staffing costs. Can we go back to that one? Assuming we, I don't think that one's the correct one. Yeah, that one. Assuming we were to keep the landlords' money they contributed and to stand up the project, our balance would be $59,000 for distribution, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Plus, we'd have to find more money in our general fund to...
Correct. So there would be other funding sources. And if we go back to this slide, Alexis, where I list potential funding sources, we do receive a permanent, a PLHA allocation. And so going forward, we could incorporate rental assistance into our proposed program for PLHA. That would be state funds. There is also the general fund. Absent the general fund, you can look to nonprofit organizations, community foundations, as well as private donations. What we are trying to do here is just illustrate the administrative costs. We wanted the council to understand, have a framework as to what it would take just to operate a rental assistance program at a fairly low staffing level, only 3 individuals. We're wanting to give you that scale of magnitude and then also get direction as to, do we want to take this on as a city? Do we want to explore an external partner? These are all things for discussion.
Manager, in your opinion, I mean, I don't even know what our budget would look like because we don't actually have any revenue sources for this, except for possibly keeping landlords' money for a program that we just repealed. I mean, if we allocate $500,000 in rental assistance, you know, that the city's going to help tenants with, I mean, with $500,000 in costs annually to operate that, is that sustainable? Or, I mean, are we just...
So the short answer question is, every year you adopt the budget and the staff brings forward items for that budget, right? So there's base budgets, we try to, based on council direction, bring back opportunities to increase and stuff that we've been hearing, that I've been hearing for a while is, can we do a better job on our streets? Can we do a better job in our permits? Can we do a better job and stuff? So I would have to be tone deaf not to present some alternatives to the council, just speaking very bluntly. So if this is something that you give us direction with some parameters on what you want to see, then we'll bring back some opportunities for the council. I'm not suggesting it's going to be easy, but it's our job, or it's my job, working with the finance department, to bring back some alternatives to the council. And in those alternatives, there might be some choices and some decisions that you have to make. Budgets you prioritize every year. So in the short answer to your question is, based on the direction you give us today, we will try to work with partners. We will try to reach out to stakeholders. We will look at some of the revenue we have today. We will look at the general fund, our estimated reserves and our fund balances, and we will bring some alternatives to the council for you to adopt. The first opportunity you're likely to see this after we put the budget together is in your budget workshop, which is at the end of May 27th? Yes. So in a couple of weeks, we will be having to present some alternatives to the council for consideration. Based on what direction you give us then we'll bring it back baked into the budget in June. Now, having said that, I think as we look at this, there's going to have to be some opportunity to develop this program over the next several months. So we need to start it and roll it out if that's the council direction. And then we need to work with a bunch of stakeholders to see how can we develop something that's more sustainable if it's possible. So but we need to start with some initial direction, so then I can start putting it together. We can start putting it together. So some of the questions that our community development director is asking, can you give us some parameters? Do we consider, do we work with partners? Do we work with stakeholders? Do we hand it off? Do we stand it up and then hand it off? I think all those alternatives are still on the table, but we need some direction so we can begin to put it together. And I envision we will be working with a bunch of community stakeholders to move it forward. A lot of the folks that were here, a lot of the stakeholders that were here today are probably going to be very key to how we stand up this program. So I know I don't have a definitive answer, but we need some direction.
I know the city attorney alluded to, we'll have to decide about the funds paid into the rent stabilization and other programs. If the council later on decides that, sounds like we're going to have a discussion whether or not to issue some money back. That was kind of my understanding. Other than that money, the $500,000, like, we'd have to find that from our general fund to stand up the program for this year, or?
Maybe. I'm not going to, I'm having a hard time giving a definitive answer, but because I still need direction to see if we can bring some stakeholders to the table. I'm going to reach out to nonprofits and foundations, maybe the private sector. I just need some direction so we can start putting it together. I do anticipate that the city might have to seed something, particularly in the beginning, to start it. I just don't have the sense right now what that amount would be. It's not going to be $50,000. It's going to be more than that. I just can't give you a magnitude right now.
And I know you referred to some other cities. Is there some cities that have had long-term rental assistance for years, models that we've seen?
Off the top of my head, Qantas, can you remember the longest program that had been existing? Are they more in the 3 to 5 year range?
Yeah, so there are several.
You can come up here, please.
I'm Qantas Garlington. I'm the administrative aide for the Community Development Department, Rent Stabilization Division. But in the past 3 to 5 years, there are several programs that have sustainable programs, rental assistance programs, and typically they've taken that money from the general fund.
The general fund, okay. There's none that have, I was hoping there'd be a different answer, like grants or community partners, but it's general fund. And what I understand general fund to mean is we can't cut the pie more with, we can't make the pie grow, so it's gonna be a cut to our other services, our other departments. I'm also concerned that if we don't come up with funds, those, was it 5 staff members? We won't, how many staff members?
We were looking to start with 3. During the ERAP program, we had 6. Currently, Monterey is operating with 3. Given that we have 3 approved positions through our rent stabilization program, we thought we'd start there.
So if we give direction to help the biggest base of people that we can and, you know, say it's long-term, or let's just say can you help the people that are affected by rent stabilization? You know, the people that had the 2.75% cap. What's the feasibility that we can actually help a large percentage of that? Even if we were to do like just to help them with that difference of 7.5% that they're facing. Do we have numbers on how many people will be able to assist? I mean, we don't have a budget, so I'm guessing we don't have it. Yeah.
We don't, I mean, part of the challenge, part of the issue right now, we can certainly do our best to bring that back to you, would be the criteria that you establish and set. So if you, based on the criterion established, you said the group, if that's what you, if you define that subset, then we'll bring back a best estimate on that. But I think it's important for you to give us that criteria, and then we can bring this back. This is just starting this conversation so we can bring back some information. And I will be reaching out to, I'm staring at Joe, I'll be reaching out to CC, I'll be reaching out to others to see if they have a way we can sort of capture some of this information. And so I think that's part of based on the criteria, then we will react and respond accordingly and bring that back to you.
And do we know how much need or like how many residents in Salinas are faced evictions last year? Do you have any?
We do not have that data. No, but that is data that we can definitely look to collect to assist us in making a determination as to who our target population is and if we're going to set any specific income criteria.
Yeah, it would be difficult. I mean, if we were to, I mean, I get the concept for income criteria, but I mean, you know, it would suck to be at the $2,100 income and be cut off by $100 or something like that, because there's just such a big need. But those are all my questions. Have you ever seen a model where the landlord applies for the rental assistance for the tenant?
Not that they apply for the tenant, but they do provide the documentation that the tenant is in arrears and that they have a lease with the tenant, because we do, unfortunately with this program, you can experience fraud. And so you do need to verify that the tenant is in need and is one of the target population, representatives of the target population you're trying to serve. So typically information is collected from both the tenant and the landlord in terms of documenting the rental arrears and rent burden.
When the city had a program, rental assistance, do you know how many people we were able to service? No, we were just kind of like a pass-through, right?
So the program that had the biggest impact, and the number that I gave you, the 15.1 and the 1900, that's a combination of all 4 programs. I don't have that broken down at this time, but the majority of that was through the emergency rental assistance program during COVID. However, through the, I believe, and I'm talking round numbers off my head, don't hold me to it, but it was about 450 individuals were assisted through the PIP
450?
assistance program
Right.
this year.
Those are all my questions. I'll reserve for comment.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Barrera.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mendez, being that we don't have a budget, when you say partners, are we talking about financial partners?
That would be the goal.
Okay, so since you're looking for direction, would it be wise to look for these financial partners before we get into the general fund? Or do we need to expedite this quickly? Do we need to get some money quickly?
Well, I think we would need to sort of, if you move forward, the action taken by the council today comes back, first meeting in June. If that continues, then that goes into effect 30 days later, like our city attorney explained. So I think there will be a sense of urgency to get something started, or at least have a pathway forward by then. So the short answer to your question is, I think it's going to be a combination of both. I think we probably need to seed something early on to see where we can go with that.
Yeah. So with this sense of urgency, once we tap into the general fund, something that you already know, I mean, we're not going to start talking later on, hey, guess what, guys? we're gonna have to start laying off a few people here because we're not gonna go in that route?
Well, okay, so let me ask, so it would be our goal to present alternatives to preserve what we have in all the programming and everything that we're doing, recreation, public safety, streets,
Yeah.
et cetera. So we would be looking at, do we have capacity in the budget to seed it? And I would be very transparent based on, this is funding for the next year, but we have to continue to work on it. So I think it might be difficult to early on say we have funding for the next 5 or 6 years, but I do think it'd be important to say we have some funding to launch this and start it, and then we work on it. And I think we'll learn things along the way as well. And based on what I've been hearing, some of the comments, I don't think, there's still gonna be more work done on this entire effort. So the short answer to your question is I think we'll have to start it and launch it. I think it's gonna be difficult early on to say we have funding for the next 3 or 4 or 5 years. But it would be my goal to get this ramped up and started based on the direction you provided.
Mr. Callahan, being that these ordinances were repealed, can any of these landlords that have given money, paid money, could they legally come back and say, hey, I want my money back?
Well, the ordinances have not yet been repealed. That'll be something that you vote on June 3rd, Councilmember, just initially, but I don't have an answer to that question right now.
Yeah. So I guess I try to be as honest as I can. So would it be, not that I'm the angel or nothing, but wouldn't it be right to give this money back if the ordinance is repealed on June 3rd?
As I said, we could do that, but it would not be 100% refund because we've already incurred expenses. So we'd have to do a true up of, again, what was collected, what we've expended, and then there would need to be some accounting as to who paid for rental registration, how many units, who paid rent stabilization, how many units, and there would be a proration. So depending on our final accounting of program income and expenses and what's remaining, we can return, it's not that we can't return it, it just, we would have to do some math and we'd have to communicate how we came up with the amount that we're returning.
So the city attorney is going to further explore this just to make sure that we are in sound
Thank you.
legal. Number 2 is I will be reaching out to the rental community and saying, hey, what do we have options and possibilities here? And I'm under no illusions that it's going to be 100% communication, but we'll try our best. We will also be working to looking at our own funding. We'll be working with other partners. So I think the only way this is going to succeed is if we bring a lot of people to the table and figure this out.
Yeah.
But I do think the city needs to be willing to step up, and that's my job to present to the council.
I like that. So as you're encouraging us to step up, as we give you direction, is there a dollar amount that we can be, I'm looking at the finance director, is there a dollar amount that we can suggest that makes sense to your administration?
I think that what I would ask the council with your indulgence is to give us directions and give you some time to bring you back some alternatives.
Okay.
And we will bring back some dollar amounts.
I like that. Thank you. Ms. Brenton, on your report, it talks about many city programs are inclusive regarding citizenship status or immigration.
Correct.
Can you share with the public, whoever's listening, what exactly does that mean?
That means that question of citizenship isn't an eligibility requirement or asked for in terms of a program application. It is not a state or local requirement.
So you're saying somebody that's undocumented, they can apply?
That is what we saw, yes, that question was not asked
Yes.
by the other programs.
Thank you. And, just, I think the city manager answered this question sort of. Once everything is in place, money's there, your staff gets direction. Did you already say more or less how long it's gonna take to implement this program, when we can start doing the funding?
Again, that we need some guidance as to what the program looks like.
Okay.
And that will then, we would be able to come back with more of a framework and a timing. On the upside, if we're able to retain the existing limited-term staff that have been working on the rental stabilization program, that expedites the staffing and hiring process. They're already familiar with the platform that we would recommend using. It would be a fairly quick pivot to stand up the rental assistance platform working with ToldMe. We had a good track record with them. So those nuts and bolts would be quick. However, I think there's a lot of coordination, in terms of who you're serving, how you're going to reach out to them, what is the application process, who are your partners, outreach, how are decisions made in terms of eligibility, who has that approval process, coordinating with finance, the issuance of checks, how are they dispersed. There are a lot of moving parts, so.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Tony. Jose?
Thank you, Mayor. On the eligibility requirements and targeted population under residency, what did other jurisdictions typically require as an establishment of residence? Was it typically 30 days, 60 days, 90? What was that typically?
So we saw, I believe, one restriction, which was the city of Monterey, and they required a year. And so that could be, a lease agreement really would be standard or utility showing that they lived in the city.
Okay. And then if we could go to slide number 9, the one that details the 5 different programs, the ERAP, HSS, CESH, HSA, and HIP. Of those programs, which categories or which target populations did we target? In general, if you could walk me through each,
Sure.
like which target population and what mode of
Actually, with these programs, it was targeting prevention of eviction. And so with the ERAP, we weren't doing income verification. It was eviction prevention. We'd show that they were in arrears. We'd work with the landlord to issue the funds. So with the permanent local housing allocation and the CASH, those were primarily targeting individuals through our emergency motel program as well as our SORT outreach team. They were the direct interface assisting individuals with housing navigation. Through the PIP, we marketed that we had a very limited amount of funds to release in a period of time to support individuals preventing eviction. So we didn't, in any of those cases, I believe with the PIP, there were income requirements in terms of preventing eviction and that they fell on, I believe, 80% or less. I'd have to verify that income requirement.
Okay. And then you mentioned the permanent local housing allocation as a potential source of funding moving to the future.
That
what is
is-
the PLHA typically used for as under our current
Yes, so right now, we have been using our PLHA to fund some of our SORT activities as well as, the rental assistance program that we offered. And so we could continue to expand that. We are in year 5, so we've already programmed our funding for the next year. But when we get our new 5-year allocation, that is something that we could look into.
Okay. In terms of the staffing levels, just to be clear, like obviously we're pending council direction, right? But just considering that we're pending council direction, do we know preemptively what administrative costs would look like from extending the administration or the implementation of the program to another party, say the community foundation, the housing authority, another body?
No, so we would have to obtain a scope of work and engage in those conversations to understand what their cost would be. But I wouldn't be surprised if it came back in the same ballpark as a total operational cost.
Okay. Did any of the other jurisdictions explored for this, that were considered in this report, did any of them have, say, like a one-time fee that landlords paid into to help kickstart the program?
No.
And supplement to general funds?
No, none of the programs collected a fee. However, as I had mentioned, in some cases, they would enter into agreements with landlords to waive late fees, or if the program had a cap on the amount of assistance, negotiating the waiver of the balance.
Okay. And then on the housing production dashboard, is the City of San Jose's dashboard the only one that we kind of explored, or is that kind of just statewide?
That was
the
the
model?
initial template. We also looked at the state Housing Community Development dashboard because they monitor all the arenas for all the cities in California. So we also looked to their model and how they were tracking us on an annual basis. So we just present that as a concept, and again, would like feedback as to what you would like to see covered, what information you're looking to have reported on and shared, and if there's a particular format. So we can definitely look at other options based on your direction and come up with a model that works for us.
Yeah, I also like an add to, I think it's important if you consider where we're at in our processes right now with our growth area and how they're starting to develop in some of the projects that we approve internally. So dashboards, in order to be meaningful, need to report kind of some legitimate sort of information, right? And we've talked a lot, we spent a lot of time talking about housing production and kind of where we're at in the process, right? So we're likely not to see 70 units go up next quarter. So part of it is the information that you want so we stay on track. Because right now we're really processing a lot of, some permits, some infrastructure improvements and stuff like that. That's in the queue. So I think the other thing that would be important is to, based on your direction, actually bring back a more full conversation on where we're at and what we're measuring over the next 6 months to a year and so forth. Because it's going to pivot.
Thank you. And I will reserve for comment. Thank you.
Let's see. A couple of things I would want to recommend tonight. FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management, they do have a program called the Emergency Food and Shelter Program. That's exactly what we're talking about. Probably every other year they update their manual. I think we would definitely want to take a look at that and use what they've already created, right? I don't believe that we should try to reinvent the wheel. What I like about FEMA and the Emergency Federal Food and Shelter Program is that they have the templates, everything from the application to reconciliation of expenses, right? Final reporting. What I like about the FEMA EFSP model is that they get it done in 10 days. So if there's somebody, and actually it's a requirement. It's a requirement that also needs to be demonstrated in the final report. So let's say somebody comes in and they're in need of rental assistance. It forces staff to get the work done, again, in 10 working days. So that's getting the application filled out. It's doing the landlord verification, and it also includes getting the check out the door, right? So the check would have to have like that 10-day, it would have to be within the 10 days at the time that the applicant applied and requested the funding. And so that model works. Our local administrator is United Way for Monterey County. Their vice president of community investments. They've already created a template to make sure that there isn't a duplication of services. Because I think one thing that was found out, like during the pandemic, was that there were people like, just creating fraud, right? And as everything went online, people were able to kind of create just fake identities and fake applications. And so I think we should probably have a model where there's at least one component where it's like an in-person interaction between our staff and the applicant. I think this is probably going to require just our own seed money, because in terms of philanthropic dollars, most funders right now are already probably in the grant-making mode, issuing grantee checks. And it isn't going to be until the third quarter of this year that most philanthropic partners are going to know what they're going to have available for the next calendar year. RFPs will probably be created in November and December, and then will probably be available. In most instances, it's available to nonprofit organizations in January. They typically have about a 60-day window for agencies to apply. It gets reviewed. And so in terms of getting additional philanthropic dollars to come in, realistically, it probably won't be until March, April of next year. But creating the program allows us to create that leverage with philanthropic partners and say, look, we've created this program and we're looking for matching dollars. With that being said, I always like to mention, most philanthropic partners, when it comes to government agencies like a city council or board of supervisors or school board, asking for funding, there's always what's communicated by philanthropic partners is that they're not here to support programs and services required to be served by a governing body. I think this particular program would allow us to apply for funding, because it's typically something that most city councils, don't do. And then again, their philanthropic dollars goes right back into residents in need. So again, let's get back to direction. One, let's take a look at FEMA, and you can look at the most, I think, recent edition that's out right now is their manual 35. There'll probably be an update probably next year. I think it would be good to have a conversation with our local philanthropic partners. Like mentioned earlier, probably, again, United Way, they may want to seed it and then help us out through technical assistance, and then also their reporting and tracking to make sure there's no duplication of services, because I saw that, I think you had 95,000, I think, in software. They may be able to provide that service for us and track it, and then make sure, again, that we're not duplicating with other agencies. Hardin Ranch could potentially be another funder that could start off with some seed funding when it comes to new programs. I've seen them in the past, like, do some seed funding at like $100,000, $250,000. In terms of doing the math, because one thing I did hear in your presentation is, do we have like a window that we open it up? If we go that route, it's just going to be a flood of applicants. So I think if we want to distribute that evenly throughout the year, if we want to divide that pool of funding over the 12 months, I think that's probably what we would want to do, so that people know that at least throughout the year there's some funding available. With that being said, I mean, it may seem small, but 20 households, And if the average household is paying about $2,100 a month, I remember a point when it was like $1,400, but cost of living has gone up. So about $2,100 a month. If we do 20 households, which will probably serve maybe between 60 and 140 individuals, we come out to about $42,000 a month, or $504,000 a year. So about $500,000 a year. We could provide rental assistance. Some of it may, again, need to be seed money from us. Others could come from those larger philanthropic partners and donors.
Gloria?
A lot of my colleagues asked some of the questions I wanted to ask. It's late. Okay, so what do we need to move this forward right now? We need to give you direction, okay?
So as the city manager said, if we can have some parameters, we can then come back with some options as we come back with the budget in terms of program structure as well as partnerships and opportunities to seed the program through the next budget meetings, because on May 27th, we will have a budget study session so we can get some direction on seeding the money and then come back in June with more detailed framework based on the comments that we've received.
And this has been working in the city of Monterey, correct? They've been successful?
Yes. They, I believe, stood up last fall, and they were funded through their general fund, I believe $250,000 annually. And so they have a limited opening. One of the challenges that was communicated is they get a lot of calls from all over the county. The need is just so great in our area. And so they have a lot of calls. Like their first day, they had over 500 calls. And the majority of the individuals lived in other parts of Monterey County. So they had to be directed to other resources. So it is challenging, but we definitely, there's a need and we can figure it out.
Good, okay. That's the only question I have.
Margaret?
Okay, so obviously this is very complex. And I guess my question is, since we've done it before during COVID, we had the emergency funds. What did we learn from that? What worked, what didn't work? So then we can kind of maybe go based off of that, like best practices.
Sure. So I would say what is different about our past programs, especially ERAP, versus going forward, is it was a big push to get the money out the door. And it was an emergency rental assistance program. You know, individuals, we were shutting down. We were trying to keep everybody afloat. The government was pushing tens of millions of dollars towards cities for different types of assistance programs. And so there really wasn't a lot of the same level of verification that we probably would want to go through should we stand up a program here. Because we really were just getting the verification, yes, there is arrears. We're doing a certain level of, identification, verification. But it was a lot COVID, so we were online. We were doing this through email, over the phone. And so we were, it was based on, self-attestation in many cases.
Okay.
So going forward,
yeah.
I would say, we would want to operate in a much more, we'd be
Orderly
operating in a
fashion.
different framework
Yeah.
of being more intentional in who we're serving and how that is being transmitted.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And then I just want to make sure we have enough money to make the program, worthwhile impact, high impact. I think Andrew mentioned, covering as many families as we can. And I'm very nervous about the general fund because I know that that's going to be tight. But so I think we absolutely have to have partners. That's kind of my main thing is we need to find community partners, and the city should be, one of those. So that would be my recommendation. That's it.
I don't have any questions, we'll go ahead and go out to public for any comment, and then we'll come back for,
Is there a time limit?
how many people are going to plan on speaking?
I don't care, but I just want to know.
No, that's fine. 2 minutes for this is
Okay,
fine.
So Jeff Davy, and I'm former real estate commissioner, so I know a little about housing. That's my line. I just want to let you know, first of all, the City of Monterey's program is nothing to brag about or to try to emulate or model after. It's poorly funded, and it doesn't do very much, but at least they have something. You guys have us all here at the table after all that we've gone through, after all of the rent stabilization process of last year, and what's happened now with your, well, I think a very wise decision to repeal those ordinances and focus on something else like rental assistance is a huge step. We are here. We are willing to help. We just don't want to budget the whole thing on our backs. As property owners, as landlords, as real estate, we don't want that to happen. So we are willing to help. We'll come to the table and do what we can. You're not going to be able to see this with just your own budget from the general fund. We all know that. But you certainly aren't going to be able to, you shouldn't try to do it on the property owners for some long period of time. It's just, you need to look at this as a chance to create an assistance program that can have a future. And I just can't encourage you enough to bring the parties together for that purpose. And that's what you've created now with all of the attention. You've got everybody at the table that can help in this. It's not going to be simple, but you're probably could kick this off with a couple $1 million, and the money you've already collected, you can collect additional money. There's ideas out there that I think could be explored. So this is the right direction. I'm pleased to hear about it. Really quickly on the dashboard, my concern on the dashboard is you can report on the dashboard on a more regular basis, more frequent basis. You won't report homes being built, but applications, building permits, and those kind of metrics help you see what's going to happen. So it doesn't have to be so far spread out. You can be more frequent with that. So good luck with it.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you all. I know it's hard to keep awake. It's certainly for me. My name's Adam. I'm speaking as a private citizen because the stakeholders that I represent have not had the time or information to take any position on this issue yet. Assistance should be significant in amount. Eligibility should be based on need and temporary. The reason being that it needs to make a difference, but the ultimate goal should be for a renter to get to a more sustainable situation. Similar to the Monterey program, assistance should come with education and financial planning resources. Again, the goal should be to help the renter get on a sustainable long-term path to financial security. My friends at the Chamber and Taxpayers Association might blow up my inbox for this, but it's abundantly clear that revenues are going to need to be raised in order to make this happen. And I think it's been identified thoroughly that that housing affordability is a community-wide problem. So the entire community should be on the hook for solving it, and I mean that financially. So we're going to need to make sure that the cost is spread around. Businesses need workforce needs housing. This is everyone's problem. I don't speak for all landlords, but I have spoken to many of them. And again, some of them might blow up my inbox for this, but you have a question of fairness with the fees that were already collected under a legal program. People who already paid it, and as you've spoken about, you can't return all of it. So my proposal or suggestion for your consideration is keep that money to start this up and charge them that same fee as a one-time fee to the ones who didn't already pay it. How will this be enforced? The ones who paid it have a receipt and they get to participate in the assistance program. The ones who didn't pay it don't get to participate in the assistance program. It's clear that we have a long road ahead of us, and this is going to be difficult. We're going to have many long conversations, but I'm committed to being here with you, and I'm committed to bringing more stakeholders to the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. All right. Anyone else from the public? All right. Is there anyone Zooming still? Okay. All right. Phyllis?
Hi, my name is Phyllis Katz. I am a directing attorney at California Rural Legal Assistance, and I did speak earlier with respect to the other matter. I'm speaking again with respect to this because there was comment about cutting checks in 10 days, and I want to point out that state law provides for 3-day notices to pay rent or quit. And one of the problems and challenges with rental assistance programs can be that they don't move quickly enough and that the landlords have already moved forward, even if they know that they are in the hopper for getting assistance, and stand by their right to move forward after the end of 3 days of the 3-day pay or quit notice. So these are programs that need to move very quickly and have a very quick turnaround time. Another aspect that I keep hearing during this meeting is putting together a tenant assistance committee or some kind of TAC. And having been on the TAC that worked for, I believe it was at least a couple of years to put together the rental registry, I'm a little concerned with the fact that given the number of hours and given that the city was completely bought into having that ordinance, that now it has been turned around and repealed. And I'm wondering if it might be challenging to get people involved again in lengthy meetings for new programs. But thank you for hearing me out.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that should be it for public comment. We will come back to council. We're just, we've received the report, providing input, so council and final comments for Lisa and staff. Andrew?
Yeah, well, I don't think it's fair to keep the landlord's money. And I don't think it's fair to keep the landlord's money. I heard about wanting to charge them an additional fee. We heard the representative, Mr. Dowdy, and I heard no other landlords saying they're jumping on the bandwagon to help fund this program. So I'd be curious to see what that number looks like or who's willing to contribute how much. My direction and I'm not sure how this direction is going to work, if the majority has to say what direction it is, but it would be not to affect our general budget, lead to laying off any of our employees or cutting any city services to stand up a new program. That would be my number one request from the city. You asked for a lot of different directions on a lot of points, and I'm almost sure that we're not going to hit each one of those points with these council directions, because it's, as far as the budget, I heard Mr. Davy say a couple $1 million. I don't know where to come up with that money. I can't give you any idea on direction of how much to spend. As far as who's qualified, as broad as we can make it for those facing eviction. As far as the frequency, I couldn't provide you direction on that, how many times somebody's going to be facing eviction. Yeah, I'm curious to see about these other programs that my colleague mentioned. For the type of assistance we're looking to provide, I didn't understand that FEMA program covers things like that, so I'd like information on clarity on that. I'm kind of at a loss because we don't have money. So, and here we go again. Are we going to tax residents? Are we going to tax property owners? Call it a fee, call it whatever. So I'd like some clarity on that. But I do want it to cover and help the most people possible. That's my direction, and that it be as expedient as possible. I'm curious to see what my other colleagues are going to say, but my main point is that we shouldn't cut city services in our other departments. And if we give direction to say, bring back a program with $1 million seed money, and then we're going to take our piece of the pie and then say we're going to cut our streets and sidewalks or cut our homeless outreach or cut programs that we already have that residents say we don't have enough of, then I'm gonna have big concerns, so, yeah. Sorry, Lisa, I wish I could be more helpful.
Tony?
Mr. Mendez, is what Mr. Adam, what he brought forward, is that doable? I mean, because there's money there. I mean, the way he, what, we already got $500,000, I think?
I think it's part of the conversation, part of
Well, that's what I'm
exploring
saying.
it.
So I'm with Councilmember Sandoval. If we don't have to touch the general fund, I'd rather not do that. But to my point here is what was presented from Mr. Adam. Can that be giving you direction? And I'm looking for funding, so, but what he's talking about, it as long as it's legal.
Well, that's an opportunity to have the conversation direction.
Okay.
I mean, we go through a lot of processes. We had a fee that we established for rent registration and rent stabilization, right? So you went through a process to do that. So when we started looking at charges or rent or one-time contributions or whatever, we need time to put that together and to develop it. I'll reach out to the stakeholders and have a conversation. And we will bring something back to you, and our city attorney is going to have vet it to make sure that we're on good legal grounds, and then we'll bring it forward.
Yeah.
And so the short answer to your question is, it's an opportunity to pursue, and if it's viable, we will bring it back to you.
So could that be part of the direction?
That's absolutely part of the direction I'm looking for.
Okay, what other pieces do we have for the direction that you have heard so far?
So I think, we want to stand some up. We want some partners, stakeholders. We do not want to reduce other parts of the city budget. So I've that on board. Criteria based on trying to make it as broad as possible to bring as many people that need the assistance to the table. So that's part of the criteria as well. Eligibility, so whether it's the FEMA program, whether it's PG&E's got a program, whether it's I was looking at the Monterey program, I was looking at some of the other programs. So the eligibility criteria is to bring it forward. So that's where the FEMA and other programs provide some criteria to evaluate and bring back to you. As long as it fits our community, it fits our stakeholder groups that we're trying to support, and it works with all the stakeholders. Yeah. I know I'm being very broad, but the direction you're giving us is important. Yeah. And what you're telling us is we want that criteria that is as broad as possible and that fits what we were trying to accomplish, right? We're trying to service a need. We're trying to keep people in housing units. We're trying to keep people in their rents and so forth, right? We don't want to displace people. So can we assist that?
So with this direction, does it have to come in? All right.
Does it what?
So with this direction, does it have to come in a form of a motion?
No.
No, okay.
In fact, we would ask not for a motion.
Okay. So then, Mr. Mayor, I like all those pieces that putting it together, what the city manager has brought forth. And then we'll hear from the rest of my colleagues.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Jose?
Thank you, Mayor. In terms of touching the general fund, I do want to start off with this. I think we definitely need to change our mentality from one of austerity to one of prosperity, right? We keep mentioning that the pie is not big enough and we can't keep slicing it so many ways. We need to grow the pie, right? That's, again, when relating this to housing, the issue is supply. The issue here is also supply, but of money, right? How do we grow those revenues? Let's be intentional about that, right? At our strategic planning session, we clearly gave the city direction to put a heavy emphasis on economic development. Having a staffed economic development department will help bring in additional revenues and grow that pie. Let's be intentional about that. So in terms of being concerned about our general fund for the future, I can't say I don't foresee any hiccups along the road. Obviously, we have someone in the White House that likes to change their mind on the daily, sometimes by the hour, perhaps even by the minute. And that future is very uncertain, to be quite frank, right? Let's be realistic about the state of things, right? House Section 8 vouchers have been paused indefinitely for the time being. We don't know what the future holds for us. That being said, I still stand by what I said in the previous issue, is if it's a society-wide issue, we need to figure out a way to distribute that cost and distribute that burden evenly or equitably amongst our society, right? I think that's gonna require us to have some tough discussions moving forward as to, our source of funding. I think initially, yes, it's essential that the city contribute some seed funding, even if it is from our general fund. The city got itself into this mess, and we need to help get ourselves out of it. And that is gonna require putting up some, in that case, in our case, it's our sweat equity, right? It's our funding. Yes, it might require that we not purchase certain things this year, but I'm fully confident that our staff will be able to pencil out an amount for this budget to get us started. I also strongly believe in the power of our community and the power of private industry and the power of public-private partnerships to bring in additional revenues, right? But long-term, I do think we do need to have a discussion about a reliable, ongoing source of funding for the city, whether that's a housing bond, whether that's a housing-specific special tax that we add on. We need to start having those discussions, because at the end of the day, the root issue for all of our problems is there's a price tag attached to it, and we need to figure out where to come up with those funds, right? So that's one sense of direction. As for the actual direction for the programs, for eligibility requirements for residency, I would probably defer to a technical advisory committee of sorts to provide direction as to what's most efficient. The reason I bring that up is we have a lot of community members that are in a community on a seasonal basis, right? And having residency requirements be, in excess of 3 months might be a barrier to many of the exact targeted populations that we're intending to serve. So I would turn to our community to give us feedback onto what might be the most effective path forward on that. Definitely in support of not requiring or even asking the question, are you a U.S. citizen, or requiring any information to that effect. We want to be as open and receptive to our community as possible. As for the application and intake process, very much open to a lottery process as opposed to first come, first serve. Would also seek to turn to our community partners for administration of this program, whether it's the Community Foundation, the Housing Authority, some other community partner that might offer us some cost savings. And again, to not, through a nonprofit or charity having, their status, they're typically able to get, some software, for reduced costs, right? So nonprofits, as they are, if you're a 501c3, you're eligible for various different products under TechSoup, like reduced cost for Zoom, reduced cost for QuickBooks. And I'm sure that our nonprofit and charity partners probably have access to similar products and services as well, right? Thereby reducing our overhead for administration of such a program. As for tracking program outcomes and metrics, again, would defer to working with a technical advisory committee as to determining what those adequate metrics are. I know Mr. Javi mentioned different metrics on the housing production side, but also on the metrics for this particular program, what does the community feel are the most important metrics, right? Is it tracking evictions? Is it tracking the amount given or the average amount given to an individual, or the award amount? What exactly is that, right? Also would really strongly support another dashboard, either perhaps maybe looping it in with the housing production dashboard, all in one page that includes information on, these are our rental programs and this is where we are in terms of production. As for program framework, I strongly believe in changing our mentality from one of austerity to one of prosperity, and I strongly believe that we'll be able to secure the funding and enough funding for both a short-term subsidy framework program and also move-in assistance, right? One thing that's very clear from conversations and engaging with the community is that there is not just a burden on the actual ongoing costs of maintaining and keeping up with your rent, there's also a burden of, hey, if I'm at a point where I can't afford to live here, but I need to move into a unit that's at a lower rental rate, I still need to secure an additional deposit because I don't get my deposit back until I move out of this unit, right? So I'd also be interested in having the city explore something like that, where perhaps the city guarantees up to 75% and the tenant matches 25% of what those moving costs are. But again, would mostly defer to a technical advisory committee or body to help us determine and outline what that is. And again, in terms of helping kickstart this program, aside from identifying perhaps a one-time seed source of funding from the general fund, would also be interested in exploring what Adam Pinterest shared of carrying out that one-time fee. Yes, some landlords already paid into it. We can collect some additional revenues, thereby increasing our package, right? Philanthropic organizations and charitable organizations are probably going to be more likely to match our funding contingent upon how much the city actually puts up front, right? So the more that we're able to provide up front through a myriad of different sources, whether it's keeping the funding already allocated and potentially increasing a one-time fee to help seed this, I think would be a really good path forward. And in terms of the housing production dashboard, would also be interested in incorporating a map component, right? Obviously, there's the entitlement component to see, so that as a community, we're able to not only visually see numbers-wise how many units we're building, but where are they being built geographically, right? Where is the majority of the concentration of growth and new housing development being placed, right? Where are these affordable housing units being placed, right? We often talk about, our inclusionary housing ordinance, and, inclusionary housing by definition requires that, you put certain units of certain income levels spread out throughout the city. And I think having a visual map helps us better understand, in the context of the rate of things, where these units and where they're being concentrated or where they're being distributed or decentralized, moving towards the future. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Jose. Aurelio?
I can make a final comment. In addition, just wanted to share that the FEMA model also, in terms of immigration status, that what they've said, and when I've talked to them about the program, it's they don't ask. So as far as that being like a potential barrier, I think it's very important. I mean, they don't ask, we shouldn't ask. And if we have a family that's applying for rental assistance and they don't have their immigration status, or they're in the process of starting the paperwork, I want to make sure that they would not be denied, right? We don't ask. Like all other funded partners, we don't ask. Again, I would go back and stress us looking at the EFSP model, only because they also could be a potential funder. And one of the questions that they have when it comes to working with, they call it the LRO, local recipient organizations, there's a question that the applicant has to answer, and that question is, do you have any other additional, requirements? And so by us using that model, which I would say is probably best practices, also puts us in a position to request funding from FEMA. The last thing I would want to chime in and say is that in addition to that pool of funding that they have available, there's also another pool of funding that is associated with that, which is called the state set-aside funding, which is SSA. So again, I would just emphasize, it's a model that they have that works. It would force us to help people quickly. Templates are already there, forms are already there. Essentially, what we would need to do in terms of the paperwork is probably cutting and pasting letterhead. So I would definitely go back and chime in and have us take a look at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Gloria.
Go, Margaret.
Okay. Thank you for all the comments. I agree with a lot that's been said here tonight. I just want to see a program that's going to be more of a hands up than a handout, because I do believe that everybody really wants to work hard and earn their way to housing stability at some point. I think we need to try to encourage that and help them. I know there's nothing worse than either having food insecurity or housing insecurity. It stresses out the entire family and it really affects the kids. So, and I think we should focus on the prevention of eviction. I think that's the most critical, because that could lead to more homelessness, or unhoused, which we certainly don't want to have. I'd like to see the money go straight to the landlords if possible. I just think that that might be a better route. And I think we should definitely look for a fiscal administrative partner to do some of this. I think it's a little bit maybe out of our scope, and I think there are a lot of professionals in the community that know how to do this really well, and we should be able to partner with them to get that done. And I did like Adam's approach too as well. If we can hang on to that money and do a one-time fee, I think that would be a fantastic way to get this kicked off. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I think you've gotten, you wanted direction and parameters, and you got some. I think it is, I think the theme, and I'll pick up Councilmember Barrera's earlier comments, this is where the rubber is going to meet the road going forward, and it really is important that everybody is working together to try and get a solution. The one thought I do have is, I think we do have to look at this as call it a 5-year play. This is not one and done a year. I think we have to. I'll echo Councilmember Barreras. We have to set up with the mindset, what's the right program for our community, and what kind of funding do we need, and how do we get there with the least interruption to city services and that sort of thing. And I do have confidence, whether it's community partners, private sector, reaching out to this community when they choose to come together around an important issue. And I think this is, and as Jeff said, the silver lining in all this, I think it is loud and clear that folks need help. It's just that the cost of living with outside forces, proximity to the Silicon Valley, we need better paying jobs and more opportunity. It just speaks to the fact we've got an ongoing problem, and we really have to set up shop to settle in and try and address that while we get moving on housing and that type of thing. So with that, I think our job tonight was to provide direction. I'm going to guess you got some, and we will look forward to a return engagement. With that, we will finish up with council member reports, appointments, and future agenda items. Margaret?
Mayor,
Gloria,
I'm
yes.
sorry, I had to blow my nose.
Oh, okay, all right.
But I just want to say, yes,
I thought that was,
yeah,
I
have
okay, I'm sorry.
allergies.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, it's really nice to see how everybody stayed. That's, you're all important, but that all these ideas, that you gave us tonight, working together, and we have a lot to do, and I really appreciate all your comments and that we want to help, right? We want to help. We want to help our community that's vulnerable, and I just want to say, a lot of good things were said tonight, Councilmember Barajas, and a lot of your ideas, good ideas. So, yeah, let's move forward.
All right, thanks,
Do it.
Gloria. Margaret, why don't you start us off with councilmember
Okay,
reports?
I'm not going to share with you all the things I've been doing the last 2 weeks because I'm exhausted. I think we all are. So thanks you guys for hanging in there. I know everyone's kind of falling asleep at the wheel, but thanks for being here tonight. And just look forward to rolling up our sleeves and doing the hard work going forward. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Margaret. Gloria?
Let's see, Saturday, okay? North High, Mecha Club, and the DJ Club came together with probably about 5-6 car clubs, and It was a really well-attended event, and it was nice to see the collaboration and the support from the car clubs for the North High students. And I really want to give a shout out to St. George's Church because they cooperated with the kids and they were able to park the overflow cars there at the church. So again, thank you to them. Then after that, it came down to Old Town to honor our World War II veterans, and I know, Mayor, you were there, and that was a very emotional event. And we walked over to our train station, so kudos to everyone that attended. And then I went over to Hijos del Sol with Jose Ortiz that had an exhibit and kind of like an open house. And wow, you know, Jose's been around for a long time, and he just has so many kids that he's been helping, and it was great to see the artwork, and wow. So that's what I did on Saturday.
Thanks, Lloyd. Aurelio?
I'll try to keep this short. Just want to thank Monterey County Supervisor Wendy Root Askew for meeting with me yesterday during lunch. In the one short hour, we're trying to resolve all of our county and city needs as they related to housing, traffic, economic development. That was a joke. Thank you for all laughing. I really enjoyed having that conversation with her, and what I really do appreciate is that as one of our county supervisors, she's really wanting to know and understand what some of our local city issues are and how she and her office can support some of our local city issues. So I appreciate that. I know that she's been meeting with other Salinas City Council members. I think she says she's got one more left that she would like to wrap up, but just appreciate her opening up those lines of conversation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
I'll keep my comments pretty brief. I'm mostly just going to ask for support on bringing some future agenda items back. So the first one would be to bring back adoption of enforcement powers of AB 1482 and incorporating the city provision of a hearing officer to the community. And it would look to my colleagues if I could have a buddy on that. Thank you, Councilmember. I would also like, I've requested this in the past, but just reiterating it, a report from our city manager, community development staff, and our city attorney on community opportunity to purchase ordinances and a tenant opportunity to purchase ordinance, comparing and contrasting and what our options potentially are as a city moving forward. And again, would look to my colleagues. Thank you, Councilmember. And one last request. One thing that's very clear is that this issue of housing is two-pronged. There's the increasing cost of rents and the actually very real lack of increasing minimum or living wage. So I'm also going to ask for support to direct our city manager, city attorney, and community development staff to bring back a report on this council about potentially establishing a municipal, increasing a municipal minimum wage or exploring a minimum livable wage for the city of Salinas.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Councilmember.
We get a second.
Councilmember Barra. Thank you.
Get a second from the man. My next, Mayor?
Tony.
Well, I'm glad the city clerk stayed here for this message. You know, Ms. Lisa Brinton been doing some great work. The Alisal District Identity Master Plan has won the Northern California American Planning Association's Award of Excellence in Urban Design. The Northern California APA Awards honor the most outstanding efforts in planning in our area and promote examples of quality planning. The Alisal District Identity Master Plan does this by developing neighborhood branding, streetscape improvements concepts, storefront design, and it goes on, but by winning the Northern California APA Award, the Alisal District Identity Master Plan is also eligible to be nominated for a statewide Planning Excellence Award. So I want to say congratulations, and I want to thank the police department for staying here to hear this message as well. Thank you. You're next.
Thank you very much. I just want to follow up with my request, as we request more future agenda items. My pending request for the list of future agenda items so that we could track and make sure we're holding ourselves accountable. So just want to follow up with that. And also, Jill Allen came by, and I received her email as well, asking for stronger oversight of city-funded homeless service providers. And I know that in the past, we've asked for reports, I'll give an example for the Downtown Streets team. And I think, there's funding that gets provided by the city that we don't get final reports on. So I'd like to ask for requests, get some monthly data to review partnerships and how we're spending our money on homelessness. So can I get support on that?
Yes, sir. Second.
Thank you. I also had a chance to attend the North Salinas High Car Show and Resource Fair by the DJ Club. Big props to Ms. Varela. I had a chance to taste the Dubai chocolate craze that's going around. The reason I bring that up is because the young lady who was selling that chocolate mentioned that she was inspired through a project that Ms. Varela encouraged them to. As you remember, those folks came to City Council to invite us to their car show, and they just did a lot of good things, good partnerships on that Saturday. I also had a chance to attend Senior Awards Night at Rancho San Juan. I also got to see the chief and some other officers at Coffee with a Cop at Sherwood Plaza. I know the chief mentioned he wanted to do some Coffee with a Cop at some locally owned coffee shops, so that's great to hear. Attended the FFA night at Rancho San Juan. They had a great program. They had a student receive an award. I guess there's only like 2 or 3 who received these statewide awards, so they also got a chance to present their new leadership. Mother's Day. Congratulations to all the mothers out there. To my wife, Ruthie, who is the mother to my 4 amazing kids. I want to thank her for all the big things and little things that she does for us, especially the things that nobody sees. So, love you very much. We're all lucky to have you. And to my own mother, happy Mother's Day. Her support, patience, and love have always been a strong foundation for me, and her strength, wisdom, and work ethic have helped shape who my siblings and I are, so I'm forever thankful to my mother. Happy Mother's Day.
Yeah. Thank you, Andrew. Well, it's a hard act to, that's a hard act to follow, Mother's Day, so I won't even try. I will just thank everyone for a good session and patience and hanging in there. And rumor has it we're going to do this all again next week on the 20th. And with that, the meeting's adjourned.
Snack.
That's it.